But that's just a respectful thing. Like, hey, what's up, bro? Kind of thing. A whale is somebody that'll be like every stream, like they're donating hundreds of dollars to one streamer, and like every stream they just show up and like throw big money at him. Well, bigger money than everybody else. So the whales are basically the huge supporters that consistently donate, all the time. But it's usually very high amounts, like, a couple hundred per stream kind of thing. I don't know where they get their money from, but I'd like to know so I can go make it. Must be nice to have that type of disposable income. But I'm a lot more frugal and a lot more financially aware. If I had a bunch of money, I'd just invest it in the investments that I like that I'm not going to bring up because that'll be financial advice and I don't want to get sued. But I do have a certain investment that I really like, and it to me it doesn't make much sense to invest in anything else. So that's my goal, is if I made a bunch of money, it wouldn't go to, WWE Legends or anything like DSP does. It'll go straight into my investment portfolio. Because that's that's what I like. He likes WWE Legends. That makes him happy. More power to him. I like my, investments and watching the stock market go up and down. Well, more up than down. I don't like it when it goes down, but you know what I mean? I enjoy investing my money and seeing it grow. And DSP, for whatever reason, likes to throw his money at WWE Legends, which is basically just Bejeweled with some animations on top. I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand how he can spend that much money on a mobile game, but he spent tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm just like, bro, you always talk about money, and it's like, bro, just listen. Well, I can't do it because I'm not a financial advisor. I get in trouble. If it went down, he could try to sue me. But like, bro, let me manage your money for a little while. I can get you a lot more than, I can do a lot better than throwing it to Vince McMahon. You may lose a little long term, but you should gain it. Put it this way, it's rather throw it to Vince McMahon or throw it to me, and I'll basically at least probably grow it. I'll say probably, not definitely. I'm not going to start an investment company. I could probably. I mean, I would just be like, give me your money and I'll throw it in the pile with my ETF and, ETFs of choice. And, you get your percentage or whatever minus a commission fee. I think that's what most investment firms do, but there's so much red tape involved in that. It's an outrageous amount of regulation you have to go through to even start that company. What? My controller froze up right there for some reason. I don't know what that was about. It just stopped moving. But with all that said, thank you for watching. Come back and see me again for another Mario playthrough video to help you fall asleep. I really appreciate you, and God bless you. Get some sleep. Good night. In this video, I'm going to play through Super Mario Bros. 2 for the Nintendo Entertainment System while giving you a nice rainy background to hopefully help you sleep. So just lay back, relax, and don't worry about anything. We're not going to do any yelling or jump scares or anything crazy that'll wake you up. Just lay back and let the sound of my voice soothe you off to sleep, or for whatever other reason you use this, whether it's for anxiety attacks or anything. Just know it's going to be okay. I'm here. Everything's going to be all right, and we're just going to play through this wonderful game that I've played through many times before, so there's nothing to worry about at all. Just relax, spend some time with me as you drift off into dreamland. Funny enough, Didn't even think about it, but this game actually takes place within a dream. So it does fit the sleepy sort of gaming category already by that alone, you know? So a little bit slippery on those vines. I never knew that about the original. I played the All-Stars version the most. And that was my main thing, was the All-Stars version. I don't think I ever beat the original NES version, but I'm going to do it now. Hopefully all in one take, but who knows, might have to take a break halfway through because this game is a good bit longer than the first one that I just played through about 20 minutes ago. That's the first Birdo fight out of the way. Let's move on into this hawk monster's mouth for some reason. Never understood that in the game lore, but it's fine. We're going to pick Princess now because why not? Give her a little bit of time. There's multiple ways that you can do this little bit right here. I'm going to do my usual way. If I had Luigi, this would probably be a lot easier, but we might be able to pull it off with Princess. Barely. We got it out. Just throw him off. Throw him off the cliff. Throw him too. Imagine when this game came out back in the day, people were just like, what is this? You know, because you went from what Mario was to running around and throwing, you know, throwing vegetables and stuff. Interesting little bit of trivia for you. Not meant to offend or anything like that, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe Birdo is probably the first transgender character in any video game ever. I'm not sure if that's the thing. I'm pretty sure they said Birdo was actually a guy, but like he dresses that way, more feminine, so quite progressive for like 1986 or whenever this came out, you know. Just gonna go ahead and take this little shortcut here. I may eventually do a warpless run as well. This is just one to kind of test the waters to see if anybody would watch it, and if you do watch it, you like, subscribe, you get some views, I will make a warpless version, and that's what I'll do for the other Mario games that I've covered, where I did Mario 1 just a few minutes ago, but I did it with warps. I'm doing the same here, just for convenience. But if this gets some views and people really want me to do the warpless version of this, where I'll basically play like through every level in a row with no warps at all. Getting a little bit of slowdown there from all the sprites on the screen. I actually think the princess, in my opinion, is probably the best character in this game, just because she can float over stuff. So she has sort of like that Dixie Kong power, you know, from Donkey Kong Country 2, where Diddy Kong can kind of hover for a little while and makes platforming a lot easier, and the princess can do it in this game. If I could grab onto that vine, it'd be wonderful. Oh, this is a bad level for the princess, though. The fact that I got that far without dying was incredible. The fact that I got through that on the first try is incredible. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. I don't want to press the B button at all if I can help it, because that'll make me drop this, and I don't want to drop this little potion thingy. Taking our time. Not rushing this at all. Now we warped ahead to World 6. This is another sand. This is one of those sand levels. That's the one thing I will ding Mario 2 for, even though this is my favorite of the original trilogy, is, yes, I said, I'm not saying it's better than Mario 3, but I like it more than Mario 3. I like playing it more. Objectively, 3 is obviously the better game. And if you were basically saying, all right, Johnny, line them up, you know, how much better is 2 than 3? We're talking like a 10 versus a 9.8 or 9.9. You know what I mean? And honestly, the only reason there would be even a point, you know, even a 100th of a point gone or a 10th of a point gone is because I've played Mario 3 to death. It's the only reason I would even, you know, I've always attested that Mario 3 was better than Mario World, though. I think Mario World's overrated. I think the ROM hacks that came from it are so much better than the original that it makes it worth at least revisiting the engine of Mario World. But vanilla Mario World just bores me to tears. It really does. I don't like it at all. It's really boring. I've played it so many times. And I'm not saying Mario World's a bad game. That's not the thing. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's just I've played it so many times. It's the Back in Black of video games. You've heard it 100 times, or thousands of times, and you just don't care. you just don't want to. You're like, all right, I've seen it. I get it. You know. And there'll always be some people that just get super excited when they hear it, and I didn't know you could actually bring the shell out. I didn't know you could bring the shell out, actually. So don't jump down that one. This one's worthless, really. Don't open that one. Not gonna be the correct one anyway, so I'm just gonna... Guess I gotta figure out which one has the key. Okay, that's interesting. This is the thing that I would probably, if anything, ding Mario 2 for, is the sand parts where you have to dig up sand. It's really annoying. Just gonna do something really quick with my controls and roll port 1. I'm gonna move this to be, what would this be? To B. If this makes it better. Why is it not responding now? Hold on a second. Being a little goofy on me now for some reason. Oh, I see what I did. I get it. My bad. That was not the bumper. That was the actual start button. My bad. I was looking at it wrong. Get away from me, Phantoon. Whatever his name is. I think Phantoon's from Metroid, right? Maybe it's not Phantoon. Phantoad, probably. That's not helping at all. Whoop. Stupid Birdo is getting me. Okay, so I can't duck under the fireball. Let's hope we don't deal with any more digging sections. They're just not fun at all. They're really annoying. I might have picked the wrong character for this. I have no idea. I don't think so, actually. This is one of those levels where you have to just kind of ride a bird across the entire thing. You know what, you stupid ghost pepper thing. Is there any way to even get past that without being hit by him? It literally doesn't look like it. It looks like there's literally no way to get past that. Unless you do this. Even that's still not high enough. And we can do it that way. Maybe pick one of these birds. The higher bird will help. Yeah, that was close. Very cheap. I wonder if these little birds inspired those birds in Donkey Kong Country. Kind of looks similar. That's the end of this level. We can get up there. Only thing I dislike about this version is you can't save. In the All-Stars version, you can save and come back to any world you want after you've been to them or whatever. So this one is almost like a kind of a blind guess of what character would be best for that level, you know. I think Luigi might have been better from this one because he probably could have jumped over that thing faster. I know that's the secret way to do this. Mario, I mean, he has to... Isn't it weird that Mario's like the worst character in his own game? And this one... That's just like Donkey Kong, you know, Donkey Kong was the worst character in his own series. I don't know if the developers thought about that or not, that they really did make the title character the worst character in his own series. And I know you may say, oh, well, what about Toad? He's terrible. No, he's the fast one. Mario's the boring one that has no special power. Luigi jumps the highest. Toad is the fastest and the smallest, so he can fit in between obstacles easier. So he's easier to maneuver around, and Mario really doesn't have any special bits. We have a boss fight. Is it? Oh, it's Triclad, the snake thing. Like I'm playing snake basketball. Is what I'm technically doing, really. All right, come on, you cheapo! Don't play with me like this. There's Triclad done. Whoops. I literally walked off the edge of the stage and died. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you instantly picked it, but no, I literally won the battle and then walked right off. That is the most Johnny Fox thing ever. That really was. That was just outrageous. We haven't played as Toad yet, and I think this is the wrong level for. I'm pretty sure this is the wrong level for him. I'm almost positive. I'm about positive this is the wrong level for him. I'll take it. I don't take the extra health. Can I go through this thing with this? No. Is that all that was for? What? Oh. Gonna ride this bird, I'm guessing. I think this, yeah, I think I know what the level is. I had to think for a second, what was this one for? Yeah, you gotta ride the bird. This is what I liked more about Mario Brothers 2, though, was just it had a lot more exploration than the other three did. I mean, the other two did. Like there were some levels where you needed to go left instead of right, you know. And I know that's a simple thing, but it adds a lot to me to the um, sort of depth of the game itself, you know. That was stupid, and I don't know how I'm supposed to get past that without getting hit like that. I told you, this is a bad stage for Toad. This is not his stage at all. This is a Luigi stage. This is a Luigi stage. He's the one that can jump up all this stuff. Oh my god, I forgot you can't select another character after you die in this one. You have to go with who you picked. Dude, that sucks. That is so much BS. Yeah, this is probably the worst stage for Toad. If I had to pick one. But that's, I mean, I like it. I love this game. I really do. But honestly, the thing is, I actually, as much as I like the All-Stars versions of these games, I really think that the original of Mario 1 and the original Mario 3 are better than the All-Stars versions. I really do, because they change the controls a little bit. But Mario 2 is better on All-Stars. So that one got an upgrade. The other two I think are downgrades. Just because of how they play. Because this one, I mean, this one plays super smooth, but it's just the fact that I can't save and switch characters is my only real fault with this particular game. That's all. But they changed that in the remake, so that's what I'm not saying this is bad. Okay, I killed Birdo and he came back immediately, but I still finished the level. I don't understand. I got 2 1-ups though. I just picked. Oh, is he really a bad pick for the final stage? Not really. Not from what I remember. I think Luigi would be a terrible final stage for this because he's so tall and lanky, and you know, you kind of have to go in some tight spots in this one. This is the last stage. It's kind of a maze. Just gotta remember exactly how to beat it is the problem. But it is kind of a maze. Whoop, almost lost it there. I think I know where I'm going though. I'm pretty sure. You have to do like a thing where you basically fucking figure out how to get it to cooperate. You want to basically kind of hitch yourself and then jump up over top of the stage, kinda. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I've done it before. There it is. I did it on the left side. Yeah, this is exactly what you're supposed to do, or at least what I've seen. I've never seen anyone do it a different way. Here's the real pain in the butt, though, is this particular spot. Is Birdo being a troll. Wait. If you... Before Birdo had... Wait. Alright, see, if you go over the top, I guess it glitches Birdo where he doesn't hold the key, but if you go over there the normal route, he holds the key and you have to beat him. You know what? Screw it. Go in there. And die immediately. Go in the door, bro, please. With the key. All right. Let's win the last two fights now. I only have one of these because the other one decided to despawn. Lovely, love it. We're on the final boss. All right, Wart, let's do it. He's a pain. He is a pain, but he's the final boss. He's supposed to be one. Doing pretty decent though for once. Was doing decent. Oh, almost. I was supposed to catch that. Come on now. You have to throw it in his mouth, and he has to have his mouth open when you throw it, so that's the challenge of this one. See what I mean? You have to get it past his bubbles too, so not as easy as it. Oh, it's about as easy as it looks. I just cannot stop getting hit by that bubble. I just cannot stop getting hit by that bubble. I'm just not in the right spot. So I'm trying to grab the onion and dodge his bubbles all at the same time. It's not working. I'll take the hit if he'll take this last onion. And Ward is gone. That's the end of the game. That boss fight is tough. And he sets little fly things free. I can't remember what they were supposed to be in the game, but they're free now. There's a little score, and there's Wart being parted off to probably be turned into hippo food. I don't know what frogs are fed to. Snake food. See, there he goes. He's gone. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming to see me, and thank you for sitting with me. Check out the playlist on the screen if you would like to watch through more of my retro playthroughs, and hopefully you'll get some sleep like Mario is right now. Thank you so much. Good night. In this video, I'm going to play through the original Mario World while giving you self-commentary with rain sounds, hopefully helping you sleep throughout the night. Don't worry, because there's not going to be any screaming or rage or jump scares or anything in this. We're just going to have a nice casual playthrough of Mario World, and I'm not setting any goals or expectations right now. I just want to get you to sleep as fast as possible. So just lay back, relax, and enjoy the soft sound of the rain and my voice, and maybe the visuals if you're watching this as well. Not going to be a lot of deaths. There's not going to be a lot of rage. There's not going to be any of that, any rage at all, because we don't do that here. This channel's entire point thus far is to help you relax and sleep. So just let your worries fade away as we play through this classic game. I've already played through all the other Mario games from Mario 1, 2, 3 on the NES and the All-Stars remakes. I'm going to be working on Lost Levels soon, but I thought I would just go ahead and tackle Mario World first, because, I mean, really, it'll be a little silly to not play through Mario World at least once on the channel if we're going to cover Mario stuff, you know? Just get a couple of lives in this thing, and yes, I will be using the speed up function to help tighten up some of these bits here and there. Now, I've made it known before that I'm not a huge fan of the original Mario World. It's, you know, versus the original, like, Mario 3, basically, because I think it's a huge downgrade. But, you know, I like Mario World as a stepping stone for the ROM hacks. So I like the gameplay of Mario World. It's just I've played the levels so many times that it's not exactly something I revisit outside of videos, because I usually play the ROM hacks, honestly. And I think you should too, if you can find some that you like. And I will be playing some on the channel as well, but we had to play the original before we play the mods. I think that's fair. Let's get to Yoshi's Island 3. I think everyone knows pretty much all these levels by heart, I'm sure by now. I'm just going to drop Yoshi off because he's getting in my way. I really thought at one point I could probably speed run this game, but honestly, nah. Probably not. Even though I know it super well, it's, yeah, I probably still couldn't do that. And if it did, I wouldn't be anywhere in the top, 100 probably. But I'm not going to go through just Star Road and just, speed run. Well, not speed run, but, you know, end the video super early. I will probably go to Star Road at some point, but I'm not going to set any sort of expectation of every single level and every single secret because I just don't know where all 96 exits are. I'd miss at least one at some point. I'm not going to set any goals for me right now. Just the main goal is I'm going to beat Bowser. How about that? That's the goal. Get all the way to Bowser, beat him, and go whatever natural path I feel is, best for the video. So stay to the end so you see exactly where we go exactly. That'd be a good reason to stay around, to see where I actually go. And what I skip. There's an auto-scroller bit right here. I don't think Mario World's a bad game. It's just I've played it so much that it's not one that I go back to, like I said, because I like the ROM hacks a lot more. Where they basically take they basically take what Mario is and they just, add more levels and more features and, different worlds and adventures and stuff using the Mario World engine. So it retains the gameplay of Mario World, but it's like new levels, new layouts, new maps, new everything, And sometimes new movement even. And new characters and everything. All sorts of cool additions I've seen. Here we get the cape power-up, which is known as pretty much the most broken thing ever in all of Nintendo history, probably. There's probably nothing more broken than the cape. It really isn't. This is Donut Secret 1, the first water level in the game that we'll be going to. I'm going here because I'm trying to kind of skip a cave. Well, no, because we probably should do that cave as well. That way we can get that, the Green Switch Palace. Even though I think that cave level is incredibly boring. But we're definitely going to play through a ROM hack eventually called A Plumber for All Seasons. And it is spectacular. It is wonderful. Like, legit. Like, it's probably the best Mario game made, and Nintendo didn't even make it. It was a fan game, but it's so freaking good. It has custom music, custom levels, custom everything. And it just plays like a dream and has really awesome everything, especially the music. Get this kissy fish out of our way. So that's one way that you can actually get to Star Road if you go to that donut house right there, the ghost house. I'm going to go a different way to open up a different exit. So we will be revisiting some levels because that's one part of Mario World, is that it introduced the concept of multiple exits to a level, and certain exits will take you to different paths. So if you go out the front exit, you usually go to the next level naturally, but there's also secret exits. They'll take you to secret levels and secret paths like that one, or even this level, which is a secret exit. So secret exitception, if you think about it. I actually never watched that movie all the way through, so I'm guessing at some point there's a dream within a dream. Makes a lot more sense than you'd think. Ooh, that's not good. But here's the standard exit. It lets us go straight to the Donut Ghost House, which also has multiple exits, but it's not a hard level at all. It's a little. This first part is a little bit tricky based on where the ghosts want to show up. So it might take me a try or two to get it exactly correct for what I want to do. That one ghost is getting in my way, I swear. There we go. That's where I wanted to go. It's up here because it opens up a secret that is very useful for the rest of the game. I forgot these little bonus games. So this is a little power-up area. It's called Top Secret Area. Yeah, it just basically lets you get get a Yoshi. We don't want to fly here. Actually, we do want to fly there, but we don't want to fly in that spot. We're gonna slow our roll a little bit. Because you don't want to fly up into the ghost is the problem. So if you want to get out of here quick, just do this. Just run and then hit A. And it'll make you twirl fly up in the air like a tornado. And then you get out of the level pretty quick. But we're going to go back because we have to open up the Green Switch Palace for some stuff later, so... But lots of revisits. It's not a big deal. Yeah, take that. Stupid flower. This is an auto-scroller. You know how I feel about them if you have watched my video on Super Mario Bros. 3. If you didn't know, they are boring. I do not like them. And I am going to speed up on certain spots that I know are safe, because I actually know what spots are safe in this particular level. Now here's the thing, the secret exit and the shortcut exit are the exact same pipe in this level. How do you tell? This flat one takes you up to that pipe. So we're going to do, there's 3 exits. There's one that I'm not going to bother with because it's just, there's no point. We're not doing 96 exit and there's no real benefit to doing 96 exit. So we'll just do this really quick and do the first regular exit. So this is the shortcut exit. Now it'll take you straight to the ghost house. We go back in here. As we go up the same pipe again, we ignore this charging chuck right here. We just do a little spin jump up here. Well, we could have done it, but try again. I screwed it up. Like that. And then go in the keyhole. This takes you to the Green Switch Palace, which we're just going to skip all that nonsense down there and run away from this shell if it does show up behind us. It doesn't. There's really nothing down there but enemies. You might get like one extra life if you knock them all out, but let's go ahead and do this level. Donut Plains 3. This is a level we're pretty much going to fly over, so not a bad level overall, but I go behind the goal. I went behind the goal. That's kind of neat. I don't know if I've ever done that before. Donut Plains 4, another one that we're going to probably just fly over, even though we'll probably get hit near the end. Because near the end, these Koopa troopers or whatever you want to call them, see they're parachuting in, so they might actually hit us if we, like that. Of course, the Hammer Bros had to show back up, and yes, these tomato-looking things are supposed to be Goombas. I know it doesn't look like them. They're supposed to be mushroom-looking. But Mario World. Now let's go back from Morton's Castle, and we're going to do some more stuff. We're going to get one of these, and then we're going to go back to this ghost house over here. Don't worry, we're going to have to go back to Morton's Castle anyway. But I'm going to just do this ghost house really quick while we're at it. I think there might be 2 hidden exits from this one. I think it is. So here's Big Boo, of course. Yeah, there's 2 exits on this one, I remember. Yeah. I had to think about it for a second. You know, playing this again, it does remind me of the ROM hacks quite a bit. The ROM hacks were built on this, but it's like, it's just like, it makes me think that the ROM hacks are kind of pretty similar to this game, even if they do have a ton of custom assets and all that. I forgot about that. You got to get the coins, or else it blocks it off, right? Come on, Ghost. Don't go in this door. Go in this door. This is their proper exit. Alright, save your game. Go back in there. Now we gotta get through the second exit. Now, like I said, I'm not going to go through 96 exit, but I'm going to try to go through as much stuff as possible without too much aggravation. That's why you want to stay to the end to see what I actually skip. So, don't want that. Not interested in you. That's right there, okay. I gotta take the switch up here. It's been a while since I played the original. Maybe I don't remember everything. Gotta get you two out of my way, though. Why did I go? I must accidentally hit up. Oh, you two, come on. Now get out of the way. There we go. Hidden boss fight. So if you were gonna do a speed run all the way to the end of the game, you could take that Star Road and pretty much get right to Bowser's castle right there. But we're not going that way. Because I think that's just, you know, if you're gonna try to go to Bowser's castle this early in the game, you probably just didn't want to play the game, or you wanted to speed run it. But otherwise, there's really no benefit in going there this early, because you pretty much cut out like 80% of the game. Which is fine. I mean, if that's what you want to do, brother. I don't know what. Well, I didn't know you could go over that pipe, but now I do. Where does this pipe lead us? There. Nothing special. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can pull off the Morton early. Probably not. This part is such a pain in the butt. You gotta time yourself perfectly with these little things. Like that. Pulled it off, actually. Shocked. It lets us skip a room. A very short room, but a room nonetheless. Do, 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 do. Boing, boing, boing. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. And I lost my feather. Trying to hit a dry bones. I don't know how you would have ever got that green one. I don't think you're supposed to. Anyway. Here comes one of the more disappointing aspects of Mario World. The boss fights. They're not very good. They're bad. They're just bad. How about that? They're all bad. Except for Bowser. That's a pretty good one. And the Rhino fights are pretty good, but otherwise, no good. They're boring. Like, it's just literally jump on dude's head like 3 times and like he doesn't even do anything really. Vanilla Dome. The Cave World. So you see we have these red things right here that we want to be able to get up to. If we had Yoshi, we could probably bop our way up there, actually. I didn't want that. I didn't want that particular thing right there. I think you probably could if you... I don't know how you'd pull it off, though. Well, you ain't got much runway. I'm going to have to grab a Yoshi and try that. Well, for right now, we'll just do the regular exit for this. I'm going to see. I have to see if we can skip the red thing. Imagine that little room right there looked incredible in 91 or 92 when this came out. Where people were like, you know, seeing it for the first time on TV. They had to have used that little section as a demo reel. Alright, so to get the red switch, we got to go here. This one has a secret exit, which, if you didn't know, is not that hard to get to. It's a little bit, I wouldn't call it complicated, but it's involved. Let's put it that way. It has a certain... I do not want that. Go away. I do not want a fire flower. Go away. Don't want a buzzy beetle either. Fine, I'll take a fire flower. Actually, a fire flower would be useful down here. Maybe. Kinda. No, not really. Fine. You know what? I'll take the hit. Red switch ballast right there. It is in your best interest to not hit that P switch, because it'll set all these things free. Alright. Now you can get up that thing without having to use Yoshi, but... yeah, so I still kind of want to just go back and get that, some powers in Yoshi too, so. But you could probably skip that thing with Yoshi, I'm sure. And we could skip this level, or we can do the secret exit, which is what I'm going to do. I don't even know if you can call it secret, though. It's kind of obvious. Secrets aren't supposed to be obvious. Whatever. We'll just call it an alternate exit. Bye, Yoshi. Have fun, buddy. Well, this takes us up to Vanilla Secret 1. Honestly, I don't know if I love or hate this level. I'm kind of both. I can't do a little fly up that thing. I was going for a spin stomp, but that didn't work. Alright, go in this pipe. This is one exit. This is the alternate exit. and it'll take you to Star Road. We're just not going to do that right now, so that's how you get Star Road in this area. That's probably where most of you got your first Star Road entrance, to be honest. Probably. That's where I got mine. But I think that's probably the most obvious out of all of them versus, you know, the more cryptic ones and other levels. This part is just not fun. Not fair. Having to get between all these Koopas. I did it, but still. At what cost? At what cost? Alright. There's a proper exit. That'll lead up to this topside area. Vanilla Secret 2. Which was not what I was intending at all, was that particular thing. So let's try that. Whoops. I keep going in the pipe by accident. Fine. Here. All right. Look, there you go. Happy. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Now get out of here. Out of here. You bother me. Y'all bother me. Getting on my way. I had to put it down, son. Don't bother me. Oop. Bowser's dropping bombs. That's that level. Here's that level I told you about in Mario 3 with the kissy fish. With Big Bertha coming back and it not looking like him at all. You'll see him in a second. There he is. Does that look like Big Bertha at all to you, that big kissy fish? That don't look like Big Bertha to me. Big Bertha looks like a snaggletooth dummy. It's gaining on me. It's gonna get me. It's gonna eat me. And we made it. Vanilla Fortress. Okay, so there's a shortcut here, but you can only get it if you're small Mario, which would suck. So we're gonna skip it. But if you go down there in that pipe right there, it's basically just gonna skip one room and yeah. But you have to be small Mario. There's no way to get there as big Mario with any power-ups at all. So we're gonna let this skeleton fish thing pass us real quick. Get out of his way. Alright, so the brown spiky things do fall down. They always fall down. Alright, so I thought the cape would actually kill the dry bone fish, but apparently not. This is our first time where we're going to be able to face the rhinos, which I believe are called Reznor or something. I don't know if that's a 9 Inch Nails reference or if 9 Inch Nails is even out by that point. And that's it. Now we go to Butter Bridge, which, you know what? Let's do it that way. Fine, screw it. Why not? Let's go Butter Bridge. Let's just not even deal with Lemmy or whatever. Let him just sit there, because it's like a really long, boring auto scroller of a thing, and there's no real secrets left in Vanilla Dome anyway that are worth looking at. Like there's no, like it's pretty much a straight shot after that. There's nothing interesting at all. Except for like that one little lava level, which takes forever. Didn't mean to fast forward right there, but we're fine. Boop, boop, boop. Ding. Got an extra life. The bridge below us, if you do go that way, you can get to a level called Soda Lake. It is completely optional. It is completely pointless as well. It does not do anything except for take you to a Star Road doorway, and otherwise there's really no reason to do Soda Bridge at all. It's just kind of another long, annoying water level that just, you know, doesn't really serve any purpose except for taking you to yet another Star Road entrance. Ah, I screwed that up. Well, there you go. Good enough. Butter Bridge 2. Is this the one with the saws? I don't remember. No? It's not? Okay. I'll take it. I don't actually remember Butter Bridge 2, to be honest. Let's skip right ahead to more Ludwig's castle. I actually like this castle. I think it's neat. It has a really scary part coming up. Scary as in Mario scary, not like scary scary. I don't want that mushroom. There you go. Scary part. Scary part over. It's over here. There's the power up. Good enough. I'll take it just because why not? Well, that did not work. I was hoping that would be just like an little epic moment right there. Okay, we're not going to do that again. Because that was not an epic moment, and for me to do that, it will take many retries. That's a Ludwig's gone. On to the Forest of Illusions. Okay, am I able to kill those caterpillar things? What are they called? Wigglers. Am I able to kill them with this cape at all, or is that just not a thing? Or Forest of Illusion is a bunch of puzzles, basically, or like weird little levels that have different exits and paths and dead ends and all sorts of other fun stuff. That key being one of them. If I could get down. I forgot about the Mario balloon, quote unquote, power up. I can't believe I just dropped that key. It's fine though. I think this ghost house is kind of pointless from what I remember. Like it just leads to like a loop around. It's like a troll level basically. Just something just to make you waste time more or less, which is what we want to do because this is a sleeping video, not a full-blown walkthrough, let's play, none of that. This is a sleep channel. Now I gotta remember how to actually get out of this thing. This one with the green bubbles or is no? Thanks. Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate it so much. I think we have to go left. I don't know if that's the door or not. I'm gonna just take a wild guess and say it's not. Oh, it is. Okay. Forest of Illusion 4. Alright, so if you take that bait up there, that extra life that he's offering, he'll start throwing stuff. So he'll start throwing his usual thing. Okay, I'll take the star. It's fine. I wanted the cape, but we'll take what we can get. And Lakitu apparently gave up again, which he is known to do for some reason. I think you're supposed to go up there. For some reason, it's telling me to go up in that pipe. This is going to be a secret exit, isn't it? Yep, that's what I thought. Secret area. Is this a nice secret area or a crappy secret area? It's an auto-scroller secret area, so therefore crappy. Yay! I'm so happy I did this particular level. I feel like this is a troll level. Like, yeah, it's a secret area. Oh yeah, I forgot the blue blocks. They're here on this world. Or this particular area. That was totally worth it. That goes out to the secret fortress, doesn't it? This fortress basically just takes you to yet another star door. And nothing else. I'll take it. I'll take the hit just to get a little bit ahead. That was so close that I almost scalped myself in game. Yeah, thanks for the mushroom. I mean, that's totally exactly what I would want in this situation. It's just a mushroom. That I immediately lose to a saw. Oh, there's the... Wait, what? Why is there a door right... I was like, that's a weird spot for a door. Like, what was the rest of the thing? Might as well do the Star Road because we're pretty much there. Like, near that half of the game, so... Which level is this? I'll give the Star Road... I like the Star Road levels. Don't get me wrong on these. I actually like these levels, but... It's just... Their main purpose is to skip a lot of the game. Or skip around parts of the game. And I don't want to skip the entire game for this video. So for the most part, Star Road, at least early on, was completely worthless to me. So I'm not trying to skip the entire game. It was basically, Star Road is basically like the fancy, complicated version of the warp whistles in Mario 3. You can't get under here either. Well, yeah, you can. Okay, I thought... Alright, I didn't know that was going to work, but I'll take it. By the way, if you went through the regular exit, it would just go straight back to the star. I think this goes straight to Bowser's castle, doesn't it? Yeah, we don't want to do that yet. But this level has two different exits. Maybe even three. I can't remember. This is the exit where you'd have to go to... If I'm not mistaken, you pretty much have to have all the switch palaces opened up to use this one. Unless you do some fancy pants friggin' jumping that would not be possible for someone as inept as me. See you later, Yoshi. No, I said see you later, bro. Oh my god, bro. Are you serious? You just... Goodbye, Yoshi. Get out of my way. There. really doubt that you could make it up there on your own even if you did a really complicated jump. You might be able to pull that off, Rabbit. You might, Rabbit. You might. Ooh, I might actually. Okay, let's try that. I think I can. I have confidence. Believe in me. That's not believing in me. That's also not believing in me. Oh, that's so close, bro. It is so close. That was about as perfect as you could do it, I think, but maybe I'm missing it by just a tiny... Did it. I actually did it. It takes you to that special zone that's full of hard stages that lead you, and you end up making all the Goombas turn into Mario faces, and it's really stupid. And the levels are really, really hard. That's what that was for. Hey, at least I pulled it off, and I can say I pulled it off. Your bragging rights. I think I set myself up for failure there. What is... I don't... Why do I have a feeling that there's something over that? I don't think it is. There's one level where you have to fly under the goal to do something. I don't see why else you would have a thing like that, so it's fine. Okay, this one's not even really a level. This is like a more like a thanks for playing zone kind of thing. I'll take that though. I'll take your... Keep you, Yoshi. Wait, there's a secret exit there too? Yeah, there is. Right. There's a key. It's on the right side, I think. Right here. Oh yeah, I remember you. The Starboard water level. This is the first one you can actually go in, I think. Question mark. I think so. But I actually don't remember. This might be the second one. I don't remember if this is the correct way or if that's the correct way, but we'll try both. That's the correct way. Shortest level in Mario history. No, there's a trick. There's a trick there. There's multiple ways we can cover this, but this is the easiest. Just doing that. There, you've connected all the Star Road stuff together. See, that's the only thing Soda Lake connects to. So if you do Soda Lake, which is right below the bridge area, you only go to the Star Road piece right there. That's all it is. There's no other reason to do that level. Unless you want to, play that level for some reason, which the level's really slow, boring, and annoying. So, no. No thanks. Not interested. I don't know why I came all the way back here. I guess to get a generic Yoshi? Why not? Yeah, like as you can see, it's basically like a ghost house, which is nothing. Then there's a level or two is basically an auto scroller, and then Lemmy, which his castle is incredibly annoying. And down there, the only thing that's really there is an exit that's normal that'll take you to a non-level. I don't think there's a level in that one spot, and then sort of like, which once again I've said is pretty much completely pointless. All right, we don't even need Yoshi anyway. Let's just do that. Just knock Lakitu out. That's the correct way to play this level. Is to just knock Lakitu out entirely so he gets out of the way. Goodbye. Stupid little thing whoop. Oh, right, we went in that little secret exit. Right. Thanks, Lakitu. Appreciate you, buddy. You are a gentleman, and you're also dead now. From that beautiful trick shot. We might as well just do the other one that'll loop back to that water level anyway. Alright, come on, Wiggler. Move along now. This is where you can get the Blue Switch Palace, which at this point I think is kind of sort of pointless. I don't know if it really opens up any new areas at this point. I mean, it does open that one up on Star Road that I showed you how to basically, cheese as they would call it. But there's this school of fish just go past this real quick, and this landmine looking thing. Get him out of the way. Thanks. Appreciate you, fishies. Well, I actually wanted to get this anyway. So I kind of won in the end. All that for a dragon coin. I know I sound like I'm negative about this game. I'm not. I'm really not. I love this game, and I love the ROM hacks that it came out of it. If it wasn't for people loving this particular game and just, worshiping the ground it walks on, they would make their own sequels to it and, improvement patches and full conversion mods and everything else. It's just, they had to have a good base to build on. So even though I've kind of picked on it, a lot of it was really in jest. I'll just, being nitpicky and a little bit, a little bit precious. I'll put it that way. Pretty sure this is where the secret is back here. Yeah. I'm just going to show you this palace, and I'm actually going to warp back to where we were a second ago because I don't really care about this palace. But there you go. So we're just going to, that's how you get the blue switch palace if you want it. We're going to go the front way out of here, but I just wanted to show you where that was in case you were still watching and not haven't fallen asleep yet. But you should be asleep. The video is called Fall Asleep While I Play. But if you're not asleep, it's fine. Happy you're here with me. And you can see all this lag. At this level is a little bit confusing if you've never played it before because it has an exit that's not in plain sight. And if you go through the regular exit, you are going to just do like a loop around and be stuck in the forest basically. So follow what I'm going to do here. Right here. I'm almost positive this is the pipe that we need to go in, yeah. You have to go in that green pipe right there. And if you jump over it, without a cape, you are screwed. If you go to the regular exit, it'll literally just go to that level on the left and you'll just go in a loop and it'll waste your time. Alright, so we're at Roy's castle now, which is an auto-scroller. Kind of. Whatever you call this. Like a semi-auto-scroller. I guess you could fly through it. I mean, we could. But yeah, I love this game. I really do. Don't get me wrong. I think I enjoyed in this playthrough a lot more than I was expecting to. Hey, we have to stay on it because this. Ooh, that was close. Okay, Roy. Same thing as the others, just with sunglasses. And pink hair, or purple hair in this case. Right, off to Chocolate Island. How long have I been playing this? Hour. It's only been an hour? Okay. had to split the recording because I didn't want to lose the footage in case the lights went out, because you never know when the lights will go out. There's no storm going, but you never know. Someone might be drunk and hit a light pole or something. You never know. Chocolate Island's a lot more straightforward and not very long. It's almost like a filler course, honestly. It doesn't have any real spectacular levels, to be honest. They're all just kind of just brown. They're just... All right. Choco Ghost House. I don't remember it. Do I? Maybe I do. We'll see. Whoa. A school of ghost thingies. Whatever these are. We just let them pass. I don't remember the stage. But I'll figure it out. Oh Lord, look at that. At least the other Lakitu would give me extra life if I took the bait. You're just trying to get me to die. How long is this hallway? Okay. Yeah. This is the thing where you have to get the ghost to follow you in here or something. And get up there in that door. I don't remember if I have to get those particular ones to follow me or if there's other one. Whoa. It's close. Come on. Come with me, cement ghost thingy that never showed up in the other games because your concept was kind of dumb. Now, come on. Oh my God, there's a roof right there. Are you serious, bro? A friggin' roof right there just to knock me, just to knock me right into them. That was incredibly cheap. Get me out of here. Not a very complicated ghost house. I feel like near the end of this, like, the programmer's kind of was like, you know what, we need to hurry up and get this done. So on Chocolate Island, they just kind of phoned it in. Just throw some brown stuff and call it chocolate and say it's a new world. I feel like the Mario 3 developers, whoever developed that, were like incredibly inspired the entire time throughout, you know. Every world had a theme and all the themes were explored and gimmicked and everything. And, you know, Mario World was a huge undertaking. Think about it. New console, you know, they're getting their butts whooped by the Sega Genesis at that point. You know, they had to put something out that was just wow, and they knew that Mario was like a guaranteed, you know, money. They knew that was going to be like their money game regardless. And they put out this, which is a perfectly good game. But I just feel like Mario 3 had a lot more thought put into it. At least on the level design. I feel like it almost had something to prove, kinda. And they proved it all right. They really did. So, if I was gonna rank them of the original quadrilogy of Mario 1 through this one, which was technically, originally going to be called Mario 4, Mario World, Super Mario Brothers 4 Mario World, I think was the original working title. If I had to rank the original 4, if we're talking about USA Mario 2 and not the, if we're talking about USA Mario 2 and not the, whatchamacallit, not the Lost Levels version. Did I just... Okay. I think I went the right way. Yeah. I don't know what I guess the other one would have took me to that pipe, and that pipe doesn't go anywhere. Well, I think the pipe might let you, skip a level or something. It doesn't actually... I know it doesn't take you anywhere secret. So this is kind of neat, like the whole pencil spear thing. I always thought of them as like pencils for some reason, like really sharp pencils, and now I can see they're supposed to be spears. Why is there all this fire if Bowser's not even in this castle? This isn't even a castle, it's a fort. Alright, so this fort actually feels like they actually cared. They actually tried to put something together. Somewhat. So if we would have got the blue one, that would have blocked him from dropping it all, so... Sorry, Vesner. Chocolate Island 4. Is this the one with the big hamsters? I think this is the one with the big hamsters. But there's no secret exit here, so it's just a straight shot regardless. Oh, big hamster. I can't remember if they hurt you or not. Well, it doesn't matter because we just beat that level in like 2 seconds. Okay. Don't hit that P switch because it'll unlock all these enemies apparently. Nice little creature zoo, I guess. Is that supposed to be like a zoo or something? They're all caged up. This one doesn't have a secret either, so I don't know what this is supposed to be. I mean, there's really nothing in this level. There was really nothing in that level. It was just kind of there. All right, Wendy's Castle. Castle 6. Ooh, that's fun. Let me get. Yeah, that's what I thought. Saw blades. That's what I was expecting. Whoa! Don't fly. Do not fly. You can't control in these enclosed spaces like that. Ah, great. Got caught. Believe it or not, I'm pretty sure you can just spin jump on these. Yeah, see? Isn't that silly? You can spin jump on a saw. Oh, that was something. I wasn't actually expecting that to actually push me off. I was not expecting that. There you go, game. You caught me off guard for once. All right, Wendy fight. Oh, she's one of these. Okay. We gotta guess which pipe she's gonna come out of. Oh, she's done. Ghost ship. This level is just bad. It's just bad. It kind of reminds me, you know what? Give me a second to explain something. There is a ROM hack out there called I Hate You, and it is a horror, like a creepypasta ROM hack. And I swear to you, they just stole the beginning of this level and just called it like their thing, and then they just attached like a sort of half-butt boss fight at the end. But yeah, this is where basically you have to go through a bunch of random areas where there's going to be like ghosts spawning, just kind of like that, you know, where you just have to wait for them to disappear, and there's really no warning of where they're going to be. So just try to power through it. There you go. The Valley of Bowser 1. Need to make sure that I'm still recording really quick. Yeah. I might actually have to hold this off till tomorrow because it's getting late. It's like 10:30 right now, and I'm usually in bed by 11, so I'll be dreaming about Mario, honestly, because I played through the 1, 2, 3, and World today, so I expect to have Mario dreams. If that's how dreams work anyway. I don't know if they do or don't, but let's not go that way. Whoop. Big hamster. Or big mole. Whoop. Let's get smushed. And I am going the wrong way. Guess this down here is where I want to go. Come on now. You got me in a rock and a hard place right this second. Alright. You got me all smushed up in a very strange position. That is not how I wanted to say that, but screw it, just keep running. You'll be alright, just keep running. Alright, so this is a way that you can get to the back door, which will... That's another thing, I shouldn't have said it that way, but this particular level lets you get to a fort that'll take you to the back entrance to Bowser's Castle, which lets you skip the front way, which has a couple more rooms, I think. I don't know how to do this. I'm going to have to look it up if I want to do it either way, but the back entrance is only accessible if you actually play through the game. The front entrance is if you want to, you know, go the fast and easy way through Star Road, basically. So the back entrance is almost like a reward for actually toughing it out and, you know, playing through the entire game, you know, and not taking a ton of shortcuts, basically. But you can go the front entrance if you want as well. I mean, you can go either way when they're both there, but if I had Yoshi, I'm gonna guess I'm gonna put my money on if I had Yoshi, that would take me to the secret exit. That thing right there. Because you need Yoshi for those wings. Don't run through when it's going up. Go run through when it's going down so you can get in that little spot right here. I'll have to go back and get Yoshi just to see if that's the secret way out. Ooh, that was close. Really close. These are really tight movements here. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice little trick there. Appreciate that. Keep going. Okay, so the other way is the Yoshi way. So I'm gonna have to go all the way back. I have to come get you. Okay, now we got Yoshi. No, don't lose Yoshi. We need him for this exit. Cheap, stupid bets. Okay, I said no angry moments. Bets are being trolls. They're getting in the way of progress. Right, here we go. What? So that wasn't the secret. All right. Okay, I looked it up. I'm not doing it. It is. I might do it. Depends on how this level is. But green bubbles. All right. Well, first of all, it's going to cut out like 3 or 4 levels that I don't want to cut out. Okay, what is this? Probably death, I'm sure. What? Fine. Weird. I don't understand why that door was the one and just fine. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. Hey, there's time platforms you see in every Kaizo game. I was wondering if they would ever show up. Skill. That's what you call that right there. That was pure, beautiful Johnny Fox brand skill. With no luck at all involved in that. I never rely on luck and random, stupid, luck of being in the exact right spot when I have no idea what I'm doing. I would never do that. Like right there. Never done that. By the way, the exit for that to go to the back door, which we're not going to do because we're going to see the back entrance level anyway. So doing the front entrance will actually be more game than the back one. You don't miss anything. But if you go to the if you go to the front exit, let me just pause really quick. If you go to the front exit, you have to play through, I believe it's 2 levels, and then you go to like where the back exit goes to. Or you can do the back exit where you skip the first 2 levels, basically. To do it, you have to go to that spot. Remember like where all the stuff was trying to crush me and everything? Near the end of that, there's a very cryptic spot where you have to basically do like a spin fly jump up and go up and over the wall to get there. You can look it up on YouTube. It's not a very difficult place to be at, but I don't want to go in the back exit anyway, so I'm going to just skip it because it doesn't add anything to the video. except for another run through of that tedious little part that took frickin' forever to, you know, just waiting for stuff to happen. So I don't see any value in actually doing that for the video. I don't even care. I was going to say, what is the secret at the very end? I don't think I even care. I'm guessing it's going to probably just go straight up to the star where you could skip the... It's going to bother me now. It's going to bother me now. I'm not going to be able to go to bed without knowing what that particular keyhole does. It's going to bother... I'm just going to sit in bed and just be like, what does that key do? I know we need Yoshi for it, so might as well. So we did most of the game. We didn't do every single level. I mean, we skipped a few, but I'll call it the most scatterbrained video I've ever done, really, because we did a lot of levels and we skipped a lot of levels. And we did a lot of exits and skipped a lot of exits. But it's going to bother me to not know what's that stupid keyhole goes to. And it has to be just going straight to the star and skipping Larry's castle or Lemmy or whatever the thing's castle was. All right, wait, what? Okay, there's also this. An ice level in here for some reason. Okay, whatever. I'll take it. Did that make it where we can keep Yoshi? Or no? No? How do I get the... If I'm not supposed to keep Yoshi... I don't understand, game. I don't know what you're trying to ask of me. Are you going to give me another Yoshi? You're going to give me another Yoshi. You would have given me another Yoshi if I would get rid of this one. Alright. Bye, Yoshi. Have to sacrifice you to get another one of you. Animal cruelty at its finest. I do not endorse animal cruelty. I love my puppa. If someone threw my puppa in lava, I throw them in lava. I throw myself in lava after. I'm guessing you go down this hole? Yeah, sure. Whatever. This goes to the same place. That's not how you do it. No, you mother... Don't say it. Definitely don't say that. You go to a small place that's known as demonetization heck. Did you know that word is that? You know that word is forbidden. You can say it when you get off the game. I just remember there was what was that? Was it Mad TV The Osbournes where they had it where like Sharon said MFer and they had to censor it and it was really funny. She got mad about something in the episode and mother... Alright, so that's all it does. Lovely. Run the last level. But, you know what? I'll play Larry's Castle. Why not? I got a few minutes left. I got some time left tonight. Might as well get Larry's done and... No. Do I really want to do this? Because this is an auto-scroller. I can't do that. I don't think you can take Yoshi. I'm pretty sure you can't take Yoshi in Bowser's Castle either. I thought we weren't going to have to see Cammy Cooper or Magic Cooper, whatever his name is. I can't remember. I was hoping we weren't going to have to see him in this playthrough, but he's only really in one other level that we mandatorily had to go through if we did a different route. Thanks. Boom. So you're exactly the same as the first Koopa boss. Just a little bit more annoying. Like, I'm exactly him, but with fireballs that pop up and hit you. Stop trying to get him faster than you possibly can. There, he's done. Now we can go to Bowser. You have to give me that. I did all the castles. And that one down there does not count. It's a fortress, not a castle. I can't remember what these levels actually are. Let's see. That's an auto scroller, so we're skipping it. We're going to go to a different one. You get like 3 or 4 different. What is it? You got 1, 2. It doesn't matter which one you go to. You have to go through 2 levels of each. What is this one? What's 4? Nope. 3? Like a maze where you have to get through this stuff, but that's better than the other options. It's 5, 6, 7. I'm guessing 8. Nope. That looks like it's going. No, we can look. Maybe it's just where you run right through. Nope. So that's not that. Let's try 6. Underwater. Seven. Bunch of fireballs. And that thing, those things that just sort of hop at you. That's it. Just that. Now we go to the back entrance. This is the back entrance, by the way. So if you would have skipped all that, going to that fortress before and going just to the back entrance, you would have been directly here. So you would have basically saved what? Like 20, 30 seconds total off your game time. I mean, it's not worth it. Because you're going to go here anyway, and those 2 rooms were really nothing. So here we are, final boss. Boom, 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 boom. I think you've seen this boss battle a million times probably, but we'll watch it again. Come on, go ahead and throw him out. There we go. I will give him this. This is a really good boss fight. It's a huge up from the one in the first game. I'll put it that way. I don't want it. Keep your mushroom. I've got 2 capes. Nice. Keep throwing these bowling balls. Go ahead and throw me a couple of those little wind-up dudes again. Screwed that up. It's fine. Flashing lights warning, by the way. In case you're watching this, there will be flashing lights in the background, kind of, sort of, mainly just thunder effects on the black background for some reason, so nighttime thunderstorm. Because I screwed that bit up right there. That's not a big deal. He's nowhere near as bad as Wart, who was just incredibly annoying in the second game. Is that it? I think that's it. Yep. Mario's adventure is over. Mario and Princess and Yoshi are all going home. There you go. That's the end of Mario World. Thank you so much for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Hopefully you got some sleep. And if you did, good night, everybody. I'll see you next time for another Fall Asleep While I Play. In this video, I'm going to be playing through Super Mario Bros. 3, the All-Stars version, with soft commentary and rain sound, hopefully helping you get some sleep and relaxation today. Don't worry, there's not going to be any big jump scares, no raging, no nothing. We're just going to sit here, relax, and play through this classic game. Just stop worrying about everything, turn your mind off, and just watch me play through this game that I've basically played through a billion times. That's what I basically aim for when I do these videos, is games that are pretty much easy playthroughs for me. That way there's no real exciting moments, really. Hopefully this helps you relax and sleep. We are going to be doing all of the levels in the game, and I will have timestamps in the description and in the pinned comment in case you want to skip to a particular world. So let's say that you don't like World 1 or you've seen it too many times. You can switch right over to any other world, or even the final boss fight if you want to just see that for some reason. I've got it all laid out for you below. Just choose whatever you want to do. Our main goal in this is to help you relax and take your mind off of whatever's bothering you, or just help you unwind after a rough day. That's the main goal, is to help you. But we're not going to use any warp whistles because they're basically worthless to us. We may pick them up just to pick them up, but we're skipping one in this level because I don't see any point in doing it, really. There's no point in picking it up if we're not going to use it, right? Let me just make absolute, there we go. Just had to make absolutely sure I was recording my voice, because sometimes OBS has little, hiccups. We're starting with our first mushroom house. We're going to be getting a fire flower here, and moving on to level 4. If you watched my original Super Mario Bros. 3 playthrough for the NES version that I posted last night, you will know that I am not a fan of auto-scrollers. I feel like they are boring and they just last forever. And it's just really difficult to make them interesting, basically. And since I am not a speedrunner and I'm also not a robot that does those tool-assisted things, I can't do the super fancy moves and, duplicating coins and all that other craziness to try to make this more entertaining. So what I would basically do is, if I know that there's a safe spot, I will fast forward just a little bit on my controller. That way we can get through the auto-scrollers a little bit faster. That's a big advantage of turning the audio off with the game, is you don't hear that speed up chaos that comes from it. And I don't hear it either because I have the speakers turned off entirely. Let's move to our first little hard slot machine thing. We're gonna try to go for a mushroom. And we failed, but it's fine. We're going up to the first fortress, which you should know probably by now if you've played through this game. There is a warp whistle here, but we're going to skip it entirely and go the way that I don't think anyone's actually gone in a long time probably, which is the direct way, not the secret way. Because we just want to see something a little different than normal. I'm not trying to sound like Bob Ross of YouTube, but well, Bob Ross is on YouTube. His archives are anyway. Well, if you want to think of me that way, yeah, sure. The Bob Ross of gaming. Going for the same vibe, the relaxing thing. I've thought about doing more intense and, crazy stuff that, we got that little secret coin ship. I don't know how we did that, but it's some type of secret way. You have to get an exact, I think it's a certain amount of coins and something, I don't know. Or a certain point score or something at the end of a level to get the coin ship. Not sure. I think it's the coin ship. Just gonna skip past all that. There will be a fire flower down there. Well, not a fire flower, but a fire piranha plant. We'll see a lot more of them throughout this playthrough. Going speed past this outro and go up here to our first matching game. Got a fire flower and a star, so that's not it. Mushroom and a 10-cent, so we didn't get anything. Fine. Go level 6. And I did insult, well, not insult, but I did say that this game was not as fun as the NES version. I'm starting to actually believe that I may have been wrong, actually. The thing is, the controls, I think, have been felt a little bit different because I was playing it on a regular hard drive. And once I put all of my emulators on my brand new fancy Samsung SSD that runs at like 1 billion miles an hour compared to a hard drive, it seems like all the games in RetroArch actually play a lot smoother control-wise. I don't know if that's something I've just, it can't be something I've imagined. That's not going to work. I keep thinking that that's going to work, but it's not going to work. We'll just do it the normal way. But, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It does feel like the games are a whole lot more responsive than they were on my hard drive. Maybe my hard drive is screwed up. I don't know. But I definitely noticed it at first when I was playing Donkey Kong Country 2 that the game was running at the proper speed, or running at a better speed than normal. You know, a lot more consistent for sure. And it also was just smoother, just the controls. Like I felt like I was in a lot more control than normal. So I'm guessing maybe the SSD did a little bit to help. I don't think it, maybe just moving it over to a faster drive that wasn't as busy doing other tasks, like, doing big massive backups to cloud storage and all that was what fixed it. Maybe the drive was, able to handle the other tasks that might have been holding back the emulator that I use. But just for legal purposes, I do own all the games I play physically from when I was a kid, so that makes it legal, quote unquote. Plus, capture cards are a pain. They introduce a lot of issues that can come up, so but I only play games that I own in real life on cartridges, so we'll just say that I do back up my own cartridges, and I have like a little ROM thing that I back them up on just for legal disclosure. But I generally try to stay with games that I'm incredibly familiar with, ones that I've played through at least a dozen times just to make absolutely sure that there's no surprises. There's none of this having to figure out where do I go and what do I do here and having to look up guides constantly. I try to pick games that are, easy to follow, not super complex where I have to sit here and teach you an entire language just to follow along. That's I think that's Lemmy or Larry. I'm not sure. Let's get past this little cutscene. Got a P-Wing, and now we're off to World 2. Is the desert world. And I take back what I said, because this is actually controlling quite smooth. I don't know what happened. Maybe it is the hard drive that made it feel like a lot less precise and a lot less easy to play. Maybe I'm just getting more used to these games or something, but he doesn't feel like he's 400 pounds like the other times I've played this game recently. So I take back what I said, but I don't take back what I said about the music being vastly inferior to the original tracks. I just don't feel like the Super Nintendo sound font did a lot of justice for the NES games that were, well, there really wasn't that many remakes. I mean, one that's notoriously bad for it was Ninja Gaiden. Like, a lot of people really, really hate the Super Nintendo port of Ninja Gaiden. Which, I don't necessarily hate it, but I will agree that the music in that game is pretty busted on the remake. But there are many Super Nintendo games that have music that are some of my favorite pieces of music of all time. Donkey Kong Country, Mega Man X, Mario games even, like Mario World has a few good ones. Now, crazy enough, one of the games that is underappreciated when it comes to soundtrack is Mario's Missing, which was not made by Nintendo, I don't believe. It was an educational game, but it did have really good music, actually. Which is a thing that you see a lot, like bad, quote-unquote bad games with great music. Some people say Jurassic Park for the Super Nintendo is a bad game, but it has some of the best music of all time. Actually, one of my intro song for a long time on live streams was actually the Jurassic Park Super Nintendo interior theme. Got that one. I'm not gonna get that one. Nope. Go back here and get this power up. Got fire flower. Would be useful against this little hammer bro or sock bro, whatever you want to call him. Level 3. There's something up there. It'll be a bit of a pain to get up there, though, unfortunately. Make sure I don't screw this spot up. I did screw that spot up, but I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to accept that. There you go. Let him smash all that up real quick for us. We got the Angry Sun level next. Sure you all remember this one. I used to actually use the P-Wing on this one, I think, because I always thought it was a little bit difficult, but it's really not. Just had to have some good momentum is all. And he caught me right at the end. Pick a box, its contents will help you. Got another fire flower. I'll take it. Gladly take it. 4. Level 4. I believe you can beat those chain chomps if you have a star, but I'm not exactly sure. I think so, though. Little cheap final catch. I'm just gonna skip that hard thing because I really don't care. I wonder if you could fly over this. I know some people can clip into the wall if they jump at the exact right pixel, and they can skip some levels doing that. And I am not that talented, as you can tell. Whoops, I need your shell, buddy. Just need you real quick. Well, I was a little bit too far off screen. That'll work. He's already up there. Come here, buddy. You're supposed to break that block for me. Third time's a charm, right? Hit it. There you go. Third time's a charm. That wasn't a charm at all. Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Boomerang Thrower. Go take care of this guy. I will reiterate what I said before, though, that I believe that Mario 3 is vastly superior to Mario World in almost every conceivable way. Levels, layout, worlds, controls, power-ups, fun, unique environments. That's what I think. I think Mario 3 is the best of the 2D ones, really. I think many people agree with me on that too, I'm sure. I think I used to think that that wasn't exactly right, but I was wrong. I was wrong. Hey, we got a little 10 cent. Nope, that's not good. I think there's one right here. Yeah, there we go. Hey, we're running this little table pretty good. Hey, we're actually running this table pretty good. I know it's cheating. I just want to see what happens when you actually get the entire thing done. Nothing, apparently. Make sure I didn't miss any levels or anything. We've already shown that this, if you break that wall right there, it'll take you over to I'll just do it anyway. Take you to a little secret, like a mushroom house, and also a fire breathing little hammer dude. But they just give you They just give you a frog thing, and it's not worth it. And the hammer dude, I don't know what he gives you, but it's not worth wasting a hammer on. Hammers are very useful in this game, and there are much better places to use it than that spot. But it's there. I believe there's also a hammer thing of like in the first world, which makes no sense because on the NES version you couldn't save your power-ups and go back to previous worlds unless you did some type of manipulation with the whistle. That I think you could like do the whistle and I don't think the whistle lets you go back to World 1. I don't know. Maybe that was just an addition to the Mario All-Stars version. I'm pretty sure there is another secret that's in World 1. I think. I have to look it up. Ah, lost my fire flower. Fine. It's fine. Fine. That's Morton, I believe. Come on, Morton. Don't mess with me like that. We're gonna go down to this little quote-unquote secret to get this fire flower real quick because we lost ours on the previous level, but it's fine. It's fine. Not gonna stress over it. You're gonna get hit. I mean, it's natural. You're gonna get hit at some point in these games. What is down here though? Another fire. That's another fire flower. Okay. No, there's actually something down here though, isn't it? Oh, you can't go down there. That's gonna block me. Okay. There's a little thing down there. I don't know if you can get a power up or what down there, but it's fine. You hear that a lot. It's fine. That's me coping with being a terrible gamer. Playing this game for 30 years and still getting hit by stuff. I'm so reckless when I play games. See, doing stupid stuff like that. Or that. Smart to just jump in the water with the cheaps, you know? That makes plenty of sense. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. It's good for your health. These are frog suits. Yeah, they're worthless to me. I've always hated the frog suit. I mean, they're okay for like swimming, but like nothing else. So we'll just use them as like sacrificial suits to use to like, you know, if we... Okay, I will give them this. I like the water being clear in this version. That just makes it a little scarier because you can see Big Bertha in the water. Well, no, it makes it less scary because you can actually see where he is. Or she is. That's the thing. Big Bertha is one of the very few enemies that can insta-kill you, along with lava, and that's it. Don't fall in that water. Big Bertha eats you in one shot. Almost got. Look, I'll show you. I'll just save real quick and let him eat me so you can see. He just gobbles you up in one shot, and you're dead. Did that on purpose. You could actually see his ugly face actually eat me. So you'll see him a couple more times in this game. He came back in the sequel. Mario World, I believe. You're going to come down here at any point. There you go. Another hammer. He comes back in Mario World, but he doesn't look nothing like that, and you can't hurt him. If I'm not mistaken, he's that spiny, spiky fish or whatever, like in that one level that, you know, where you just gotta run away from him, kinda. Can't remember exactly which level. I think it was on like the top of Donut Mountain or something. Oops, I went in the wrong door. Oh man, I didn't go in the wrong door. I went back into the right door accidentally. Right, boom, boom. Let's speed past that. All right, let's get on with it. Level 4. Lakitu. Yep. Lakitu shows up in this one. I screwed that jump up. You're supposed to do like this, or else you have to go and find the hidden blocks, and that's just There's Lakitu right there. The worst, well, not the worst. The worst is the Hammer Brothers, easily. But this level, just see, there's a Big Bertha again. Like I told you, I would see him again. I almost got hit by that jellyfish by accident. Obviously, I don't try to get hit on purpose unless I'm trying to demonstrate something cool. I'll tell you if I was trying to do that. There's another Big Bertha. Pretty bland level, not really much to it. Just some tight platforming, well, not platforming, swimming with that that thing. So we got another board to work with. So no. Nope, no good. The bridges are up, so we can't go to that house yet, that mushroom house yet. Another auto-scroller. Hey, my favorite. Hold for sarcasm. I was about to say, I have fallen off of that spinny thing before, and I immediately did right there. Nice trick shot. Got a leaf. That's cool. Level 7. Now most of these are pretty fresh in my mind because I literally beat the NES version last night for the video last night. Like all 3 of those games last night that I posted, they were recorded that day. Like I recorded, edited, tossed up same day, you know, back to back. So I was burning the midnight oil, boy. Me and Papa were sitting here right at the end of the night and just getting work done, and she wasn't happy. Wasn't happy that I was working so late. She don't like it. She likes to have the attention on her a lot of times. Well, I mean, she likes to be alone a lot too, but when it's, you know, when she's in here, it's Papa time, not work. Sometimes she gets a little demanding and bossy about it, that she doesn't want me working. She wants me sitting here holding her, which is super sweet, and I love her to death. But she didn't understand that Daddy has to work sometimes. He has projects to work on, like these, hoping that they'll eventually catch on. But if there's no videos, there's nothing to catch on. So you gotta grind it out, baby. You gotta grind it out. That's how you get anywhere, is you grind it out. Whatever it is, you gotta grind it out at first. And then you get some traction, and then you don't have to grind as much. But that's when things get boring and you kind of just get a little nutty because you ain't got nothing to grind on. Oh no, you don't, Big Bertha. You ain't gonna eat me. You think you're gonna eat me? Nope, not today. Not today. I'm not on the menu today, sir. All right. Level 9. I remember this one. This one's a little bit of a pain in the butt in spots, but not too bad. Hoping that you're asleep by now, able to relax. That's the whole point of the channel. But if not, hit like and subscribe, and maybe tell a friend about it. Somebody that might have insomnia, tell them that I'm doing this now. Maybe. Actually, I don't want to go in there yet. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a roll here. Oh, we got a couple of power-ups out of that. I'll save and continue. Gonna use a hammer this time. We didn't use it in the previous video, because I was gonna show you how to get the raccoon suit early. But this is a good spot to get some early power-ups and boost and all that. You get 3 power-ups by using that one hammer, so it's a worthy trade-off. It's also kind of neat watching Mario freely move around this map. He can go all over the place and just look at stuff. That's just kind of neat. He only does it this one time in the entire game, but I always thought it was neat for him to be able to, sail around the map. Right. He turned into like a little purple dragon thing from the friggin' Mario world. That particular king did. I forgot I ain't got a fire flower. Whoops. Which one is this? Is this Wendy? Yeah. I was right. Wendy, based on Wendy O. Williams, who was a singer in the 80s. I believe she was a singer for a band called the Plasmatics. She was also a solo artist that did an album with the members of Kiss that was thought of as the Lost Kiss album, but I don't know about that. I think that's a little bit too much of a stretch. But she did get around a lot from what I remember. She was not in that way, not in a bad way, but she was in a lot of different collaborations with people like Kiss and Motorhead and many others. She sadly passed away. I'm not sure exactly how long ago, but she, I believe she ended herself. Let's just put it that way, and leave it at that as respectful as possible. But yeah, she was something. She was definitely a very interesting character in that period. It's actually a secret right there, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Like you can go up one of these pipes, or I think he might be able to fly up there or something. I can't remember. We'll try to see. Well, get the little leaf. We can try it and see what happens. It wouldn't hurt. We got time. Come on, Johnny. Baseball. There we go. There you go. See? There's something up there. Isn't that neat? A little sky pool to not dance around, but swim around in. With the piranha plant in it. Wonderful. And Big Bertha, for some reason, spitting out his little tiny version of himself. And that's it. Very strange. Not sure what the point of that was, but happy to share it with you at least. Hopefully I don't fall right into a pit, and I did. You can't spin your tail underwater, right? So what's the point of this area? Some one-ups maybe? I guess that's the point. Along with being just a unique area, but I don't know how you're supposed to get that block right there, but it's alright. It's alright, it's fine. I fell in the exact same pit in the exact same way. Trying to avoid this stupid fire plant right here. All right, off to level 2. I have seen this level more times than I've seen Puppa. And I've had Puppa since she was like 11 months old. And she's almost 9 now. I love my Puppa. I really do. She's such a sweet baby. See, I thought she was going to be a little grouchy today, but, because I had that guy come here to fix some stuff in the house. And, he's going to help me later when he gets the stuff in to fix the stuff we're working on. And, I had to pin her up because I didn't want her in the way. And, I told him she's not dangerous enough because he went in there to look at a different, project that I had going on. And he saw her and was like, you know, I thought she was going to bark or growl or something, man. She just was staring at us, just whining like, hey, why can't I join in and look at what y'all are doing, kind of thing. That's sweet baby. So she wasn't mean at all. She was just like, hey, what are you two doing? The only time she gets a little grouchy is when she goes to the vet because they mess with her. You know, they give her shots and maybe I don't know if they jerk her around or what to make her mad, but she just doesn't like them for some reason and never has. She's never liked any vet though. Like from the beginning, she never liked them, but as Puppa gets older, she gets a lot more tolerant of other people. She's never mean. She's always a sweet baby to most people, but she could be a little territorial. But whenever someone comes over, I always pen her up so she doesn't, get in their way or, bother them or whatever. Because I know some people don't like dogs, but I mean, if they went up and talked to her, or wanted to pet her or something, she wouldn't bite them. She just, probably look at them like, hey, who are you kind of thing. This spot sucks. Okay. Well, she wouldn't bite him, nah. She's a sweet baby. She don't do stuff like that. Bubba might have. Bubba was a little more territorial, and I think a lot of the time Bubba egged her on. Like he would get to barking, and he was a sweet baby too, don't get me wrong, but he would start barking, and then it'll get her wound up, and she would start barking. But she didn't bark at the guy at all today. I was kind of shocked. I'm like, wow, she's really quiet. She was whining. She wasn't trying to bark or get out there and get in the middle of it or protect her daddy or anything. She was just like looking at us whining because she was mad that she was penned up. She hates being penned up. Even though penned up, you think, oh, Johnny, you got a cage for it? No. She was penned up as in there was a fence up, and she had her bedroom, the kitchen, and the dining room all to herself, where she could just walk around and do whatever she wanted in there. And she was only cut off from the hallway and my room. That's all she wasn't cut off at all. Actually ran the table on this thing. I didn't even realize it, but that's good. But I decided to just leave that gate up because I was having trouble getting it down. So I was like, you know what? Neither one of us go through this door, or at least I don't. So if I do have to pen her up, it'll be a lot easier just to have this gate, blocking this one doorway I never use. And that way, if I need to pen her up for something, I can just shut her bedroom door or the laundry room door where she stays. And then I can just leave her in there. But as she's gotten older, she's gotten a lot calmer. And she's gotten a lot lazier and a lot, a lot cuddlier. Well, she was always cuddly. But she used to have, I think Bubba might have stressed her out a little bit here and there, because Bubba Scooter, he loved that girl, and he would just, smooch on her head and follow her everywhere, and she never had a minute alone or anything, and he loved her, and she loved him, but I think it was more like he loved her with all his little heart, and she loved him, but she tolerated his nonsense kind of thing. And after he passed, of course, I'm sure she mourned it, but she and I'm still mourning Scooter's passing. That was my baby boy. But Scooter did have a mouth on him. He could make a lot of racket. And when he got wound up, he usually got Puppa wound up too. But since he passed, I don't know if I don't think I've heard her bark at all, except for when she went to the vet the other day. But otherwise, she doesn't bark at all. She just, most of the day, she just lays in her little room and her little bed thing, flopped out. And sometimes I'll go in there and talk to her and, give her treats and all that, and then she'll want to come sit with me for a while, and I'll get her up in my lap and we'll watch TV. And that's pretty much all she does all day now, And I got her off human food entirely. So I got her off human food entirely. The only thing I give her now is chicken. Just maybe a small piece of chicken, not like a lot of chicken, but just a small piece of chicken just because she sees I'm cooking it. And that's all she gets. She doesn't get any canned food, no canned human food, I mean. Doesn't get no canned human food. Doesn't get anything high salt. Nothing that could be possibly bad for her. Only thing she eats is her treats. Maybe one little piece of chicken a day that I cook for her, um, and dog food. That's it. She doesn't eat nothing else. She used to eat a lot more human junk food and stuff when Dad was alive, and she got real big. But I think she's lost about 4 or 5 pounds now because I got her off human food. Because last time I checked her, I think she was 33 pounds last time she went to the doctor. She's a weenie dog. She shouldn't be that big, you know. But did I just override a P-Wing? I think it did override a P-Wing. That sucks. Bro, we're gonna have to start using some of these power-ups, because hold on. Yeah, God. I don't want to save and quit this just to save a P-Wing, do I? I know I need at least 2 P-Wings for this entire playthrough. And I got one. I'm going to use up this music box just to get it out of my inventory. Use up the star. Get that out of my inventory, because that just overwrote one of the best power-ups in the game, and I don't want to lose that. And they're really hard to find. I'm gonna have to make up some slots because I haven't been using the power-ups that I've been collecting. I'm hoping that I get a P-Wing before that, because there's 2 I'm not meaning to die in the same spot. There's 2 stages in Bowser, well, 3. So I need 3 P-Wings. What is with this jump? I need 3 P-Wings total for this game. And they're all for Bowser's World. There's 3 levels that just suck. Dude, this spot is driving me crazy. There we go. But I need 3 P-Wings to get through this, and if I have to, I'll go and beat World 1 again to, what happens if I go this way? Do I have to use the secret door, or can I just go right here? I can just go right here. Okay. That secret door leads to like a really slow, boring section that I didn't want to go to if I didn't have to help, if I could help it. So I need 3 P-Wings before I get to Bowser's World. I overwrote 1 accidentally. I know you basically get them from rather completing a world of those Hammer Bros on the map sometimes give you one. Stupid screen. Not scrolling fast enough. One is it here? I don't know which one is it. It's Larry or Lemmy or whatever. What'd you give me this time? P-Wing, thank you. Need 1 more to get this all set up. So I'm making sure I use my power-ups throughout the game, because last time I played through this in the NES version, I had so many power-ups at the end that I basically didn't end up using a lot of them. But since I know we got finite space now, I need to make sure that we do use them. I'm not accepting that. That's one spot I don't want to go the wrong way on. We had the same problem last time. Get another Tanuki suit here. I think this is the shoe level. Yep. The only level where you can get the shoe. The coolest power up in Mario 3 is a shoe. You know what Mario World doesn't have? The shoe. But you know what brought the shoe back? Mario Maker. Why? Because the shoe is awesome. Or the boot, as they call. I think they call it the boot. By the way, if I get if I get $400, I will buy the Switch. No, I'm not asking for donations. If they put out Mario Maker 3, I'm definitely getting it for the Switch, and I will play it on this channel. So that's definitely a thing. If they put out Mario Maker 3, I guarantee you I will get a Switch too. I will get a capture card, and I will play that game. There's another P-Wing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need that bad. These are frogs. They're just to waste it on this one level over here. We got rid of it good. The frog suit sucks. I always wondered what it was for, because it has such terrible mobility, on land. And then, duh, it's actually really good for swimming levels, but there's not a lot of them. Not enough to justify an entire power-up for it. Or maybe there is, I just hate it. I just don't like it. Even then, I think the swimming might still even be bad in the frog suit. To me, the frog suit is the same thing as that pound shell thing that Yoshi could do, where you take a yellow shell and it can make him pound the ground. About as useless as that. Were there thwomps in Mario 2? I mean, Mario 1? I don't think there were. I think it was more fire sticks than anything in Mario 1. I just played through Mario 1 yesterday and today. I would have remembered a thwomp, I think. We're going to Sky World. There's actually a way that you could skip this entire level I forgot how they did it. It was some glitch in the speed runs to do it. Of course, Lakitu had to show up for the last second cameo there. Of course, he would have to show up too, because, you know, we love him, the fireball guy. Yeah, 38 lives. Raccoon suit, another one. Nice. Music box. Let's just use that because that's just wasting a slot, honestly. If you had to pick this level or level 6, I believe it is, that we're also going to do, I'd pick this one all day. The level after this one kind of sucks. This might as well be an auto-scroller. This is level 6. Yeah, well, it is an auto-scroller. It's not like an auto-scroller, it is an auto-scroller. And it sucks, like all the other auto-scrollers. I think that's why they got rid of most of them in Mario World, even though I think they still brought them back. The reason almost no ROM hacks use auto-scrollers. that was pretty terrible. Not gonna lie, that was pretty terrible. But if you have a request that you want to drop in the comments, I'd appreciate it, because I'm basically burning through games as fast as I can, and I'm always looking for something new to play on the channel. So right now I'm kind of on the I need to fill this channel up as fast as possible phase, because, you know, the algorithm needs data, and how do you give it data? By giving it lots and lots of videos. Nice double KO there. Well, I knocked him out and he took away my power, so that's fine. Another auto-scroller. Wonderful. What would I ever do without auto-scrollers? I mean, I get that it was the thing of the day, auto-scrollers, because it's more drama, but they're annoying because if you die on one, you have to do it all over again, and you can't speed it up. Lakitu is happy to show up at every exit, isn't he? Here we go again. Here we go again on my own. Here I go again, I know, but I said here we go. I'm changing it. You know, don't want to get copyright strike by White Lizard. You know, that band White Lizard. White Anaconda. Bro, I'm getting completely nailed here. That's a bad word to use for this, but I was getting completely, well, railed to be even worse. All right, Roy. All right, Roy, round 2. Dude, let me up. What? Bruh. 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 I jumped on you. Even though I think you're the coolest Koopa. Just saying, I think he's the coolest looking one. Roy Koopa. Little cloud thing where we can skip levels, but we're not going to use it. We're going to use it just to skip this level, then go right back into it to free the slot up. Because we're not going to skip levels in this video. And that exact spot I have died on many times. I don't remember, did they blow the little things up in the air like that in the NES version? I don't think so. I'm back at Roy for some reason. Because I've saved in that exact spot. Like an idiot. Speed past this again. Make sure, yeah, let's act like that didn't happen. Is there any more of those little clouds I need to use up? It's not like I look for them or ask for them. They just show up. Like a lot of things in life. I didn't ask for those bills. I didn't ask for that crazy ex-girlfriend. They just showed up. You know? They just show up. You can't do nothing about it. You're just stuck with it. You're stuck with bills, stuck with crazy exes. Hopefully they eventually bug off, though. A lot of them don't. Yeah, let's waste our time with that stupid music box thing as well. And I'm just trying to make sure we don't get any useful power-ups that, you know, get blocked again. Or get overwritten because of some stupid power-up like before. That'll work. You know, I used to think that I would hate that song Here I Go Again by Whitesnake, but I actually really like it. Like, 'cause it was so overplayed in like commercials and stuff. But like, I legit like it when I listen to it. It's actually a really good song. And I didn't know I legit did not know that David Coverdale, the singer for Whitesnake, was actually one of the singers in Deep Purple. Had no idea until I heard Burn, and then I was like, wait a minute, that is David Coverdale, isn't it? I love Burn. I didn't know it was him. I didn't look that hard into it. But Burn was one of my favorite songs by them, and once I started listening to the Purple more, I realized, wait, that's not Ian Gillan. I know Glenn Hughes also sang some of the Deep Purple stuff. I don't think he was ever the lead singer, though, was he? I don't think so. I think he did like backup vocals a lot. I like Glenn Hughes. I think he's great. I really do. I like Roger Glover too. He was bass player in Rainbow. I think he might have been a bass. Was he a bass player in Deep Purple? Can't remember. I know he was in a bunch of stuff though. All those bands, Deep Purple, Black Sabbath, Rainbow, Queen, all of them are related to each other in one way or another. They've all kind of crossed paths here and there. Like I think Brian May from Queen did some work on a Black Sabbath album once. Like one of the later Black Sabbath albums in the 80s that no one bought because Sharon Osbourne sucks. You can quote me on that. Now she's got on Ozempic and she has Ozempic face and looks ridiculous. Looks like something out of a horror show. It's pretty bad when Ozzy is the best looking thing in that family. When everybody else looks all screwed up, at least Ozzy still looks like Ozzy. I hope he gets better. I really do. Ozzy's having trouble. I feel like Ozzy and Ronnie Dio had the same problem. Is they were both in the 80s. They hated each other for one, but that's not what I was going to get at. But they do hate each other. Dead, but Dio's gone. Rest in peace, buddy. But both of them ended up marrying very domineering women that became their managers. And both of those women screwed a lot of people over. Like Wendy Dio screwed a lot of people over, like, Vivian Campbell, that's why he left for Def Leppard. Because Ronnie was like, oh, well, he just didn't like the way things were working out. It's like, no, because you said you were going to pay him and you didn't. I would have left too. You give me nothing except for, a shout out on stage where I'm already there, and you screw me out of my paycheck. Like really. And I've heard throughout the years that Yngwie is just as bad when it comes to that, about not paying people. Like I've heard, like multiple people have come out and said that he didn't pay us on the road, or he would try to shaft us one way or another, or wouldn't pay us on time or something. There's always payment issues with him while he's driving Ferraris and wearing Rolexes and having his hot Turkish wife. It was like a supermodel at some point, That's what you see with a lot of those rich people. They they'll like the stars, they'll get all rich and then they'll shaft everybody around them. Vivian Campbell was just as important as Dio, and promised him the moon, it didn't work. And funny thing is, Jakey Lee from Ozzy got the same treatment. Thought he was going to make some money with Ozzy, and Sharon ended up shafting him, and then they kind of surprised Pikachu'd when he decided he wasn't going to do it, or he wasn't going to go along. And then they fired him because he wouldn't, go along with the screw job. And, I think Ozzy was just so chemically screwed up at that point, he probably didn't know or didn't care. Neither one of them would stand up to their wife. So Ronnie wouldn't stand up to his wife, as awesome and, metal wizard as he was. He wouldn't stand up to his wife to help his bandmates, which showed a lot of his character. And same thing with Ozzy, when Jakey Lee and a lot of others got screwed out of money, and all because their wife was the manager, and didn't care, didn't respect them, thought, oh, my husband's the star, so you don't really matter. You're a hired gun. Person who wrote the hit songs. Yeah, the music business just sucks, bro. That's just how it is. Let's restart this level because we lost our tail power up, which we needed to finish it. We lost it in the exact same way that we did it before. Are you serious? Bruh. Are you serious? I hate these little dudes. I really do. You are such a pain. That's how you get past that, by the way. You gotta take a shell and fly straight up, and then you just kick it into those guys to break the blocks. So if you ever wondered how to get this mushroom house, that's how you do it. Another Hammer Bros suit, nice. Those will come in useful later. Guess what, everybody? It's Johnny's favorite. Whoops. Johnny's favorite thing. Auto scroller. And a very difficult one at that. Because of this little butthole right here. Who will come back, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Oop. Nope. And I remember this one. This is Ice Castle. Ice Fortress. My God, bro. That was close. It's very close. I thought I was going to just take one hit and I could just past him. Fine. I'll take two. I'll take all three. No mustard or onions, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Small fries and a Diet Coke. You know what? I hate these little block throwing dudes. Get on my nerves. There's that H that the AVGN said stood for a bad word we can't say on YouTube. In the Mario 3 episode he did. where he basically tried to say, well, it was a joke, obviously, but he was saying, oh, Mario 3, it stands for devil stuff, demons and stuff. Then, like, you had, like, Satan come out of the cartridge or whatever. And then he had the Super Mecha Death Christ come and save the day. I miss old AVGN. I do. I think his new stuff is okay. There's a couple episodes that really disappointed me, though. Like his Immortal episode. Oh, my God. Oh, God. We're never going to get a remake or a better version of that, but that's what makes me sad is one of his easily worst episodes was on a game that I've been just praying that well, not praying, but hoping, deeply hoping he would eventually cover, which was the Immortal on NES. And he just did a very bad video on it. This blooper is getting on my nerves because he's in my way and I need to go right there. How do I get out of this again? Is it up there? Yeah, something to do with up there. I did it in the last part. Oh my God, seriously, bro, just right into its face. Its face, and not my face. Don't get dirty mind. There it goes. That's how you get out of that level. We need to use the Tanuki suit at some point. We haven't yet, so we've already lost it. Imagine that. You again. I'll probably be able to finish this game today. I don't know if I'm going to finish in this exact sitting, but I hope I do. I lost it anyway. Oh well. One of them threw a block and knocked the other one out. That's pretty good. I like it. I'll take it. That was very good. Love seeing that. But even if we don't like Sharon Osbourne for what she's done over time, I still like Ozzy and I still respect him because he's Ozzy. Come on, man. He's always been the mushmouth screw up, but he's great. He's like, the man who started metal. Well, one of them. He's gonna have wings, ain't he? Yep. Well, don't get hit by Boom Boom. A lot faster this time than normal. Go ahead and... How many P-Wings do we got? We got 1, 2, 3. I need to make sure we don't lose any of them. So I'll use a mushroom, and then I'm gonna use another Tanuki suit, because why not? It's just just adds the statue ability, but it also looks neat with Mario being like a a raccoon. And that just makes you invisible for a bit there, but not super useful. I mean, it's cool. It's iconic for sure. There's been better power-ups over time, I think. I'm not gonna, whoop, didn't mean to do that. Go. And on to World 7. Here we go. Another P-Wing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we're not going to waste them because I actually don't have any reason to use them in this particular world. But I will take a Hammer Bros suit, because why not? I want one for the final level, but we might as well use one here. Just for the fun of it. This is a little suit that I wish would have come back in other games, but this is one big reason I think Mario 3 is far superior to Mario World, is the fact that it just Hammerilla suit, Tanuki suit, so many really epic power-ups and levels and the designs, and Mario World was just kind of bland in a lot of ways. And I still feel like Mario 3 is just a lot, more diverse and fun and challenging. And, Mario World had more secrets, sure. I'll give it that. Had more secrets, had maybe that's it. It had secrets, and it had Yoshi, and that's probably about it. I just think the ROM hacks that came out after Mario World just completely wrecked Mario World Vanilla. Sort of like how, Minecraft mods made Minecraft nearly, obsolete, or not even as fun as this, vanilla version. Like, Mario World's a great base to make other great games. Make sure we save while we're here. I'll do a quick check to make sure I'm still okay. Good. Just had to make sure my microphone was still on, because sometimes you have weird microphone things where it'll stop recording out of nowhere for no reason, and just that's always fun. Whoops. I did not mean to go down this pipe. If I had that tail, I wouldn't have to do this part right here. But we don't. Ain't got it. But I'm not going to trade it for my hammer suit, obviously. And I was thinking, oh, what if I kept the hammer suit to the end of the game, which I just lost it right there, so that's definitely not a possibility. No, because I still got to use the P-Wing on a couple of levels. So that's a no. I think we're making pretty good time. We're doing all the levels, and I'm, a little bit over, an hour and 20 minutes in. I think that's not bad, especially for someone that's not a speed runner. And who dies all the time trying to do stupid speedrunner things, but hey, man, it is what it is. Ain't that right? That's right. That is right. That's right. Exactly. 100%. Just, you don't even gotta know what I'm talking about. Just say, that's right. That's right. That's right. Whatever it is, that's right. Uh-huh. I hear you. Oh yeah, I hear you, man. So laid back. It's a crazy thing. This is what I'm like in real life. I'm not acting. I'm not very bombastic in person. I'm very laid back and very I wouldn't say soft spoken, but I am soft spoken to an extent. I mean, I can get loud, obviously, but most of the time I'm just very soft spoken and kind of laid back like I am in these videos, where it's no real pressure, no real big hubbub. Sometimes I get mad at stuff, but whatever, and Dad was the same way. He was, never got too loud or too angry, well, until he got mad, obviously, but otherwise he was just real laid back and chill, man, until something made him mad. And towards the end, a lot of things made him mad. Mainly two of my siblings who, well, and even me to an extent, I won't blame it all on them, but we all kind of drove him a little bit crazy towards the end. I think everybody just kind of didn't get along, and he wanted to keep it all together, and it wasn't working. So I love the man, but he's stone cold stubborn just like me. I am my father's son, and the older I get, the more the more I turn into that man. Gerald Faulkner had a lot of bullhead in him, that's for sure. So did his mother. Well, Granny was his mother, Granny. Him and Granny were both bullheaded as could be. Couldn't tell him nothing. Same thing. I'm the same way my sister is too. She about as bullheaded as anybody. My sister don't listen to nobody. She surely don't listen to me. I've tried to talk to her. I've tried to knock some sense into her head, not like domestic violence. You know what I mean? Try to talk to her, but she don't listen to me. She ain't got no sense. I love her though. I do. I shouldn't, but I do. I don't know if she loves me. If she genuinely does. Sometimes I don't think she does, but if she needed me, I'd be there, of course. Only got one, so I think she's a good woman. She means well, that's for sure. You just all mixed up is all. That's probably a southern phrase. I don't know if you ever heard that phrase, have you? All mixed up. Well, if you don't know the southern phrase all mixed up, it just means someone's in a bunch of BS they shouldn't be in. You know, that are screwed up situations that they put themselves in. I don't know if that's a southern phrase or not, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone else except for people near me say somebody's all mixed up. I love her though. God bless her. I love that woman, but she don't listen to me no way, no how. Even though I mean, she knows I mean well, but her and Dad both stubborn and bullheaded and didn't never listen to nothing I would tell them. You know, I could be 100%. You know what? This is the level that I thought was in the okay. You know what? I think maybe I might be going crazy here, but this I don't think this level was in the original. And I played it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. I remember this level from the original. There was just a level that I know exists, but I did not see it last night when I did Mario 3, and I don't know why, and it bothered me. I'm starting to think it might be in this, only in this version. There's another P-Wing that I can use. Good. I don't know how to get to that mushroom over there, so that's fine. I don't need any more power-ups. I already got too many. Just use a fire flower. This, if you ever listen to this, I tell you what, I love you. You're bullheaded, you're stubborn, and you do a lot of stupid things that aggravate me, but I love you. Just want you to know that. I do. How do I get the feather again? Leaf, whatever. Well, don't do it that way. I think you go on this pipe. You get the Tanuki suit, then you get the thing to go fly back up. But some folks just ain't right. Can't do nothing to help them. That's just how they are. I think that's another southern phrase. That's just how they are. Like that's Joe. You know. This is. No, that's Joe. That's just how he is. Now, everybody has that sort of person that's just kind of a screw up and just never has it together, and they just say, "Oh, that's Johnny. That's just how he is. That's just he's just you know how he is." There you go. That's the phrase. You know how he is. You know how it goes. There's a spot. You know how that goes. You know how them people are. You know they want no good. Ain't nothing but trouble. There needs to be a channel just called Redneck Wisdom. I think that's pretty much what was it, Dry Creek Ranger School? I think that's pretty much what it is. That's Redneck Wisdom right there. I like him. I like him a lot. I don't know what his name is, but he has a deep, deep voice. Good God, I wish my voice was that deep. Like morning. He's always smoking a cigar, and his cowboy hat and his tight jeans. Guy seems like the chillest guy ever. Dry Creek Ranger School, baby. Oh, yeah. Now, this is the level I was thinking of. Did we do this one in the paper press? I think we did. I think this is the one where I just kept getting hit over and over, but yep. I think this one has a stupid pipe supposed to go up or something. That ain't it, is it? Nope. There it is. So it was the same level, but I just thought you were supposed to go up a stupid pipe to get out. But there's that level that I thought I was missing yet last time then. Might as well use them while we got them. You know, I actually looked it up. It's actually kind of a little interesting fun fact, if you didn't know, that was a thing I could never do again. That right there, getting between them fireballs. I don't know if you knew this, but I'm almost positive that the Southern accent that y'all know and love that I have actually originates from a mixture of English, like English settler, and black people, and African slaves. And I never thought about it, but I'm just like, a lot of it kind of is, you know, like if you think about it, black folks around here, at least, they do kind of have Southern accents too. It's not quite as thick as like a white guy's Southern accent, but you can definitely tell that they're Southern when you listen to them. But I didn't know that. I didn't think about that. A lot of their accents and their sort of vocabulary and way they pronounce things is how we ended up pronouncing it. So it's like a mixture of, like, you know, the white European sort of accent of the time mixed with African American, which I think is kind of neat. I don't know. I just think it's kind of neat that our Southern drawl and all that comes from actually a mix of white and black folks. Contrary to popular belief, we actually get along pretty good. White and black folks around here, I mean, in Virginia at least. I don't know about Carolina. Well, Carolina, we got along fine too. But it's nowhere near what people think, where it's like, oh, everybody's racist and hates each other down here. No, not really. As long as you act like you got some sense, people are pretty pretty relaxed about it. Either way, you know. I don't know if that's how it is out west, but we're up north. Because I've never really been too far up north. The furthest I went up north was Maryland, so it's not really exactly New York, so you know what I mean. I just know that we pretty much all have a combined hate, us Southern folks in Virginia. We pretty much have a combined hatred for Northern Virginia. Oh, that cracked me up. I saw that the other day. It was a post about someone moving to Bristol, which is over there near. It's basically as far west of Virginia you can go before you hit Tennessee. And someone was like, just don't tell them you're from Northern Virginia when you go down there. It's just like, and as soon as I saw that, I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Don't tell them. Don't do it. It's because, I'll tell you what it is. It's because people in Northern Virginia, not all, but a lot of Northern Virginia people are really yuppie, sort of very rich, very liberal, very sort of like the San Francisco, like what you think of when you think about San Francisco, like very champagne socialist and very kind of uppity and judgmental, and they just don't like us at all. And they'll come down here and complain about, well, I can't get what I used to be able to get up there in Loudoun County or whatever, you know. And they just want to, you know, mouth off a lot. Like, the thing is, a lot of it's because they think they're better than us. And I mean, they think they got more money than us, but I guarantee you a tobacco farmer around here probably got more money than they'll ever make up there. Or the trucking company owners down here, I'm pretty sure they have a lot more money than those folks ever will. People forget that. A lot of people around here, a lot of families got old money, and, you know, we ain't all broke trailer park types. A lot of folks got old money, and, you know, they plantation, I don't know about plantation, but, you know, farm owners that, like, you know, harvest tobacco, and is a big thing, a huge thing around here, really. Tobacco and corn are probably the biggest two that I can tell you right off. And a lot of meat farms, like cows and chickens and all that around here. A lot of trucking company people. So it's just a different world entirely, man. It's just, I mean, I like Northern Virginia. I just, you know, and they think, they look at me like I'm an alien when I went up there. It's kind of funny. They just thought, where are you from? And it's like, what? What do you mean, where am I from? I'm from Virginia. Same place we are right now. Like, they looked at me like I was an alien or something because of my accent. They really did. They were like, where are you from? What are you doing all the way up here? I had to come up here and do some work. It was fun. I didn't get offended by it. I didn't get offended or anything, but it was just kind of weird. It's like, where are you from? It's like, we're from the same state. Even though I asked the guy today that was coming to help me with some house stuff, because we got some projects that I needed a contractor for. And I was like, where are you from, man? He's like, I'm from like 10 minutes up the road. I'm like, I didn't know that you existed, actually. Well, actually, I knew he did, because I just saw his listing on Google. It was a different thing entirely. It had some warranty work. And it happened to be that he had just opened up, and he had done some, been doing warranty work for different companies and stuff. And I was just like, that's crazy. You know? The guy that I thought it was going to be coming from 4 hours away. Lives about 10 minutes down the road between here and the next town over. And I go down that road all the time to go to that other town. Like almost like at least a couple times a week. I probably pass his house. And I never even knew that he was around. So that's crazy. I think he might, I don't know if he's new around here or what, but he just started a little furniture repair thing. Cause I got some furniture that needs to be fixed. Stuff Dad left behind, you know. Stuff that just got broke over time. And I want to get it all fixed up so I can have a nice house and not have to spend an arm and a leg, you know, buying new stuff. Because furniture expensive, man. That stuff is high. My recliner alone was $1,200. You know, it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap to furnish a house at all. My recliner alone, like I said, $1,200. It's a good chair, but it's already like the frame is not frame. The mechanism's already screwed up. So we got to get it replaced. Like it got bent somewhere up under there. And it's done a screw, made the whole thing go out of whack. But he said he can, you know, the company, the furniture store might send him the mechanism, and then we can just fix it real quick. You know, and he'll fix it and they pay for it. But I was like, well, man, you know, if you're right there down the road, I mean, I got some other stuff you can work on. You know, I don't mind, you know, paying you, of course. I ain't got no problem paying you nothing. You know, paying you whatever you need to, you know, within reason. You know, I ain't somebody that's trying to get free work, that's for sure. But, you know, I was like, man, whatever you need, man, just let me know. You know, just give me a price and I'll consider it. You know, that's the best I can do. And just consider whatever you give me, and hopefully we can get some stuff done around here. And I surely don't mind paying good money for if it's good work. I mean, if your work is good, I don't mind paying a little extra, man. I mean, you know, always make sure to tip extra to the delivery workers, because they're the ones that have to go out there in Walmart and deal with the customers and customer service and all that other headache that I dealt with yesterday that I'm not thrilled about dealing with. So I'm more than happy to pay them, you know, 15, even 20% of the bill just to go do it for me. Think about it, it's not 20% ain't really much at all. If you think about it, if I go get a $200 cart, you know, that's $20 to get them to do that for me. That's nothing, you know, for that amount of work they would be having to do. I mean, kind of a joke that they don't pay them more than they do. I don't think they pay them that much. Them Instacart and Walmart Plus people, Spark or whatever they call them. I don't think they pay them enough. Nobody gets paid enough. I don't get paid enough to do this. Get paid like 20 cents a video. I'm just joking. I don't know what I make on this. I don't really care anymore. It's all right. If I need money, I'll go get a job. All right, P-Wing number 1. This is a good time for donations. That's just a reference to the speedrun marathons. Whenever you have like an auto scroller or something that's really boring, it's like, yeah, now's a good time for donations. Because this level just sucks. I just get to sit here and just tap the B button over and over until it's over. That's what I was saving them up for, was this level and the next 2, which all kind of suck. It's a good way to end the game. It's just P level, because about half of them are auto scrollers anyway. Come on, Boom Boom, let's have some fun. You got wings, I got my tail, boy. Let's go. Final stretch. Dark World time. Go right over this world that sucks. This level that sucks. I saved the best for last, didn't you know? Fly right over this pain in the butt level. Another P-Wing. To fly over this awful desert level that I can't stand. I don't know, it doesn't look like it would have been too bad, but I ain't gonna risk going down there to see what it would have been. I don't care. I just want to get through this level. You'll get a song playing in your head just once in a while. Right now, for some reason, I got run to me by the Bee Gees. I ain't gonna sing it because I don't want no copyright strike by even uttering the lyrics. I'm pretty sure this is one where you don't use a P at all. Yeah, because it wouldn't do you no good. Because what are you gonna? Oh, this is the maze one, right? I remember this. I remember the solution. It's not that hard. Not that hard of a solution, that is. Just gotta know where to go. Whoops. I fell in the lava. No good. Almost positive it's this door, but I'm not 100% sure. Might be this door. I think this is the door. Right, this is the door. Don't rush too much. Come on, Thwomp. There's another P switch right here. You want to go on this one. Then wait for it to start up again so it'll move you to Boom Boom. That's the maze level. Not too bad, was it? Right, we're off to Bowser's Castle. Got one level left. Might as well use the P-Wing on it. See, we're still left up on a bunch of power-ups, so enjoy this spamming B section right here. I would just speed it up, but I can't smash B fast enough, and I'll probably fall down and lose my P-Wing if I tried. I'm not going to attempt it. I'm just going to let it roll. Look at all that chaos down there if you didn't save your P-Wings. All that foolishness down there. Then after this one, it is Bowser's Castle. And then it's the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you like and subscribe. And this is the end of the video. No, it's not. Just joking. We're going to finish. I'm just messing with you. No, we're going to finish this. Hopefully you didn't click off thinking, oh, well, Johnny's done. Oh, well, I don't care about Bowser. Well, you got to remember, I'm going to show you a cool trick at the very end. Definitely stay for that. All right. Here we go. Last castle. Bowser's castle is not terribly difficult. It has a few annoying spots. I'll give it that. Like, this spot's pretty annoying because you have to jump exactly right to get on top of the things, but otherwise it's not too terribly bad. There's one spot that I think is kind of dumb. Like, make sure you do not miss this little elevator, otherwise you will waste a ton of time on a pointless area. It has no point at all. I can't accept that. Can't accept that, because if I do, then we're gonna lose the cool ending I want to do. Gotta find where I can. If you follow the little balls right there, I'll tell you which one goes over. There we go. We got it. But this part's kind of rough. Just a little bit. Got it. Here it comes. There's the flames. And Bowser breathing fire at us. And we're almost at the final boss. And we are at the final boss room. And that's it. Bowser dead. If you bring, like, seriously, if you bring the Hammer Bros suit, he dies in like 4 hammers. You can also get him with the fire flower too if you just really spam it. I don't know how many fire flowers it takes. It takes a lot, I think. But we just have to wait. And then that's the end of the game. Here's your ending. Princess Toadstool all alone. The lights come in from there. The sun is shining. And the lava world, you know, that you go to if you're a bad person for some reason. But fine, the skies have apparently come out, you know. The sun is up there not being so angry anymore. Thank you, but our princess is in another castle. Just kidding. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you. Please come back to see me again. Hope that you have got lots of sleep and rest from this. If you did, good. All right. Thank you for spending time with me. I'll see you next time. Goodbye for now. In this video, I'm going to play through Super Mario Land 2 for the Game Boy Color. This is a ROM hacked version that actually makes Super Mario Land 2 in color and also changes a few little things about it to make it play smoother. So sit back, relax, don't worry, there's not going to be any crazy jump scares, there's not going to be any crazy moments or any rage outs. I've played through this game many times, and that's how I play in these videos, so you can fall asleep fast. Just lay back, relax, and click the link below if you're watching the shorts version of this, just to help you get some sleep tonight. Alright, so what is Mario Land 2 DX? This is basically a color hack that also adds a few other small improvements. I believe it helps the frame rate a little bit more versus the original, and then it just, you know, makes it look really pretty, as you can see. The original was in black and white, or really, you know, white and green, or whatever the Game Boy was, but I always liked this particular version of it, and this is the one I've played the most, so this is what I'm going with, is this particular one. But the original is perfectly fine if you're someone that wants to play the purist version that is, you know, in black and white, or at least that's what the emulator would be. To me, Mario Land 2 is honestly easily the best handheld version of Mario. It is the best of the original games, honestly, except for maybe Mario 3, but I seriously think that this particular version, this particular game, actually beats out Mario World. I know that's a huge statement to say to some people, but it really is. I mean, it plays like a dream. This is so smooth, so easy to control. The power-ups are really cool, like this little rabbit ears thing is basically the same as the tail from Mario 3, and then you have some others. The fireball, of course, comes back. The star comes back, and there's just some other little power-ups. But this little rabbit ears thing essentially is the tail for Mario 3. But you can play the original on the Game Boy original even, and we will get to Wario Land 1 eventually. Well, probably maybe later today. Eventually. I've been trying to grind through the series lately, trying to make sure that these are as, complete as possible. So if you like, say, Mario 1 on the NES, I've already done 2 and 3 on the playlist. And if you like Mario All-Stars, I've done pretty much all of them except for Lost Levels so far. But, yeah, so try to do complete sets of games. I don't play just one and then skip all the others in the series generally. The only one that I've skipped thus far, but may date this video terribly, is Donkey Kong Country 3 because it sucks. But I did get through Mario World again, and I actually enjoyed my time with it. I thought that I was just kind of tired of Mario World and that it wasn't going to be very fun and it was just going to be a slog or whatever, because I love Mario World ROM hacks, but the original I thought bored me to tears. But when I played through it again for the channel, I was kind of surprised. The first few worlds, yeah, kind of boring, but then as it went on, I started really enjoying myself quite a bit near the end. When we got to Forest of Illusion and stuff like that, I really did enjoy myself a lot more at this. And maybe I'm just tired of the beginning of the game. But we're not gonna freak out or anything in this video. I don't freak out in any of my videos. I just, if I do die, which I do quite often because I'm not perfect. I'm not a speed runner. I don't play games that I've beaten a billion times and could play flawlessly like a long play probably would. No, I just play the game as I would casually, deaths and all, leave it all in. And if I die or get a little frustrated, I'll just deal with it and, not disturb you in that case. Sometimes I get a little irritated and might say, well, that's just, annoying or something, but I don't actually, get out freaking out and screaming and acting like a madman because, a frog hit me when I'm trying to get to the goal of this level, So let's get to the end of this level again. Not exactly sure how this little mouse thing works, but we'll just take whatever it gives us. Which is a mushroom. Tree Zone 2. Here's where we just died. I was going to say passed away. We didn't pass away. I mean, he's not gone forever. But this is where we lost a life. Because I was being a little reckless like I am now. There's a weird little cowfish. There's a lot of weird little enemies in this game. The dude can make it feel super unique, like the Jason, the Jason things. Like it has like the hockey mask with the knife in the head. Reference to Friday the 13th Part 3 there. But it was an axe in the movie, but yeah. Small nitpick, but not really even a nitpick. Can we take these out with fire flower? Yeah, we can. Okay, good. I think this is the best version of this game, and it's a shame that there's not more ROM hacks of this one to take this engine and build other Game Boy games out of it, because I'm telling you right now, this game feels as good, if not better, than Mario World. Like, the controls, I mean. They're spectacular. Even if I just lost a, power up right there because of the spikes, but like legit, I wish this game would have been acted upon a lot more by Nintendo or, something, because it's so unique. It's so much going for it, which is crazy. And I think honestly it's kind of a shame that they did Wario Land after this, trying to capitalize on that character, because his game isn't as good. It's just not. It's not nowhere near as good. I'm going to change my control really quick. From, I believe I want it to be B. I want this to be A. So we can have it more like a Super Nintendo setup. So that'll be A, and then that will be B. We're going to keep it as that, because this is technically a Game Boy Color hack, even though it's a Game Boy game. I don't know how that works, but let's go to the ant level. We're going to play the B level as well. Whoops, I forgot it. I've already got the controls mapped out. There we go. That's much better. Where you can plant your thumb across the. You can put the tip of your thumb on the Y, and then use like the. I don't know what you call it. The round edge, like where your thumb connects to the rest of your other half of your thumb. That part, use that to hit the B, or hit the X button if you're on a PlayStation. I know this commentary is a little bit rough, but it's also very early in the morning. It's 9 o'clock right now. I just had my coffee, so I'm a little bit wonky, gameplay and otherwise. But are those dudes like little references to Mario Land 1? Those little beetle-looking things? They probably are. That's neat. But there's a few little glitches here and there with this particular version. I don't know if they're the same in the original, where they have little textures missing. Maybe I'll play through it after this, but I don't mind at all. I mean, when overall the package is this good, I don't mind little textures being missing and just little glitchy bits. You know, it's all visual. It's nothing that hurts the gameplay at all, so it doesn't bother me. It just looks so good already that it doesn't bother me. But this is a massive. I'm talking about like going from like, you know, Mario 1 to like Mario 64 quality. I mean, it's outrageous how much better this feels over Mario Land 1, which Mario Land 1 was just really stiff and very strange looking overall, very stiff, very difficult to control, very little precision. And, you know, I got through it last night and it's fine. You know, I'm not saying it's a terrible game, but it's definitely not one I would return to. I just don't see a reason to. I respect it for its historical value, but I do not want to play it again. And I feel the same way about the original Sonic versus the Sonic 2. Sonic 2 was fun. I really enjoyed Sonic 2 yesterday. I plan on playing Sonic 3 later today as well to round out that trilogy. And I played a little bit of Sonic 3 before without recording, and I liked it. I think it's cool. But Sonic 1 was just bad. I'll say it. I know that people probably might get a little upset by that, but Sonic 1 was pretty bad. I really think that the marketing is why that one's, you know, marketing and people liking Green Hill Zone is why that one even has a seat at the table. Plus the games that came after are so much better. But the first Sonic game was just bad. I'll say it. It was a bad game. 2 just instantly felt so much smoother, so much easier to play. The level design was 1,000,000,000 times better. It didn't have a ton of super cheap enemies that jump out of nowhere and get you. It wasn't a bunch of hurry up and wait like the original. There was no underwater levels that made me have to wait for, you know, little bubbles to pop up so I could breathe again. Just, ugh. I think a lot of it was they were really trying to figure out what they were doing, and they had no idea what they were doing. And I don't want to insult the team at all. It's not the team's fault. You know, they probably were under pressure and who knows? They probably were getting completely bogged down by Sega themselves at that point, saying we have to beat Mario somehow. So, they came up with these concepts that were just, they were in alien land basically. So I can't really fault the people, but the game itself sucks. I'll say that. The game sucks, the people are fine. I don't want to blame the devs for, making a bad game, especially when it was the first in the series that made much, much better games directly after. I mean, really, Sonic 2 was, incredible. Not even as it compared to Sonic 1. It was just incredible, period. I still wouldn't put it on par with Mario World or this game, but for that series, it was incredible. I mean, I like Sonic. Sonic has its own sort of feel, but my problem with Sonic isn't really even a Mario versus Sonic, like, elitist, Nintendo, Genesis does, but Nintendo don't kind of thing. It's more, I feel like Mario games, for one, have a more connected world. So they have like the world map, which helps a lot, which makes me feel like I'm actually working inside of an actual place and not just, disconnected zones. So that does help a lot for the feel, because all of them after Mario 1 had the world map that you go to the different levels and it's all connected, via bosses and, vibes and all of that. Like this game, this is the treetop thing. So we're going to fight a big bird right here, which makes plenty of sense. But I feel like the Sonic games didn't have that thematic consistency. And the bird boss is done. So in this game, just to explain the story of why we're getting 6 golden coins, Mario has a castle because he's Mario, and Wario, the evil, Mario, one of the villains from the earlier games, he has stolen the castle. So Mario has to basically go and get 6 golden coins to steal it back. But this level has a secret that you need to basically get a hold of. So if you go to the very end of this level, you're basically just going to waste your time. So you need to basically get into this bubble and then just mash the jump button like crazy until the very end. And then you'll be taken to the space section, which is only 2 levels, I think. So just get in this little nose bubble that Hippo just put out. Yes, I know it's a very strange sentence. But the Hippo nose bubble, get up in the air and just keep on spamming. Keep on spamming until you can get to the end. All right, come on, Hippo, put out a nose bubble for us. I just got hit by one of the things, meaning that I can't finish the level unless I do this all over again. Actually want to do something really quick just to make this a little easier on me. Where is it at? Let's map some turbo controls really quick. We're gonna move this to Turbo B, and we're gonna move this Turbo A. So holding down L is going to basically give us the ability to just fly without me having to beat my controller to death this early in the morning. So we're just going to float along the top. It's going to be nice and relaxing. And there's a few little spiky enemies up here we got to avoid. I'm just going to hold on to that L button and just, eventually get to the very end. But you need this bubble to get to the end. You can't fix it. You have to go through the bubble route unless you know some speed run glitch trick, fancy pants backflip, whatever they do, So just hit the little bell and we are in the correct exit. If you went in the bottom exit, you wouldn't go anywhere. Now, I'm not a big fan of the space levels. I think they're kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest. I mean, they're kind of neat. They're kind of neat. They're really floaty or whatever, but like, and they have a nice soundtrack. Well, it's not really that bad. The second level is like an auto scroller, which is kind of a pain. And I'm not a huge fan of that level, but it's fine. And each world has its own boss, just like in regular Mario fashion. But one thing I like about this game more than World and the rest of them is the bosses are actually unique. So you have the tree world, treetop zone, I believe it's called, where you got a bird that you got to fight. And in space, you got to fight Tatanga, which is an alien who was I believe the original final boss in Mario Land 1. He comes back in the space zone. And then, you go into other zones and they have I think, you might have to fight an octopus in one of them, in like the scary, horror theme zone. You got to fight a witch, stuff like that. And they all have their different patterns and they're unique. The boss battles aren't cookie cutter like they were in Mario World, where it was basically the same boss battle over and over. Right, here's that level that I'm not a big fan of. It's an auto scroller. It's just a lot of. Alright, so you can actually just hold down the A button and just float around. I didn't know that. I thought you had to like mash or something, but that makes this kind of neat. Now you gotta also remember this game was for the Game Boy. This is for the Game Boy. This wasn't for the Super Nintendo. This is for the original Game Boy. Where like Tetris was like a technical marvel for that system. And you're playing a game here that's basically as good as Mario World, if not better. I think it's better. I'll put it out there. I think this game should be in the top 3 2D Mario games. Like I think it doesn't get enough love. It really doesn't. And I heard that this game was good, and I was just like, it's a Game Boy game. It can't be that good, And then I played it, and I was like, oh my god, this is, it's outrageous how good this is, and not just for a handheld. I mean, period. Like, Mario team or whoever made this particular game really knocked it out of the park, honestly. So the team Mario wasn't all sunshine and rainbows either, with Mario Land being pretty bad, in retrospect, but it is not aged. That game is not aged well at all. This one's aged perfectly. Ooh, that's a little tight. Ooh, that's a little tight too. Surprised I made it through that without getting hit once, at least. I'll take your free fire, flower. And that I'll immediately lose. I think. Nope, I didn't. Alright, Tatanga. Oh, so his own fireball won't hurt him. Okay. That's Tatanga's done. So we're gonna get his coin now. All right. And the second coin falls into place. We got a tree coin. Now we have the sun coin. Now we're gonna move on to whatever the next zone is. Macro zone. Macro zone. This is the tiny big area where everything's big, like big ants, you know. Whoops! I can't jump on that rock, huh? I didn't know that. I think this level does something, doesn't it? Oh, that's an auto scroller. I don't know if it does anything, but we'll play it. Lots and lots of Goombas. I just got crushed against a question block. That's pretty good. I've never had that happen before. There's only a coin in there on top of that, so. I just got smashed by a family photo with a Goomba. So if I had to rank my favorite Mario 2D games, I'm going to put, this is the top. I'm going to put Mario 3 right below it, or even equal to it, honestly. Mario 2, the original, the one where you throw the vegetables, would be number 3. Let's just say screw it, top 5. Mario World at 4. The ROM, if we're talking ROM hacks, it'll be number 1, but we're talking about vanilla game, number 4. And number 5 will be New Super Mario Bros. For the Wii. I don't know why I did that level, because it didn't do anything. Might be something I need to do later. At least we got a fire flower out of the deal. Yes, this would be the top, the best one, honestly. And then I wouldn't even throw Yoshi's Island in the pile at all, because it's not a Mario game to me. Really, it's not. I mean, he's in it, but he's like a baby that screams. He's more of a problem than a feature. And like, I think it was originally just going to be called Yoshi's Story, wasn't it? And they made that on the 64 later, for the GameCube or whatever console Yoshi's Story was on. And Yoshi's Story, to be honest, kind of sucked too. Where it was more about just, you know, getting, like, collecting fruit instead of actually playing the, you know, beating the level. So it kind of made, it wasted a lot of the levels, you know, unless you played all the way through. Like, yeah, like it made the levels not matter. Because, you know, once you got the fruit, you just exited the level. There was no real reason to continue the level, and you'd have to basically avoid the fruit to even see the entire level. It sucked. Sorry. It sucked. It was pretty. And so was, you know, Yoshi's Island. That was a pretty game too, but it also sucked. I know it's gonna get me comments too. Yoshi's Island doesn't suck. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You have an imprecise mechanic with that stupid egg toss as a weapon. And Mario's not even featured in it, yet they called it Mario World 2 for no reason. Well, for marketing reasons, which was deception of itself. You get a screaming baby who screams his head off and is basically like ear piercing and awful anytime you get hit. The level design is nice, I give it that, but it's not a Mario game. So they lied to you. You know, you paid $60 for a lie, bro. You know, it's pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty game, but that's about it. It's not very fun. Like, I wouldn't call Yoshi I'll give it one thing. The bosses are cool. The bosses are cool. Everything else is pretty rather just mediocre to okay. You know, it's supposed to be a Mario game, and it's not nowhere near as good as a Mario game. It's not even anywhere near as good as Mario World, which was supposed to be its prior, game. So I just really don't like Yoshi's Island. I've played through it many times. I thought it was okay those times I did play through it. I've never had a strong connection with it. I know that it has legendary speed runs by like Trihex, who is a god at that game. And if you want to experience it, go watch his speed run, because it is so good to watch him just completely annihilate that game and those egg trick shots and all that craziness that he does. But from me playing it personally, I'm just not a fan. It has maybe like one or two bosses that I really like, which one was the what do you call it, the little frog dude where like the frog eats you and you gotta like hit his uvula or whatever, the thing at the top of him, his throat or whatever. That was funny. But and also the penguin on the moon is pretty cool. Maybe I'm just not a Yoshi fan. I don't hate him. Whoops, I forgot you ain't got nothing to actually hit the stuff with the rabbit ears. But here's the crazy thing. There are ROM hacks out there that beat the original games. Like this one's a ROM hack technically, even though it's more of an improvement patch. It's not really, it doesn't add any new levels or new worlds. It basically just, did a bunch of improvements to the original to make it more fun and more playable and, smoother, like smoothed out the frame rate. And I believe it smoothed out the frame rate some and, made it play a little bit better. Maybe I need to play the original to see how much of an improvement this one is. All right, bud, go on. You ain't gonna let me beat you, so. If you like it, man, if you like Yoshi's Island, that's cool, bro. I mean, good for you. I'm not saying, you couldn't like it or you're wrong or a bad person for not for liking it, but I'm just saying I personally don't find it fun. The only way I could make it tolerable was through that No Cry ROM hack patch that basically, deleted his crying sound and just made it like his animation where he just kind of was up in the bubble and just stared, off kind of like, stared blankly, like, what am I really doing here kind of thing. I mean, that scientifically one of the worst sounds, according to humans, is a baby crying, right? But they said, I think there was a study that said that one of the top 3 or maybe even the worst sound to the human ear is a baby crying. All right, the mouse is done. I didn't realize we were on a boss stage, honestly. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But we got another coin. Okay, so we did finish. Did we finish it? Okay, maybe Macro Zone was just really short. Okay, I'll take it. All right, now we're going to the Halloween land or Pumpkin Zone where we got to fight a witch. But this is one of the coolest things I ever watched. Jason Voorhees in a Mario game. You see that? Jason mask with a knife in it. That is awesome. And they never brought it back, probably because of copyright. And also the fact that there was blood in a Mario game. Well, no, there was no blood there, actually. Just a knife. Yeah. Well, no, there's a little tiny bit of blood if you really squint at it. Is that Dracula? I think there might have been a little Dracula there. I'll take the 3 1-ups. So, let's talk about where I came up with the idea for the whole sleepy gaming idea to do this instead of something else. Basically, I have trouble sleeping, like really bad trouble sleeping. I slept terrible last night. I woke up like every hour. It wasn't even to pee or anything. It was literally just I just kept waking up for some reason. And every night I listen to rain sound or wind sound on my speaker thing over there that Amazon makes. I won't say its name because I don't want it to trigger for you, but you know what I mean. And you know, there's an entire genre of sleep content, but there's really very few, if any, gaming sleep things. So I started thinking, like, there's almost none that do it. I mean, there's maybe 1 or 2 that kind of sort of flirt with the idea. I'm not going to be able to get past this without losing my fire flower ammo. Nope. They got me in a corner, so I can't. That's fine. But no one really did it, you know, and I was thinking, well, rather nobody wants to watch it, which is fine, you know, but I know Let's Play is basically nearly impossible to get into if it's even a thing anymore. And that's what I wanted to do, honestly, but I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to pull it off. You know, no one's going to care. It's just a dead meme, really, at this point. But I was like, well, I'm not going to be doing a lot of screamy scream anyway. And, you know, I could help people. I could do the content I've wanted to do, which is basically like Let's Play content, because that's what this really is. It's game plus commentary. And I'll be able to help them sleep. So it's like it's a new angle on it. You know, I can do what I want to do and also help people and package it in a way that would be helpful, but also play to those fans that like the old sort of, you know, cozy, you know, dude man talking to himself, you know, while he plays a video game content, you know. And I'll say the channel is, of course, not exploding. I'm not, you know, getting rich over here, but, you know, 20 or 30 views per video, which may date this video, and I hope it does. But right now I'm getting about 20, 30 views per video. That's a lot more than my Let's Play channel did, you know, years ago when I was, you know, trying to be more animated and, you know, more funny about it. But like, you know, that just didn't draw, and YouTube did not want to sell it, so they didn't. And it was a waste, complete waste. You know, videos were getting like 0 views and never were shared ever. So this is done better, but it also helps people. So it's a double thing. It's like, you know, I get to make the video style that I want, but it also has a packaging that helps people with the critical issue that they're never going to run out of, which is needing to sleep. And I'm kind of shocked that there's really no other sleep gaming commentary channels like mine. I mean, there's lots of, you know, Minecraft long plays with rain and stuff, but it's like, I'm fine with that, and I think that's perfectly legitimate as content. But to me, it doesn't bring any brand loyalty. It doesn't bring any personality to it, because if you look up, you know, Minecraft, cozy Minecraft build with rain or whatever, which I've done one, not casting shade, you would watch that night, you know, fall asleep and enjoy it, but you wouldn't remember who made it, you know? So yeah, I mean, even if it gets 100,000 views, it's like, you know, I really like how she placed that block. Like, it doesn't, that's the problem with the long plays, is it's good as if that's the type of content you want to do with the no commentary, but there's no real personality to make people remember who did it and why they want to go back to that person. You know, like you come here and you want to hear me talk, obviously, because if you didn't, you wouldn't come here. You'd hear my voice and be like, nope, and then just click right off like a lot of people do. But the people that do come, that's what they come for. They come for me. Like, I'm the distinct part of the video. But there's not another Johnny Fox out there. You know? And God bless the people that make the little Minecraft builds and help people sleep. I have no issue with them as people, but it's just, for me personally, when I'm thinking about this as a business or as something to grow as a project, I just don't understand. I can't, like, there's really not much identity to that particular thing, you know? All right, witch boss level. So I want to bring identity to my videos. This witch isn't that hard. Whoops. You caught me there. Oh, she's done. So that's the Halloween world done. But that's the thing, you know, there's nothing about it that makes you remember this, you know, unless you bookmark it or whatever. You know, it's like, this channel, I like that they build stuff in Minecraft, wonderful, but like, how do you remember the name if they don't have any commentary and no branding across videos, where it's all just, you know, cozy Minecraft build number 64, you know? It's like, who made that video? Do you know? I don't. But do you know who made Fall Asleep While I Play Mario Land 2? You know, with the commentary? Me. So, bless them, but I just can't, you know. Plus, I feel like I would have my stuff stolen a lot, you know. And I know some people say reactions are theft. They're not. But if I'm talking about someone would literally take my long play video and put it up there with no commentary, with no nothing, you know? and just post it and just call it theirs. You know, like they could just copy my content and be like, oh, well, you know, I built this. It's like, no, you didn't. I mean, if you added commentary where you talked over it, sure, you made that then, but, you know. I feel like there'll be a lot of theft in the long play thing. I mean, there's a lot of theft even in YouTube shorts are just infamous for that theft over there. They just basically will like steal people's content and chop it up and call it, you know, theirs. Like it does endless TV show clips without any them even telling you what show it's from, you know. So, oh, this epic moment, you know, this guy didn't see it coming kind of thing. It's like, yeah, that's cool. What show was it? And you can't find it. You can't find the show, you know? And it's like that shouldn't be legal, and it also shouldn't be, you know, allowed on YouTube. And I think they're getting rid of that's why they did the reused content, was to kill that, you know, but they went a little too broad with it and will hurt you if you're reusing your own content, you know, which I think is stupid, really stupid, but whatever. What are you going to do? We get shafted left and right on this website, so it's not like we, you know, they don't care. How am I supposed to get over this spike pit? Not by jumping into a bullet. Guessing use bullet bill to jump over it? No? I actually don't remember this level at all. Yeah, this level is a little bit ridiculous on what it's asking. I would call this level bad. Yeah, I just don't. I don't. Can't get past this spot. I gotta time this perfectly with this bullet. There we go. Got it. By the way, you do have the spin jump in this game. You just jump. When you jump, you just press down. Well, I can't do it with the rabbit ears for some reason, but if you want to spin jump, you basically just jump and press down on the controller and he'll spin jump. Yeah, but I mean, I know the Minecraft video did decent. It was in the top 5 best performers, but I kind of don't think I'm going to do Minecraft anymore. I just don't think I'm going to, because I'm not a good builder. I'm just not. I know my limitations. I'm not a good builder at all. See, there's your spin jump, by the way. I'm not a good builder. I'm not creative when it comes to Minecraft. I'm not someone that can build big, beautiful buildings or anything. And I feel like the people who make the, you know, fall asleep while I build, you know, this cozy thing or whatever in Minecraft, they deserve the views. I don't. I'm not talented enough for it. You know, let them have their spotlight. If, you know, I don't want one of mine to go viral and then people are like, oh, well, I want you to do more Minecraft. It's like, I'm not good at it. You know, I don't. It's not. I don't want to do something I'm awful at. You know, and you know, just be popular for doing something I'm awful at that I also don't enjoy. So I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to leave it as, as a thing. And unless it gets like 1 million views, I'm just not going to do it anymore. Because you got to go where the audience takes you. But if, that doesn't get outrageous success, like, 100,000 or even 1 million views, I'm not going to do it again. Even the, but I'm still in that mindset, which I shouldn't be. What does NNB mean? Nintendo and Bradley? People that made, what did Bradley make? I can't remember. Milton Bradley. They made a bunch of stuff. They made Barbie, didn't they? Maybe they made the board games. I can't remember. No, Mattel made Barbie, right? And if I'm not mistaken, didn't Mattel also make the Intellivision, which was an old console from the 80s? That had like a controller that looked like a friggin' phone. Okay, so the 3 little pigs. How do I beat them? Whoop, maybe just don't jump in front of them. Or as Goku said, if you say hit him really hard, I'm gonna kick you in the pecker. Whoops. Bro, this boss fight is outrageously hard compared to the other two. Well, there's goes the 3 little pigs. Goodbye, pig. That'll do, pig. And we're on the last world coming up, and then we got to go to the castle levels. How long have I been playing? It hasn't been that long, has it? Oh, about an hour, actually. I didn't realize it. It just flew right past me. Flew right by. That's how you know when you're having fun, is when time flies, baby. I'm having fun with this. Last one is the turtle world, where you get eaten by a turtle. So it's the water world, basically. Turtle zone. Every Mario game has to have the water world, and of course it's all usually the worst one, but I think Water World and Water World is really good in Mario 3, and I just got hit by the fish anyway, so whatever. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just don't want to do more Minecraft stuff. Honestly, I've thought about unlisting it. Not deleting it because the algorithm wants that data, but I just don't want it to blow up and be the thing. And honestly, I thought that the Elder Scrolls stuff would do a lot better, but it didn't. It did pretty mediocre, but it's also at this point, since we're kind of grinding out retro games, it almost makes it like, I don't know if I want to even leave that up either, because it's getting bad click-through rates and really bad view times, and these retro playthroughs are getting a lot better metrics overall. You know, they're getting as many or more views, honestly, and they're a lot more repeatable. I don't know, we'll just leave it up for now. I'm not going to delete it. It's just I'm not going to make more of it because it's not what the algorithm and the audience wants. So we'll just leave it, as it is, and maybe it'll do some eventually, and if it does, we'll do more of that. But I mean, we haven't even been doing this channel for a month, you know, well, since the rebrand. And someone's gonna be like, Johnny, you have 10,000 subs. How? You know, did you buy subscribers? No, this is a reaction channel before. And the reaction channel was getting thousands of views per video. And yeah, then I stopped doing a reaction channel show, and then I ended up being a gaming channel again. So that's why I have so many subs and so little views and, you know, so few videos, is because this channel used to be something else. And I'm not ashamed of that fact that I used to be a lot more song and dance and a lot more comedy and, you know, all that stuff in the when I was making fun of the catfish stuff and the lolcow stuff and all that. And it just became something that I wasn't interested in doing anymore for legal and personal reasons. So I stopped. I retired the character and said, you know what? This isn't who I am for real. This, you know, I'm going to make a gaming channel that is me, and you can come along or you don't. And most didn't, you know. It's fine, man. Like, pretty much, you know, the old fans didn't want this and they left, and I'm fine with it. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to alienate about 99% of the people that ever watched my show. But, you know, we had our good memories in the archive. It's called the Johnny Fox Vault. It's on Patreon. So you can, you know, I'm proud of that content, and you can go and pay $5 to go get access to it, where you can download it for yourself or watch it like Netflix. So I'm not hiding from the past. It's just I don't want to do that anymore. Like, when I think about it, you know, going back to that, it's just like, bro, I don't want to, you know. If it was like, you know, you have to go back, being a reaction channel, watching Catfished and, you know, lolcow stuff, and, you know, grinding through that nonsense again, or go get a job, you know, I'll start applying. I just don't want to do it. I ended up hating the show and hating, you know, who I was becoming, and, you know, hating the life that it was bringing me. So I quit. You know, you have to quit, especially when you're not getting paid a lot. You know, I mean, I know it sounds like a lot to some people, but, you know, in a month doing it full time, you know, 7 videos a week, you know, I was making like $1,000 to $1,500 a month, and that's nothing. You know, compared to a regular job, you know, like at McDonald's or whatever. So I was making nothing, basically. And it was like all downside and no upside for me, you know. I thought I was going to have to figure out some way to do a weird jump. There's those little skull dudes from Mario World. It's like you get the, you know, the harassment strikes and the boss fight. You get the harassment strikes and the trolls that make up crazy fan fiction, and the, you know, the crazy, you know, others that just, you know, become obsessive, and, you know, the parasocial insanity that happens sometimes, and the, you know, the negativity of dealing with constant negative topics and videos, and, you know, not getting paid for really any of it, and constant threat of being doxxed or swatted, or getting getting copyright strikes, getting community strikes. You know, it was constant negativity. It was never, you could never relax. You could never relax. You were always on guard. I was always on guard 24/7. For, you know, is today the day that such and such is going to happen, you know? Now we're going on to the last set of levels. I don't know if this is the last level or the last set. Whoa, that's out of nowhere. Hello, spike ball light thingy. Okay, so don't just run past it. I actually don't remember this level at all, so forgive me. It's a lot harder than the others, though, that's for sure. A lot more going on. Whoa, spike ball thingy. Whoa, piranha plant fireball thingy. I don't know, man. I just ended up, saying, you know what? Once people started suing each other over reactions, I was just like, you know what? Even though I know I would win my lawsuit easily, it's not worth my time to even risk having to put up with that and have to waste the money to try to dismiss it. Because you don't get that money back if it gets dismissed, So I end up having to pay, thousands of dollars, on something that makes me hundreds some months. The risk did not match the reward is the answer, I'm saying. Some people would just be, oh, I don't care. They ain't going to do nothing. Yeah, okay. You say that's exactly what, that is legit 100% what a lot of those people said. They're like, he'll never do nothing. He's a coward or whatever. He won't do that. And what did he do? A day later, I'm suing these creators. And he did. And he filed suit and put their real name and their real stuff out there. If it wasn't already, put out the real legal details where other people could attack him later, even if he lost. So it's like, nah, bro, I'm good. I don't need people knowing my address and my phone number and where I'm from and my real, real life, my docs and everything else. And just, all that craziness that could come with that. Nope, I'm good. And have to spend thousands of dollars for the privilege of dealing with that. And then, for me, especially, there would be no GoFundMe that would pay, for the legal expenses. I know people are like, well, Johnny, you can set up a GoFundMe. Yeah, right. They get $300. That wouldn't even be enough to take a lawyer to dinner for a conversation. My lawyer charged me like $75 at least for per email. And some of those emails he charged me $200 for. Or even $300 for an email. Like if I'd ask a question, a basic question over email, one question, he would charge me $300 for that question. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a semi-boss? Is this a boss at all? Am I even hurting him? No, I wasn't. Well, he's gone now. Yeah, so I'm not interested in that. The only person that would even try to sue me doing this would be Nintendo, and they'd just send a cease and desist, and I'd just desist. So, Nintendo rarely sues people. They just usually send a letter saying, stop doing that, and then you stop doing it, or you get sued. But no, to the people that wondered, Catfish did not threaten me. I did not talk to the team at all. Don't blame them for it. When I say that they could sue me, they technically could if they wanted, for those videos, but they haven't reached out. I haven't heard any threats from that camp, and we're on the final boss. There's Wario and all his goofy looking glory. Can run to the next area, and it wants to give me a carrot, so I'll take it. I guess in the here's Boss fight 2 of Wario. Whoops. That was a mistake. Lost my carrot. Well, I didn't want to take that because that's a lesser power up than what I got now. All right, so Wario getting a fire flower now. And now he's been turned into a little gremlin looking thing. And he's crying. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't want to make you cry. There he goes. And that's the end of the game, I believe. There it is, putting our Mario flag up and getting the castle back. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Hopefully you fell asleep, and if you did, sweet dreams. And if you're still awake, please like and subscribe. Come back to see me again, everybody. We got the Mario Castle back. This has been Fall Asleep While I Play Super Mario Land 2. Good night. Welcome back, everybody, to another Fall Asleep While I Play. In this one, I'm going to play through Mario Land for the Game Boy with soft commentary and rain in the background. Hopefully this will help you fall asleep. So just sit back, relax, and just listen or even watch as I play through this classic game. I've actually never played to the original Mario Land, so this is the first time ever that I've played this. So it's going to be a first for me and you if you've never seen this game as well. But I do plan on doing Mario Land 2 as well, which is probably one of my favorite games of all time, actually. The second Mario Land is an incredible masterpiece. Even on the original Game Boy, I think that it kind of, possibly even surpasses the console versions. I really believe that, so definitely watch out for that. You will really enjoy that, and you won't regret watching that video or this one, I promise. Don't know what this is, but I'll take 3 extra lives. I'm not sure how long this game is. I hear it's a bit short, but that's fine. I'm not looking to do anything super long, regardless. Like I said, I never had the original Game Boy. I think I had a Game Boy Color for a while. I did play the Pokemon games back in the day, but I didn't have Mario Land 1 or 2 back then, unfortunately. I did have Pokemon Blue, Red, maybe Yellow, I think. But I think a lot of the time I played on what was called the Super Game Boy, which was a Game Boy, basically like a cartridge that lets you play Game Boy games on your Super Nintendo. And it was very cool. I'm pretty sure you couldn't play Game Boy Color games, at least not on the American version. I believe in Japan there was an upgraded version put out later that allowed you to play Game Boy Color, but I can't remember if that's true or not, but that's just based on memory that they did make one in Japan. We never got it, of course, because we're America. We don't get the cool stuff like that. But, yeah. The second Mario Land game is easily the best Game Boy game, except for Pokemon, of course. And, there's also the Zelda games and the Metroid game that I never played, so maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure that there's a wonderful Castlevania game on Game Boy. We'll get around to that eventually. Hey, a fire flower. Neat. The fire flower works a little bit different in this game. I can see that it kind of just bounces around, so it's not really like a fire flower. It's more like a ball that hits stuff. I can't really imagine playing this on a tiny blue and green screen This is black and white because that's what the emulator decided to go with, and I'm fine with that. You know, black and white does give it a nice little aesthetic, but on Mario Land 2, I'm going to be using the DX ROM hack version, which actually adds color to it, and it looks very, very nice. That's why I'm going to go with that one, because it looks nicer than the black and white version. I think black and white actually works for this. Not sure why Mario is in Egypt, but that's what they wanted to do, so it's fine. So the Sphinx is replacing Bowser in this instance? I guess. I'm not sure. World 1-3 is complete regardless. Let's move on to this thing telling us that our princess is in another castle, I'm sure. Thank you, Mario. Oh, Daisy. Nope. It's just a smiling bug that's just gonna hop away. They really are generous about the one-ups, that's for sure. I will say that these controls are a lot stiffer than the original Mario games I've played. They're a little bit weird, but maybe that's because it was a Game Boy game and they had different expectations for controlling and programming, and well, also they didn't know what they were doing, you know, or how they were going to fit a Mario game on this new handheld, you know, that came out in like 1989, didn't it? So I think they were kind of just happy to be able to have it work, period. And so far it's not bad, it's just definitely stiff. This is after coming from Mario 1-3 World, Sonic the Hedgehog games. So the nitpick isn't really fair, but Mario Land 2 feels freaking amazing. So let's go to 2-2. I think it's a little weird how the question blocks are so tiny. It's just kind of weird to me. Especially on like the tiny screen that you'd be usually looking at on this instead of this big, you know, blown up screen I have on my TV. It's a pretty good game so far. Even if it is a little rough around the edges, I think there's a DX version of this as well that apparently helped a little bit with the issues, plus gave it some color, but I wanted to play the original version just for the people who are nostalgic for this particular game. Okay, Mario's in a submarine now. Very odd game. Get some coins to spell out Mario. Maybe those little that's interesting. Maybe those seahorses are actually the ones that I saw in Plumber for All Seasons are a reference to this game. Didn't know that. Oh. Okay, I see. My bad. Another princess in the other castle, I believe. Oh, Daisy. Up now, it's a little squid dude. Alright, dude. Squid dude, goodbye. See you later, Squidward. So, those Easter Island, is that what it is? The thing with the big noses? I don't know if this Easter Island or not, actually. So Easter Island heads and tiki masks or something. Some type of weird island mask. Hey, wait, what? Where am I supposed to go? Down this pipe? No? No? Not that either? Okay, down this pipe. That works. I said just ride the rock. Alright, I got it. Sure, why not? I'll admit it is pretty impressive for a very early Game Boy game. Back when they didn't even really know what to do with it, and they're coming from like stuff like Game & Watch, you know, which was very basic from what I remember. Very basic. Very basic from what I remember. Yeah, very basic. There you go. Okay. I don't know if I was getting cut off from the other videos. I did lower my mic gain a little bit, but I turned the noise gate off now. So hopefully that doesn't introduce any real thing. I don't think it will though. The mic is very isolated, but I don't want it to cut my voice off if I talk softer, but I don't think it really did when I checked the recordings earlier, but it could have. And if it did, I apologize for the previous videos, but the commentary really isn't the star of the show. It's the vibe, you know, the rain and the soft commentary and all that is the idea. Alright, I didn't realize I didn't even need the noise gate anyway at this point, because I am not straining my voice and having that issue anymore. When I had the other microphone, it was very useful, but SM7B is so good at isolating noise that there's really no reason to use one on my particular room and setup right now. If anything, it'll choke off some stuff that you want to leave in, basically. And by the way, you can still get this sort of sound out of a microphone if you don't have an SM7B. You don't have to have my microphone to get this sound. It's helpful, because it eliminates a lot of user issue, you know, the user error that can come into effect if you use something that's not an SM7B, but you can use whatever you want. You can use a Behringer XM8500 and get close to this sound, or maybe even identical if you use the same EQ settings I do. Which I don't have it like where it changes my voice or anything. I know some people do that. I'm not going to say who. But no, if I turn the EQ off, it would sound like me. But it would literally sound just like me, but it would be slightly loud. It wouldn't be as loud, and it wouldn't be as full sound-wise. Like it would it would add a little bit of room to it, where the room is not an ISO booth, you know. I'm not sitting in a studio booth, so the EQ just adds a little bit of extra warmth and texture to the microphone to make it sound a little less dry, basically. But it doesn't change pitch at all. It just adds some texture to it to make it more soothing is all. But no, a voice changer, unless you get one that's hardware, and they cost a lot, they just, a good hardware one, I mean, costs a lot. And even then, there's latency issues where, you know, it might make you sound kind of distorted anyway, because it can't process your audio fast enough, you know. I'm getting a little bit wrecked by this Easter Allen dude. It'll be alright. We'll get him in a second. Whoops. I just think it's silly though. If you don't have a big boomy voice, it's fine. You don't need one. I don't consider mine to be big and boomy. I mean, it's probably a little bit, it's pretty deep, I guess. I mean, my voice is pretty much like this standard Virginia redneck voice. Most of us do have kind of laid back, deep accent, voices like this. Apparently we're on the last world because there's only 4 worlds in this game, which is a little weird. Thank you, Mario. Oh, Daisy, and then it's of course going to be like a bug or something. Yep, little spider dude. Alright, spider dude, you have a good day, buddy. Go have fun terrorizing the real Daisy, I guess. I'll take a fire flower. That is music that if I played that on YouTube, I might get banned for racism. Because it sounds like very stereotypical Chinese music. Well, it sounded like the opening to every stereotypical Chinese song like that, or Japanese song like that. That I'm turning Japanese, just, I can't explain it, but the thing where it sounds like chopsticks. Like da 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 da, kind of that sort of thing, I mean, it's a pretty song, but I feel like it would just be a little inappropriate today, especially with the hopping around little girls that I don't know if they're supposed to be. I don't know what they're supposed to be. Let's just say that I don't know what they're supposed to be. It's a very weird sort of East Asian rhythm, we'll just call it that, whatever this song is. You know how YouTube is so picky about stuff. The main reason I turned the game audio off anyway is because a lot of times the game music, especially back then, was very upbeat and uplifting, and the audio from the game was not exactly soft by nature, so for a video that's supposed to help you sleep, like I make, leaving the music in would be a bad idea. Because it would, keep you up. Plus another group that I'm targeting, it's a bad way to put it, but another group that I'm trying to, get my videos in front of are people that have anxiety issues, and it's not exactly good for the anxiety when you hear some fast upbeat techno music when you're trying to not send yourself into a panic and go to the ER over the 10th heart attack you've had this week that didn't kill you, because I know all about those. I really do. That wasn't even a joke. That's one of mine is health anxiety, heart attacks, and strokes. Even though I know my body's good to go according to my own doctor, I still, get little episodes worried about my heart and all that. So I deal with it too. So that's why I made the new content sleep content, because I wanted to help people that are like me that have problems sleeping, that have problems with anxiety, that need that help, through videos. And I hope it does help. I really do. Because that's what I do it for. Yeah, literally it starts with D, 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 D. Oh, it's those peppers from Mario 2 are coming back in this one. He has this weird thing where, like, when you try to turn and jump, or jump period, he kind of has like a very weird momentum where it's like he doesn't want to really cooperate. Like he wants to get stuck. This isn't the last level. It's the second to last, I think. They said it only had 12 levels, but this last part, good lord, these little orb things, they are just a pain. Bro, these orbs are getting on my nerves. Like legit, it's always near the end of the game they start throwing stupid obstacles. If the controls were better, which I'll be real, they're pretty bad. If they were as good as the second game, this wouldn't be nowhere as much of an issue at all. This would be a non-issue if the controls were as good as the second game in this series. We're on the last level, I believe. 4-3. A little weird they'd cram it down to 4 instead of... okay, so it's a flying level? Is the final level? Are those the hands from Super Mario Bros. 3? I'm fighting a cloud for some reason. Right now I'm fighting a spaceship? Bro, this boss fight is like, wow. Give me a second. I want to do one thing before we finish this. right back. Right here, I got a little bit easier. I got the turbo button for that thing. So all I got to do is focus on maneuvering around these missiles that he's sending our way. And he's gone. Is that the end of the game? I don't know. We'll see. There it is. Oh, Daisy. Daisy. Thank you, Mario. Your quest is over. And this video is ending. Thank you so much. Hopefully you fell asleep. And I'll see you next time. Alright? Sweet dreams, everybody. Good night. This video, I'm going to play through Super Mario Bros. 2, the All-Stars version, while giving you soft commentary to hopefully help you sleep and relax. Just lay back, relax. You're not going to have to worry about any jump scares, any rage out moments, or anything crazy. I'm just going to play through this classic game and hopefully give you something to listen to while you sleep. I have played through the original 3 on the NES. They are also available on the channel right now. So I'm just doing the All-Stars version. In my opinion, the All-Stars versions of 1 and 2 are inferior. Oh, 1 and 3 are inferior to the originals. They just don't sound as good. But strangely enough, I feel like the best version of Mario 2 is the All-Stars version. So this to me is the preferred version of Super Mario Bros. 2. Isn't that kind of weird how that worked out? Let's just take this door. I feel like the 1 and 3 just feel and control different than the NES versions, and this one actually controls better than the NES version in my opinion. I may be wrong though, but either way, we're gonna get through this game and have a good time. Hopefully help you relax, sleep, overcome anxiety, whatever you are going through. I'm here. We're going to just forget about whatever's going on and get through this wonderful game together. All right. I usually don't even take this route, but I'm taking it because why not? Whoops. Don't do that because you'll actually lose. Wait for the bug to come down the vine again. So hopefully you get some sleep. Before you do though, please hit like on the video. It does help with the algorithm, I think. So that's all I'm going to ask is just hit like before you go to sleep. And then that's all. Go to sleep after and get some rest. We're at the first Birdo fight. Nothing really special. And I plan on doing this particular game warped and warpless. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it in the same video. It depends on how fast the warped run is. If the warped run is very fast like it was for Mario 1, then we'll make it separate videos. If it is short, then I will do separate, basically if it's too short, if it's under an hour or under 30 minutes, I'll do both. And if it's over, closer to an hour, I'll do okay, that jump didn't work. I should have used someone else on this particular stage. I really should have. I picked the wrong guy. I picked Mario for the stage, and this was a bad idea because he can't make that jump. Or at least he can't right here. Oh, it's fine. We'll just wake up Phanto or whatever his name is. That's it. Just run through there real quick. Can we get away from that bomb before it blows up? I dodged that, but then I lost the other one, so I don't want that. That's a bomb. Oh, great. Well, I can't get to that anyway. It's fine. But I'm going to do a warped version first, at least, because that is the easier of the two. I just ran out of bombs, so whoops. Well, I died anyway, so it's not a big deal. I'm going to pick a different player. That's one huge advantage of the All-Stars version versus the original, is the fact that you can, after you die, you can pick another character to play with. But in the NES version, you have to stick with whoever you picked for that level. Also, you have the save and quit function in this one, so if we wanted to go and visit other worlds and play around with different worlds, it's possible in this versus having to play directly through in the original. I'll take that hit. Fine. Of the original trilogy, I'm kind of a toss up between this one and Mario 3. I don't know which one I really like better. All right, I'm in a really screwed up spot right here. I wonder, just as a wonder. Whoops, I didn't mean to. You get out of my way. No, that's not possible. I was thinking maybe you could just jump over that. Let's get him to come over here real quick, and hopefully we can get up there like that. It's much better. There we go. That's the correct way to do that. So each character has their own sort of power. Luigi jumps a lot higher, but he's also a little bit slicker, and on this stuff he's a little bit slippery in spots, a little slower, but he does jump much higher than the others, but he's also much taller and a bigger target, so that's one disadvantage, is he's probably the biggest target for enemies. I could actually hit Birdo, that'd be nice. There we go. By the way, I found out that this thing's name is, I think, Hawkeye or Hawkhead. I can't remember, actually. I think it's Hawkeye. I'm trying to think, what is this next stage? Okay, I know what stage this is. This isn't a very difficult one at all. This is the one where we're going to use the warp. And one neat thing about the warp is if you do warp, which I really think you should do it the first run of this game on the All-Stars version, is because you can basically unlock all the future levels, and you can jump around the worlds if you want to, if you don't like World 3, you can play World, 1 through 4, or, and skip 3 by doing this. Because the game basically unlocks the levels and the menu. We're going to World 4, so I thought it went to 5, but it's fine. So, to demonstrate really quick, all right, I'll save and continue, then I'll save and quit, right? If I go to save and quit and I go back to the menu, you can see I can play 2, 3, and 4 because I've already unlocked 4. So it retroactively unlocks the others. Now we're right back to where we were. But yeah, that's a huge advantage of the Super Nintendo version, is being able to choose worlds, go back, visit certain worlds and all that, as you please. So if you don't like World 2, which I personally do not like World 2, you can basically just play World 1 and 3 and the others. And I actually like World 3 a lot. But I don't like World 2 because it's a lot of desert levels where you have to do all that digging, which is really annoying. And I don't find the whole digging sections very fun, where you basically have to just mash Y forever to get, dig underground and all that. So I'm not a fan of that at all. Oh, surprised that didn't kill me right there. The fireball get off screen real quick. always thought that those little things with the Shy Guys are riding on was like a TV camera or something. That's what they remind me of anyway. All right, 4-2. I don't remember. I don't remember every stage like I can't. I remember when I see it. I remember this one. This one's a little tough. You have to have quick reactions to stuff flying at you, basically. I didn't have any trouble doing it on the NES version for some reason. Having trouble with this version. The second time's a charm, even though I lost a bit of health there. Whoops, I did not mean to go back in that door. Go back here to this whale. Pick up this chemical bottle. I don't know if it's a potion or what you want to call it, but it like puts you over to the other world or whatever you call it, the dark world. And then get over here to this pipe. Don't get hit by the sniffet. Don't get hit by the sniffet. That's part of the plan. Don't screw this jump up. Okay. I got it. And go down this pipe. It should take us to world 5 or 6. I can't remember. 6. Okay, so there's 7 worlds in Mario 2. So we're already getting close to the end stages, which are a bit longer anyway, so. Get out of my way, Pokey. Quicksand. Quicksand. It got me. I didn't die, but it did get me there. I don't know where every warp is in this game. I think there's other warps. Not sure, but I honestly think that this game is incredibly underrated. I don't think enough people give this game enough love. Everybody gives love for the first and the third, but I feel like the second doesn't get anywhere near the love it deserves. It's different, you know? It is definitely different, but those pepper things, I really can't stand them. It's definitely different, but I do enjoy it. There's certain little things I don't like the digging sections are really annoying. That's why I kind of avoid the sand levels if I can help it. Get you out of the way. We got a Birdo fight that I did last night that was a little bit tricky. Whoops, I screwed that up. It's okay. We're not going for perfection here. We're going for relaxation, so. And Birdo only fires fire in this one, so. We gotta. Let's do Birdo basketball really quick. Throw that over there. Don't get hit by the fireball. Don't get hit by the fireball. We died at the exact same time. That's funny. Double KO. KO. We did it again. A double KO again. Bro, this Birdo fight. It was a pain in the previous run too. But it's over. Six-two. Whoops. Oh, I know this one. This is where you have to fly on the birds. My bad. So it's a trick to this. You have to basically get on these two birds, and there should be another bird right here, and maybe because there's a little pepper thing right here that's going to get you if you don't have a higher bird. That's what I call them, the pepper things. Ride along on the bird for a while, and eventually you'll get to a door. Just get into this. Another Birdo fight. Oh, he caught me. Got clapped. Whoops. Stop rushing. Got him that time. That was a little bit of a pain, the way it was set up. I don't know what the next level is really, so this might be that level where I should have used Luigi, isn't it? No, this one's fine. This, basically, you go under the sand, mash the jump button so you don't completely drown and die from it, and then you will get to this little secret door right here. Right into another Birdo fight. Thought I might have been able to take the block with me. I think this is Triclide, yeah. We keep doing a double KO. That's another double KO. Come on now. Seven dash one. There's only 2 levels in the world. Okay, we should have picked Luigi for that one. That's the one where I screwed up last time too. Yeah, this spot is a whole lot easier with Luigi. Anything up there? No. Okay. Just wondering. Okay, Birdo, last Birdo fight. Well, kind of last Birdo fight. Last level. 1-2. Not a terribly complicated level. It's just you got to know what you're doing is all. And it's not that hard. It's a little bit of a maze, but there's a way to basically beat it pretty easily. You can get past the Shy Guys and not get hit in the first room. All right, so you have to basically go up this, drop down a little bit, and catch yourself on the ledge and do that. Catch yourself on the ledge and then jump up so you can get over here. Skip all this crap, including the quote-unquote last Birdo fight. Now, I screwed that up, but if you can somehow do like that. Basically jump and missed, and you can get in the door. Come on, bro. Why won't he just go in the door? And we're on the final boss. The final two bosses. Guess you have to do Hawkhead or whatever his name is, Hawkeye. And here we are, final boss, Wart. I forgot you don't catch his bubbles for a second. My bad. Basically, you got to throw the vegetables into his mouth. It's not exactly the easiest thing in the world. Just a quick tip, if you want to catch the vegetables midair, the way you do that is hold down Y. Stupid bubbles keep getting in my way, man. That's so annoying. This is nowhere near as hard as in the NES version. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble right now. Bro, this timing is just outrageous. There it is. He's gone. All right. There we go. Here's your ending. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Please like and subscribe. Hopefully, if you're already asleep, hopefully you get lots and lots of sleep. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye for now, everybody. Here's your little ending. You can watch where all the little happy bee folks take the, big bad King Wart or whatever his name is, off to be cooked, I guess, or whatever they do with them over there. There you go. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you. See Mario sleeping. He wakes up for a second. You see all the little dudes passing by. This video, I'm going to be playing through Super Mario Advance, which is a remake of Super Mario Brothers 2 for the NES and Super Nintendo. It has quite a few differences from the original, so just sit back, relax, and let's get into this lovely game that I've actually never played before, and I'm very excited to. If you're watching the shorts version, go ahead and click at the bottom of your screen. That way you can watch the full version of this video that'll play through the entire game. Right, let's just sit back, relax, and get into this. Right, I remember seeing this actually advertised back in the day, and I never played it. And I kind of assumed all of the GBA games were basically just All-Stars ports, but they're not. They're not. Some of them might be kind of close to that, but I can lift this. Maybe I need a different character for that. But there are a lot of additions. The same thing goes for the Donkey Kong Country trilogy on GBA, which I will be covering as well. That does have some extra features and all that. So they're not exact copies of the games. Honestly, this is actually different from the both versions that came before it. I'm about the All-Star version and the NES version. So we're just going to get through this. You can already tell some differences, and it plays really well. I give it that. Like, this wasn't here before. What? Guess we'll see if we can go down this pipe and where it goes. No? Nothing? Okay. See what I mean? There's like weird little changes like that we're going to discover. So definitely want to watch to the end. You can see all the changes from SMB2 that we played through twice now. A lot of this layout is different, actually. I actually remember it because I played the games not that long ago, actually. There's also a lot more talking in this game. How would you get those? Like that. We just appreciate how pretty this looks on the GBA. For some of the other GBA titles, like, were not very pretty, honestly. The remakes were kind of scratchy looking versus the originals. This one's actually really pretty. They could rival the first two. Second level, I'm just going to try out Peach. happy that you can pick your character between stages, which was not a thing in the NES version, where you basically just had to pick somebody and that was it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe you could still. I can't remember. We skipped all of that nonsense down there. There's actually another one of the. Whoops. I'm kind of happy that I took the sound out of this one because there is a lot of chatter with all the moves. You know, they tried to do something that I actually hated in games around this era where they felt like the characters needed to basically make noise the entire time. Like they'll take like classic games like, you know, good example would be like the Mega Man X remake called what was it called? Maverick Hunter X or something. It was like a remake for the PSP. And I swear to God, every time he would do his weapon, like he had to yell the name of the weapon over and over, and it was really annoying. So like every time he would like use like fire beam or whatever, he would just yell fire beam over and over and over. Like it's like we know what weapon we're using. We don't need to be narrated to like that. You know what, I'm going to play this warpless. I said I was thinking to myself I wasn't going to, but I'm going to because I want to see the differences. I'm gonna do a full run. This is gonna be warpless. I think I did a warpless on Mario 3 as well. I don't know if I did warpless on both versions, but wow, Luigi, you have a great jump, but you were on land. You were rough, bro. That Shy Guy was gonna fall off. You're good for this though. Honestly, I think Mario 2 was my favorite out of the original trilogy, and well, I don't know, 3 is so good that it can't even be remotely topped, but I just feel like 2 didn't get enough love because it was originally not a Mario game at all, so that's part of what I liked about it, and what I hated about the Lost Levels was it was just basically a difficulty ROM hack for the original game where it didn't add anything new except for bad level design and, you know, unfair difficulty in a lot of spots. But as you can see, this game is a whole lot different than the first, but not in a bad way at all. I mean, it's still a Mario game to me. I mean, it's a platformer where you know, run from left to right and go through different worlds fighting interesting enemies and boss fights. And what is that? Oh, so that's another one of those little changes, is that little tube right there, or vase, or whatever you want to call it. This isn't laid out differently. I'm gonna get hit. That's one way to do it. Am I? I heard something grinding for a second. Maybe it's the music. I have music turned down really low so it doesn't bleed into the mic. But I really don't even need it on at all because in this game, There is no wrong path thing like in Mario 1 and Lost Levels, you know. Oh, that's probably a bad idea anyway to have Luigi, so let's use Toad for this because he's the smallest target for this. What? Why does he only have 1 health? I don't understand that. There we go. I don't know why I hurt myself in that, but Jesus, Bowser, spam, bro. I don't remember him being this hard. I don't remember him throwing this many bees, we'll just call them, because I don't want to get demonetized for using the B word. B with the OMB at the end of it. Because things that go boom. We'll just call them boomers. I don't remember him throwing this many boomers. There we go. That's a pattern I can do. That's Mauser 1. He's going to show up at later levels, I think. Forgot you got to run in there yourself. By the way, if you're watching these all the way through, just instead of going to sleep, please like and subscribe and consider becoming a member, because memberships really do help a lot. Ad revenue for this is really bad, honestly, mainly because I turned off mid rolls. That way you don't get woken up by a Coca-Cola ad at, friggin', 2 a.m. or whatever, just kind of, ruin the whole point of having a sleep channel, as if you're just woken up by a really loud ad at 3 a.m. instead of, the rain sound that I'm providing. So your memberships are the main way to support. So I hate to have to push that. I hate to push any monetization, because I feel like it's, I'm offering a free thing, and then I'm just saying, please pay me. I don't want to be like an e-beggar, but this is what I do. It takes a lot of time. It costs a lot of money to pay for the upgrades and, all the stuff that I've done to set up this whole thing. So, and also I have to buy a Switch 2 at some point to do Mario Maker content and other content for that, because I'm getting requests for that. So, yeah, that's going to be a pretty, well, I just already paid $900 just to be able to render these things in an acceptable amount of time, which is not your fault, but I'm just saying, if you can afford it, I'd appreciate it. And I won't bring it up again in the video. I'll just bring it up this one time. I'm not a a DSP type that's going to bring it up every 5 minutes, telling me we need to get these tips up or whatever. I don't do that, no, but it does help a lot. So that's the end of the talkathon for the donation part. So that's the end of that. Get back into this. I even feel bad bringing it up, honestly. You know, I've always been part of the camp of, you know, yeah, you should be paid for doing this, but, you know, super long ad reads or anything that disrupts the flow of the video is a bad idea. Like, there's some videos that are just outrageous about it. Like, when you have to literally do like a 2-minute sales pitch on a product, I'm not interested. And whoever is paying for that doesn't know marketing either. People know if they want to buy something or not, period. I'll talk about it for a bit here. Just because it's a boring topic anyway, and it might help you sleep. People know if they're going to buy something or not, right? You know, if I say, you know, Marlboro cigarettes, right? You know, do you smoke? Yes or no? Do you smoke Marlboros? Yes or no? If you do smoke. So if you already smoke Marlboros, let's just say, I know they don't really do cigarette ads, but I'm just saying that's the first thing that came to mind for some reason, cigarettes. You know, if you want to smoke Marlboros, you know, if you're a Newport guy, you're, you know, whatever you smoke, Newports or Camels or whatever, you know. Well, that's a bad example because everybody has their cigarette brand already, and you're not going to convert a Marlboro smoker to a Camel smoker. Sorry, speaking of smoking, I don't smoke, but I do have acid problems, so that's what screws my throat up. It's wonderful. No, but it's like, you know that, all right, if you're a smoker, let's use a different analogy, because the cigarette thing is probably the hardest sell, because non-smokers don't want it, and smokers already have a brand they like. What? Really? You're actually kind of useful, buddy. I like you. the big thing, you know, whatever he's called. You just throw him and he just gives you like endless hearts. I like him. Well, nice, that star's right there. What is this? What have I just walked into? Oh, okay. Nice. Extra mushroom, extra heart. Okay, people know what they're gonna buy. Let's just say coffee. Okay, coffee. That's one that people do a lot on here. So, in marketing, if you watch commercials on TV, you know, or whatever, even on YouTube, if you watch the ads, what do? They try to distract you from the fact that it's a commercial. How do they do this? They put in little skits, storylines, etc. You know, usually something comedic, so you'll remember, you know, that was that funny commercial, you know, and blah, blah, blah. And then you remember that it's for this product. And that's how they get you, is that they give you something funny that makes you, you know, remember that commercial and remember that product because the ad was funny. But what they don't do, and some of the YouTubers do way too much, is basically go on what they call ad reads, where they basically sit there and read to you sales pitch for like 2 minutes. And that conversion rate is horrible. Why? Because no one likes to be advertised to. No one sits there and says, you know what, I love commercials. Play me, you know, a whole day worth of commercials. Like, nobody. Like, unless they're funny, you know, some people like those, you know, sort of things. You know, commercials are really boring usually, you know. I think I'm kind of stuck in this spot, but let's just see if this leads anywhere. No, it doesn't lead anywhere anyway, so it's fine. That's the thing. Like, the ad reads are bad, and whoever the marketing team is that's getting these YouTubers to sponsor stuff has no idea about psychology or advertising practices that actually work. Because there's a reason Geico doesn't just pause your TV show and give you a 2-minute sales pitch on why Geico is the insurance that you should go with and why everybody else sucks, or how Geico will save your life, man. You know what I mean? Like, the ad read in Geico is like 5 seconds tops. It's literally Geico, save 15% or more on your car insurance. That's all they say about the company, right? They don't go on a 2-minute ad read about how they're better than Progressive, or why you need to use Geico instead of, you know, anybody else. That's the thing. They figure out something that's memorable for the product, and then they give you an incredibly short description of the product. Like, for example, Motel 6, you know, we'll leave the lights on for you. You know, you know that. I remember that. Why? Because it was short. Because it was short, not intrusive. It told me, Motel 6, that they're a cheap motel chain that usually caters to cheap motel people. Like, you know, people that do drugs. People that can't get a hotel anywhere else kind of people. Even though it's kind of crazy, the rates, they're not the cheapest, but for some reason they just, I don't know why they get a clientele, because honestly, they're not cheap. They're like $60, $80 a night when you can get a Comfort Inn. That's a billion times better without, you know, being next to the dope fiends and all that, you know, and all that stuff. I don't know why you would stay at a Motel 6 instead of something, you know, more mainstream and not dope fiendville. I don't know why you would do that. I guess 'cause maybe they have like extended stay rates or something. Something that I'm sure Comfort Inn or any of those choice motels don't do. Hey, throw him right on top of yourself, Mario. What happens if I throw you at Birdo? Well, we can still find out. Of course, Birdo has to talk. Oh, it's just one hit then. We know now. That's the point, though. Like, the ad read is incredibly short in those commercials. That's because that's what works. You know, if you need a hotel, but like right now, you're watching this. Do you need a hotel? No? Then all right. No amount of 2-minute ad read is going to make you go to Motel 6 right now because you don't need one. So the easier way to do it, and I'm not sponsored by anybody, I'm just giving you boring conversation, really. The best way to advertise to you then is, do you need a hotel? No? Okay. You know? Oh, you need a hotel? Yeah, I do. Yeah, go to Comfort Inn. It's nice. There you go. That's it. That's all you need. See, that was about 2 seconds. It's when those people start yapping about all the different flavors of coffee, all the benefits of this thing, and, you know, on and on, like 2-minute ad read about a VPN that does not do anything of what they're telling you it does. It's like it's almost like you're basically trying to get the person not to buy your thing at that point. It's like, if you just said, check out my coffee on Amazon, we got good coffee or whatever, premium coffee for a cheap price. There you go. Very short. If you gave me that, advertisement, I would take that a lot faster than I would a 2-minute ad read about every flavor you have in stock. Because now you're wasting my time. I've seen that, like, where people literally, like, there's this channel, right? I'm not gonna say who. You probably know who if you know the coffee read thing. Problem with that guy, and people tell him all the time, like he does these videos every so often. My channel's dying, and I'm gonna be doing these extra things. I'm gonna put out more videos. I'm gonna do this and more live streams and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, first of all, he acts like the people that watch him owe him something, like that they're a team. I got all these people, like guilt trip, whine, complain, guilt trip, all that. And then, and he's talking about his stupid coffee. We got to get these coffee things sold or whatever. It's like, you do. I'm not responsible for your ridiculous mismanagement of your own company. But they act like that. They act entitled like that. And then it's like, well, my channel's dying. It's like, bro, you just got 300,000 views on the last video you just did. What are you talking about? You say my channel's dying when you're getting views like I do. When you're getting double and triple digits, when you have, 6 digits in your subscriber count, then your channel's really dying. Uh-oh. Cracklight. That's a little annoying. They had to stop the talk every time, don't they? All right. Mario Baseball. That's what we're playing here. Jesus. Mario Basketball. Oh, he's gone. Okay, there was a 3-hit thing. Okay. Have your little plug back. No, it's just, that's what it is though, man. It's like, and people tell him, it's like, oh, my channel's dying. It's like, bro, the problem is so simple. And we've been telling you, and he won't listen. It's like, I'm going to do all this stuff to fix it. It's like, bro, that's not the problem. You have a heart attack. He's fixing your knee. You know what I mean? Like, your knee isn't the problem, it's your heart. But you want to fix the knee because you don't want to deal with the fact that it's your heart, And what it boils down to is people are tired of the 2-minute coffee reads. Well, they're sick of it, and it's in every video. And sometimes the dude will literally just go out of his way to do the 2-minute read. Then he'll talk for 30 or 40 seconds about the story that the title on the video is, and then he'll talk about the coffee again. Like, he'll just say, oh, well, wait, oh, by the way, it's like, bro, stop. I said we're going to do Warpless, but apparently not. I'll go back and do World 3 anyway. I wonder if we can. Can we? We pick a world? No. You can't do it like All Stars. Oh yeah, you can. Okay, I see it. All right, let's go back to 3-1. Said I was going to do Warpless. We're going to do Warpless. Why do you start with 1 HP though? Don't understand that. I mean, even though they're very generous with the hearts, but why do they do that? Yeah, they're very generous with the health compared to the original, like outrageously generous, which is good. I like it. Less frustrating. And I also want to see the changes in these levels. Yeah, but like, it's like people tell them all the time, bro, it's the ad reads, it's the coffee ads, it's the coffee ads, it's the coffee ads. And he's like, or butterscotch flavor. It's like, bro, number one, no one wants butterscotch coffee. They want if they want butterscotch, they'll go get some Werther's. They don't want that in their coffee. They might want French vanilla. They might want cappuccino. Might want a little hazelnut, but that's it. They don't want all these random weird flavors and stuff. No one wants chocolate coffee. That's not a good flavor combo. But like he'll just go on and won't stop. And I tell you what it is. Besides the fact he just is nuts, I guess, and doesn't want to admit the truth. He invested $300,000 into a dropship coffee company. He didn't license it. He didn't say, my channel name coffee or whatever. No, he literally went to a brewer who makes mediocre coffee and just slapped his brand on it and was just like, I don't know why he spent so much money doing this. I mean, if it was me, I'll tell you how I would do it. If I was to do coffee, which I refuse to do anything ingestible, which is my policy. I do not sell food. I don't sell CBD. I don't sell coffee. I'll tell you why, because if I sell you something that makes you sick, at some point you can sue me. Period. You're not going to sue me over a leather wallet that is low quality if it is low quality. You're going to sue me over you getting sick from taking my drug or my food product. The insurance will be astronomical. Because, I mean, no one's going to get sick from a low quality wallet. Unless it has sharp edges like those, do those things have sharp edges? I'm trying to think. Those, what do you call them? Bridge wallets or whatever. The ones that cost like $80 for a piece of metal, which is so stupid. You can get a Timberland wallet that'll last you the rest of your life probably for like $20 on Amazon. The only reason I switched wallets was because I wanted one with a keychain to keep my keys and my wallet together, and it cost me $10 on Amazon. And it works just fine. And it's like, they'll say, oh, the RFID technology. I have that in cards. The cards cost me $5 for both, for like a 6-pack. Are you gonna throw me any eggs, or are you just gonna keep, about to say, are you just gonna, oops. You can't duck under those fireballs, okay. Tearing me apart, Birdo. Figured that was going to be a heart. That's just crazy. No, I would never invest in something that has something to do with ingestion. Or drugs of any kind, CBD, THC, none of it. You're asking to get sued at some point. The risk is too high and the margins are way too low for that. Like I can make my own vape juice for incredibly cheap, like $3 for 120 milliliters, but I will not. I don't even vape, by the way, anymore. I stopped years ago. but I used to make my own vape juice, and it was perfect for me. You know, it worked for me, but I would never sell it because I can't guarantee that it won't make you sick. And all of a sudden you're coming at me with a lawsuit because you know, got popcorn lung or something from something I made for me, you know. Or you got some other lung condition from the stuff, you know, from vaping, period, and then you sue me because you bought my liquid. And so, because I mean, who else are you going to sue? The doctor for telling you? You can get across this gap with her. Thought. Maybe not in this version, okay. Maybe you could if you do some frame perfect trick. Can you jump on top of that? Oh, sometimes you can jump on top of the level. There we go. That works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could jump on top of this level if you were maybe if you're her or somebody else. Or maybe, I don't know, because I could have swore you could in the original. I've seen people do it. But it's like, I don't know, well, in the original, but this game's not the original, so. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Okay, so you can't drop them down the way either. How are you supposed to get past that if you can't? Okay. So that doesn't do anything for me. What am I supposed to do here? Like they give you hearts like constantly. Like, I guess they figured that they want to make their game as easy as possible. I don't know. Problem is, I can't do anything right there. I'm gonna get someone different for this level. That's so stupid that you start with 1 health when you select the character. So that does not work. But so you can't do it. Fine. Alright, please don't tell me I'm gonna have to do like go up there and bring them down one by one. That's tedious, bro. Was this supposed to be like a puzzle or something? I mean, maybe. Guess that's what that was. Pretty sure in the original you could just jump across that gap with Peach and just skip all of that. Oh, don't need it. You know, I never played the original Doki Doki Panic. The timing was bad. That worked. I'll play that at some point though, just to see what the... Okay, what's the point of this? Okay. That's nice and all, but like, look, what's the point of this area? There's no exit here. I don't understand what you want me to do. Okay. All right. Sure. I think I got a double hit with that without even trying. I just heard her scream twice. Or him, whatever Birdo is. I'll take it either way, because that's a pain in the butt spot. Three. Never been. I don't remember any of these levels. Well, a lot of them I don't. I don't remember this one. I feel bad that I didn't do 100% of Mario 2 on NES or Super Nintendo. I feel kind of bad for that. Because I actually enjoy these little levels. See what I mean? It's like as soon as I lose the heart, I immediately get another one. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying, like, it's just like, you know, please, you know, we don't want you to think this game is hard at all. We don't want any complaints about it. Maybe a different Mario game was too hard for people or something. It probably was a lot harder on the tiny screen, though. That's probably what it really is they were worried people wouldn't like the... I don't even know what these things are for, these egg coins. Maybe they probably just give you like a extra life or something at the end. Or you got like 9. So all that was literally just for an egg coin. And a giant Shy Guy. And 2 hearts back to back that I didn't need. I thank the game for being generous, at least. Where I don't ever have to worry about dying, really. You know, even though I just died right there. Alright, so what am I... I'm looking for a key. At some point. Yep. Actually a ROM hack called Return to Subcon, because the world in this game is called Subcon, I think. And it's like a Kaizo sort of version of this. It's not as hard as a Kaizo, really. It's of the NES version, not this version. Okay, I don't know what that would be for, but fine. It's not as hard as a Kaizo, but it's more Oh, leave me alone, Fanto. Go away, Fanto. This spot is giving me trouble. Didn't want to throw it. Oh, Fanto's gonna be a butthole, isn't he? He's gonna be a butthole. I was thinking maybe you could hurt him with it, with the key, but no. Ah, God, I hate this. Dude, I hate Fanto so bad. Maybe that's what that noise is, that grinding noise is Fanto. Yeah, this spot is really hard, actually. Definitely one of the hardest spots in the game I've ever played. Holy crap, bro. Y'all just went vertical on me with this difficulty. Holy crap. Get out of here. Hurry up. Get out. Out, out, out. Run, 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 run. He still tagged me at the very end. It's fine. I still got through. Why am I having issues with that one spot? It's like you literally get 2 hearts. When if you die, if you lose 2 hearts, you're dead. But I guess if you had like a 3rd one or something. That screen scrolling is a bit of a pain. Yeah, that screen scrolling is annoying. All right, what's down here? Anything? Wait, what? I worked myself into a chute. I think I did. I think I just worked myself into a chute. This game is starting to mess with me now. I see it's starting to do a little trolly stuff now. That was stupid, Johnny. What was that? Don't go down there because that'll just lead you to backtracking. And also don't just stand there while this birdie thing, whatever he is, hops down because, yeah. What on earth just hit me? Is it one of those stupid peppers? And he's way up there off screen on top of that. That's exactly what it was. That's such cheap placement. I was about to say, am I trapped? What am I fighting now? Whoa, what on earth is that? Yeah, that's not from the original. That's definitely not from the original. Mecha Birdo. I legit have never. I've just fine. Yeah, sure. Oh, thought it was good. I thought it was gone after that because, you know. At least they tried a different boss. Whoops. I can literally just ride this thing. wonder if I can even jump over her. Okay. It at this point, because it is a mecha. That was Mecha Birdo. I didn't know that was a thing, but there you go. Very interesting. I like it. I don't know what's in World Force. We're just gonna go with Mario. Oh, okay. I got it. I know this world now. That little big plant at the beginning screwed me there. Let's go with Luigi for this. I keep thinking Ice World is World 6, but that's Mario 3, not Mario 2. Whoops. Not a big deal. But that was neat. I like that. Mecha Birdo. That was really neat. Well, not too tough. Actually, you know, never thought of that. Never thought of a... Well, there was that Mecha Birdo and I Want to Be the Guy, but that came out way after this. It's not a stretch to have a Mecha Birdo either, so... By the way, I've always thought of these little fireball things as like TV cameras. Like every time I saw them, I was like, I've always thought they were like TV cameras, but they spit out fireballs, so they're not TV cameras, but they look like TV cameras. Right, so let's see what we got here. This pipe worth anything? Nope. Is the next pipe worth anything? Maybe. Probably not. Well, it gives me an extra life. I do wonder what's under all those breakable bricks, but you can't break them because there's no bomb in there. So no Birdo in this level? Fine. I'm good with that. Birdo, honestly, well, except for Wart, is like the hardest boss in the game. Everybody else is pretty manageable. I'll pick Mario for this one. Oops. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but nope. Just do Peach, actually. That was a little slippery right there. That's weird how they just kind of slip off the vine like that, but... Not my favorite game mechanic of all time, that's for sure. Hold on, is this that one where you have to dodge the stuff? Yeah, it is. I really should have picked Toad. This is definitely a Toad level. First try, baby. What you know about that? By the way, I took a look at Mario Advanced Mario World, and I'm not going to do it. Just for the simple fact, it's the same game. There's not enough changes for me to care. Maybe I'll do it at some point, but it's not on the top of my list. It might just be sort of a lazy day. All right, well, I guess I'll play that today kind of thing. It's not going to be top priority at all because it's just not different enough, you know? I was never the biggest fan of vanilla Mario World either. I love Mario World ROM hacks, like more than anything in the whole wide world, but the vanilla game, I can just kind of leave it at this point. I've played it enough times to not really care or want to cover it, you know. But if there's some demand for it, I'll do the GBA version of that. But this one I always wanted to play. This particular remastered version or whatever you want to call it, like handheld version. I just threw myself there. I think I did. I just remember seeing commercials for this particular game and always wanting to play this new version that had like extra stuff. Like it has, you know, like the robot Birdo and some level changes. And Mario World, GBA, whatever, has some level changes, but it's not significant enough for me to care. I'll probably still play through the Mario 3 though. The GBA version, because I think that one might have some changes. Plus I played it a little bit of it the other day off air, as I'll call it, you know, where I wasn't recording it. I actually enjoyed it a lot and thought it felt better. I thought it had the good graphics of All Stars, but the controls of NES, so it really is the best version. You know, Peach actually might be overpowered in this game. At least for the Birdo fights, because think about it. She can float above the stuff, and if she does have, like, you know, an egg that she gets versus a fireball, you can just stay in the air and judge which one it's going to be instead of having to just, you know, guess. The first time ever I'm actually look at that. How many hearts they give you. Am I supposed to go in the bird mouth? No. Where am I going? What? Bird dude, where am I going? What am I doing? What am I doing, bird dude? Where are we at? Why am I in this level with no exit? Oh, there's the exit right there. I'm looking right. It was hidden by the background. That was my fault regardless. I was just like, what? I was a little confused right there. It was one of those light exits. Come on, Birdo. Get the show on the road. Don't do that. Always like that. That little level design thing there. I always loved that whole riding the egg thing all the way across the gap. That was cool. that was amazing timing right there. So I just basically skipped most of the level, it looks like. Alright, I'll take it. This is Fire Dude. I forgot what his name is. It'll be in the timestamps. You know you're a joke when Berto gives me less trouble than you. When Berto gives me more trouble is what I was trying to say there. I'm having to fight him 3 times because I save stated in the wrong spot. That's the end of world 4. There's 7 worlds total. So we're going on to 5. Go with Peach again, because why not? Did so good in the previous 2. I think I remember this stage, actually. It's actually one of my favorite stages, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, very cute. I don't know why, I always just like this stage. I think it's mainly the waterfall is pretty. Oh. How do I go in the thing? Can't see what I'm doing. Won't let me in. There's a mushroom if you do it, if you can figure out how to do it correctly. Apparently pointless because you can just get that. I think this Birdo only shoots fireballs. Birdo gives me more trouble than that fire dude ever did. Whatever his name is, I can't remember. Like I said, it'll be in the timestamps regardless. 5-2. Know what else is 5-2? I've done that joke too many times. I'm not gonna do it again. Well, he's not 5-2, he's 5-1. It's just an inside joke from the old videos. That was smart. Watch back, Shy Guy. You just go ahead and do your little workout regimen and, you know, get buffed, bro. I thought that was going to be the bomb again. Y'all are with these bees. I'm just going to call them bees. Or booms. We'll just call them boom booms. Oh, boom boom sounds like poop. Doesn't sound good to me. It sounds good to some people, but not to me. Okay, that was pretty awesome. What's down here? Anything? It has 2 purple hedgehogs for some reason. Hey, look, everybody! Sonic went woke. Okay. Are we even allowed to take these out of here? I mean, not allowed, but I'm just gonna save really quick because I want to see if this tube goes somewhere. Oh. Got 3 health now, and we got 2 health now. Come on, Beetle Dude, or whatever you call yourselves. I don't know what they call themselves in Mario 2. Never thought about it, really. Very rude, because I actually love this game. Even if it does bring me a bunch of boom booms that get in the way. I wish they would have done this format more. You know, having the 4 playable characters in the other games. I know it would have been a lot of headache probably, but wasn't this supposed to be a POW, or is that just randomized? Well, it's apparently a shell here. Can I go back? Yeah, I can go back. Because Princess Toadstool is really, really good in this. I know people are saying, oh my god, it's Peach. I'm pretty sure it's Toadstool in this game. Almost positive that it is Toadstool in the original. I never understood that Toadstool versus Peach thing. I know Daisy is a completely different character from the Mario Land games, but never understood the Toadstool versus Peach thing. Sort of just, I guess, I feel the same about like Eggman versus Robotnik. I think that was a Japan versus US thing though. The Japan called him Eggman and we called him Robotnik or something. Right, yeah, this spot's kind of rough. I want to actually look that up really quick. Okay, so I looked it up. It is basically, bleh. That's really not a big reason for it. It's just I think they called her Peach over in Japan, and for some reason America said, well, we want to call her Toadstool, and then, you know, Mario 64, they just, you know, threw them together and said it's both. And then just kept it as Peach ever since. So it's really not a big conspiracy or anything. It's just, you know, for some reason the American side said, let's call her Toadstool. And Robotnik was a little bit more involved, which that was basically the Robotnik thing was because he was called Eggman over in Japan, which was a Beatles reference. and no, it wasn't a copyright thing. They just thought over here that Eggman wasn't threatening enough. They named him Ivo Robotnik over here. But I think Eggman is better because it's a Beatles reference, and I love the Beatles. I wonder what happens if you throw this at Birdo. Well, singular hit is better than no hit. Look, she said F you on the way out. Oh, F you is what it sounded like. I don't know what it said exactly, but yeah. (5-3). For me, I would say Toadstool and Peach fine. Either one. Pick one. I don't care. That doesn't, neither one bothers me, by the way. I'm not saying, oh my God, how dare you call him Eggman or anything. For me personally, if you're like Johnny, which one do you think was better? I would say, I think Peach is a nice word. It's a nice name for her. Toadstool is good too. I think they're both really good. Just depends on preference. So I'm just going to say a 50-50 shot on that for Eggman versus Robotnik. I don't know, man. Robotnik does sound pretty awesome. And Eggman is the Beatles reference, which I like. I love the Beatles, so I kind of don't want to get rid of the Beatles reference too. So well, that's worthless. Act like none of that happened. Please don't be a sand digging level. I hate those. Oh, no sand. An underground tree. Sure, why not? Get rid of that pepper, and I jumped right into the pepper. Because I have all the sense in the world. I don't know. Leave a comment telling me which one you think is better between Eggman and Robotnik. I think they're both good. I've called them, when I did the Sonic 1 and 2 playthroughs for the channel, I called them both actually. It just depended on whichever one came to mind at that moment. Really? I keep save stating in the worst spots where I have to do the same thing over and over, and I hate that. I hate repetition. Especially in videos. Sure. There we go. All right. I don't think it did anything, but sure, why not? Dude, I hate you so bad. I hate you pepper throwers so bad. Little pepper dudes, I can't stand y'all. Don't even want to know what's up there. Go fight Birdo in the air or what? That's Birdo's music coming up. All right, so hit Birdo twice. Good. Whoops. Up, screwed it up. Stretching, sorry. Only got one hit out of her on that one. Okay, so I was thinking, I'm like, well, Birdo is... Okay, that's the crab dude. Krabby Patty, whatever his name is. Krabby Patty. Wait, Mr. Krabs is a crab, right? Obviously, his name is Mr. Krabs. But he serves a Krabby Patty. So does that mean he's serving crab? Are the Krabby Patties made out of crab? Because they're not exactly having cows down there. There's a fan theory for you. Oh, I see. Nice shot. Kind of tricky, man. Nice shot though, Michael Jordan. He's done. That's World 5. World 6. I don't know what World 6 is, but another sand, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I was gonna die. That wasn't one of those things where you could just jump over the wall and all that. Speaking of Over the Wall, that's a great song by Testament, Over the Wall. I love it. I love all that stuff. That stuff was great. They really were incredibly underrated. Should have been bigger than freaking Anthrax or Slayer, I'll tell you that. Like legit, like seriously. Chuck Billy's vocals were just, even especially the later stuff. That's the thing. Usually a band, peaks in the 80s and then they're just never good again. A lot of them are like that, or, they just never did anything after the 80s. Chuck Billy went from being great in the 80s, like, with the higher register, vocally. And then when he got older and, into the more modern era, I mean, his voice got so big and just boom, his voice just became explosive, just real deep and just, thick and mean. Apparently he's also a really super cool dude on top of that, but for me, there's no better vocalist in metal than Chuck Billy, probably. From Testament, he just sounds like a freaking beast. Like a 300 or 400-pound monster of a voice. Good God. And the guitars are just as heavy sounding as his voice is. I mean, they have Alex freaking Skolnick in the band, for God's sake. Dude, man, from TSO and, all that. Where is this key at, bro? Appreciate the one up. I really need to get out of this level at some point. Of course. The one thing that I do not like about SMB2, the digging. For nothing. For nothing? Really? Really, game? All that digging for nothing. I don't want to waste your time, so I went and looked it up. I just don't like wait. I don't want. If you're somebody that's actually watching and not asleep right now, I don't want to waste your time. It's this one. Just go to the right, where that thing is, and count to 5 to your left. So it's 5 right here. Then you just gotta dig. And hope you don't get hit by a freaking Shy Guy that gets in the way. Don't do that either. I was thinking maybe he actually never really runs into you on his own. Yeah, got in there before you could. The reason I wasn't hitting the run button is because if I did, I would have dropped the key. Can't duck under it. All right. Dude, Birdo is such a troll in this game. The answer is anytime that Birdo's doing a little 3-shot pattern, stay off the ground the entire time. That's pretty much all the Birdo fights. Did I just pick up her freaking... What? Why is that even a thing? I took off her headband, her ribbon. Take that out of here. Thinking, can I fit in Hawk Dude's mouth, or am I gonna have to move that thing out of the way? It sounded kind of rough. I'll keep it in though. Okay. I don't think I even... I do remember this stage, actually. That was stupid. That was very stupid. I paid the price for it. That's that. Okay, I think I might need Luigi for this one. Yeah, I think I need Luigi for this. Sure, why not? Actually, no. I think I can. I think you don't. You can do it that way, but you can also sink under there and just mash B, right? Okay, so you didn't need Luigi to jump over it. You can just do this. Was better to have her for this, I'm guessing. This is Birdo again. Okay, I've one-shot her. I guess the egg must have hit her twice. Who am I fighting now? Whoa. Is it Mauser again, or what it looks like? It's less difficult because he's kind of in a better spot where you can just kind of just throw it out, just hand it to him almost. He'll throw it the right way. Actually hit him. There we go. That's one. Looks like if you get him in the middle, it's a bad spot where it's not going to do anything. Maybe it would. I'm not sure. Maybe my timing is just terrible. At least there's no time limit. All right, here we go. World 7. So it's only 2 levels in World 7. I think Toad is needed for this one because I think this is one where you have to dodge stuff a lot. I don't remember. I might have been completely wrong and should have picked Luigi. I think I should have picked Luigi. I should have picked Luigi. Code was the exact opposite of what you wanted in this stage. Okay, right. I know this stage. All right, let's get into this. I know this stage well. I've played it many, many times. Always liked it. Oh, that wasn't a good jump. That was a very bad jump. You don't have to go this way. There's other ways you could take it, but this is the quote unquote secret way. I actually never went the front way. I don't know where it goes. It might be easier. I need to take you over here. Put you right there to do this. You can do it on the original. I don't know if you can do it on this one. If you can, it don't look like it's very easy. You just can't get enough height unless you... Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do that. I'm just not good enough for that. Yeah, but this is why you want Luigi, is this section right here is infinitely easier with him. It's easier, not easy. It's infinitely easier if you actually, don't die. If you don't get hit by stuff. Really? I have to... In the original, this wasn't a thing. This whole, You didn't have to stack any blocks right there with Luigi. Okay, what? I'm sure, why not? Well, bleh. It can have the little potion thing. One of these will give me some health. That one did. Good. We'll take it. This is the quote unquote last Birdo fight. Last proper Birdo fight. You spit eggs at all, or you spit just fire? I think you just spit fire. Because 7-2 is the last level, and there is a Birdo in it, but you don't have to fight it. At least you didn't in the original. This game has changed quite a bit of the stuff to make it slightly easier and slightly harder at the same time, which is kind of crazy. Off we go to final stage. I'm gonna pick Mario for this one. We got 15 lives, so trust me, I don't think we need them. It could be all right. I think we'll be all right. We're probably not. I say we're going to be all right, then I immediately get hit. Go figure. And I immediately die right after. Take 3. Marker. Take 4. Marker. Okay. Come on, Johnny. That's just nonsense that you're this bad at this game all of a sudden. I mean, that don't make no sense why you're getting this bad at the game this late in the video. Fine. I'm a smaller target. I'll get another health power up at some point. Know where to go at least. That's part of the difficulty of this level is where do you go? And it's not a... Once you know where to go, it's not hard. Let's put it that way. But let's see if it works in this game. All right, so go up here. Go down a little bit. Gotta catch the lip and then jump over really quick. Like that. Gotta catch the lip of the... So the easiest way to do it is do like this. Go down a little bit, catch that lip of the wall, and then jump up. Like that. So just make sure you don't fall into any of these chains until you get to the Birdo, because that's where the key is. Not that Birdo. Apparently there's 2 in this thing that I didn't know about. I thought there was only 1. Got past that. Now there should be a key right... Wait, what? Usually... Okay, so I have to fight Birdo for the key, I guess. In the original too, if you do this up thing, that you'll do what I'm doing now. In the original, there would be a key down here where you could just skip Birdo, but apparently not this version. How do I... Yeah, because this leads down to Wart after this, so... Are you gonna do anything? Or you had to talk first? Great. At least we know that we get the key from her. And then this Phanto wakes up and probably die. But hopefully we get a heart right before Wart. Well, no, that's not Wart. You gotta fight Hawkeye first. Okay. I forgot. Don't get hit. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Now it's the Wart fight. Final boss, by the way. Yes, he is a pain in the butt. because it's all about dodging his bubbles, catching the veggies in midair on top of that, and then throwing it in his mouth at the perfect time. So it's definitely a challenge. Not gonna get throwing a little too early is a problem. Also, another problem is that his bubbles can actually destroy the vegetable too. I did get him right there at the right time. Got him again. I think he takes 5 hits, I think. I'm not sure. Can't remember. That's 3, at least. He's probably, I think it's 1 more after this. Screwed it up. Nope, there's more. I thought that was it. Oh, an itch. Come on with this bubble crap, bro. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. That's GG. Course clear. Was that it? At the end of the game? It is. There goes a wart to be fed to the fly monsters, or whatever it is. Thank you so much for watching. If you fell asleep, good night. If you stayed up, please consider becoming a member. It would help me a lot if you did. And also check out the reaction stuff on Patreon if you're looking for that. I'll see you in the next one. Come back and see me again. Check the playlist on the screen, and I'll see you next time. In this video, I'm going to play through Super Mario Bros. 3 for the NES, while giving you soft commentary to hopefully help you relax and sleep tonight. There's not going to be any big jump scares, no big rage moments, no real even epic trick shots. We are basically here to help you relax and sleep. So lay back, let me take control of this, and I will just guide you through this classic game, one level at a time. I'm not going to skip any worlds because I actually enjoy playing through all of the worlds, honestly. And if you want, you can check the description or the pinned comment for timestamps on different worlds and different boss battles. That way you can skip to the point that you want to actually listen and relax to, basically. Or you can just listen to the entire thing, which would help me a lot. But I know some people want to skip ahead to their favorite world, like Water World or, you know, Tiny Big Land or whatever they call that. So you can do that if you want. It's up to you. I just hope that you get a good night's sleep listening to this. I'm not some type of expert or a speed runner at this game, but I will be playing through it pretty quickly and trying to make sure that the video is still exciting for those that want to actually sit up and watch me play through this. I'm not going to play every single level because some levels I just can't stand or just want to skip past or whatever. But I will be playing through the majority of them. There's only a few that I'm going to skip that are just kind of, you know, boring, basically. Gotta get used to those bouncing note block controls because it plays a little bit different than the standard All-Stars version, which I actually think is quite inferior to this version. This version, I think this version has better graphics to begin with. It really, it really fits a lot better, honestly, to me anyway. But my real issue with the All-Stars version is the controls. They don't feel the same, and they're nowhere near as clean and precise as these. The NES version is by far much easier to control and much more enjoyable to play, in my opinion. It doesn't have the save and quit feature, which is unfortunate. We're skipping level 4 because it's just boring. It's a boring side scroller. I mean, a boring auto scroller. We're gonna get a nothing with this particular one. But we're not even gonna bother using the flute. We might get it. I might just get it just because it is the iconic thing in this level, but I'm not gonna use it because I want to go through every boss fight and every ship and all of that. So I don't know if I've actually ever played through this particular version of Mario 3 though. I know I've played through the Super Nintendo version about 1 billion times, but the NES version, I don't know if I really ever sat down and played through it completely. I probably have. But that's where your warp whistle is if you wanted to skip to the final levels, which I don't intend on doing at all. But if you're a speedrun type or just want to, jump around the levels in the NES version, that's the easiest way to do it, to warp to your favorite world. But like I said, if you want to do that in this video, you can just go to the timestamps in the description or the pinned comment where you can get to your favorite world right now and skip past all this. My personal favorite world, I think it might be the water world. I don't know. I kind of like the ice world's all of them are pretty cool. Comes my favorite thing in the world. You know how I feel about Hammer Bros. But that one's done. By the way, the reason I turn off the music in all of these is because while I love the music, and I really think it's incredible music that should be loved, remembered, and respected, is because it's not very sleepy. It's very high energy a lot of the time, so it's not exactly the easiest to fall asleep to, I'll put it that way. Plus all the sounds don't really, the bling of the coins and all that, it's not exactly the sleepiest thing ever. I'm going to try something really stupid, and it didn't work. I thought I could pull it off, but some people can actually take a run and leap off of that thing, and if they time it correctly, they can pretty much just jump over all this, even without the tail. But I am not that good at this game. I'm not good at any games, apparently. But I'm not one of those rage out channels that screams and blames the game and blames the controller, blames the, blames the audience. Actually, thinking about that, I kind of want to see Darkside Phil play through Mario 3 and see what he complains about, saying, oh, this game has terrible such and such. I would just love to see him try to blame Mario 3 for him not being able to do something. He did. He blamed the game for something. You know what? I'll do it. Just for you. I really don't like this level. It's not long, but it is just kind of boring because it's an auto-scroller, and I really think they're really very boring. But just for nostalgia's sake, I'll play through it real quick before we go to the ship. I'm just going to speed up a little bit in certain spots just to scroll the map forward a little faster. Now, something I said in my previous video, I don't know if it was of Mario 1 or Mario 2, was that I thought that Mario 3 was better than Super Mario World. And I'm not sure if they got any controversy or not, because I literally just posted those about an hour ago. But if they, just in case they did, I'll explain myself. Mario 3 has, number one, more interesting worlds. overall. The world designs better. The levels, in my opinion, better. The enemy designs better. It has more power-ups. You have an entire stockpile where you can literally hit, what is it, B on the controller and pull up a stockpile of power-ups. The only real thing that Mario World has going for it is more secrets. And, I mean, this one has secrets too. And Yoshi, which Yoshi does not make the thing worth more to me. Now, Yoshi's cool. He's a good addition, but he's not, he's just not. I just like the level. It didn't have the Karibo shoe. That's one big thing. The Karibo shoe, I think it's called. It's not in there. The raccoon suit, the Tanuki suit, not in there. The tail thing right here, not in it. All you get is the cape, which is beyond overpowered, by the way. And it breaks the game entirely, making it almost not fun in some ways. And the fire flower. You get 2 power-ups. Well, and of course you have the star and the mushroom, of course, but are we really even counting those? We're talking about new power-ups. But this game has the raccoon suit here, has a Tanuki suit, which lets you turn into a statue, plus have the ability to fly. It has the Karibo shoe, I think it's called, where you can basically, hop around in a shoe and destroy everything. And basically does like almost everything Yoshi did except for eat enemies. And you got, trying to think, what else you got in this game? The Hammer Brothers suit. Of course, the star, the regular mushroom, the music box, the cloud where you can skip levels, the warp whistles. I mean, it keeps going on and on. And I just feel like this game was so much more diverse on top of that, because you have, level 1 is the grasslands, and then you go into the desert, then you go into the, the ocean sort of water island stages, and then you go into the big, tiny big island. Then you go into the ground thing, and then the sky level, where you have a sky world. It's like it's split into 2 different worlds. And then you have the ice world, and then you have the pipe world, and all these other worlds. Mario World, how diverse is it really? Think about this. How diverse is Mario World really? I'm not trying to rant or rave, but I'm just trying to, put a little bit of conversation in the comments. How diverse is Mario World? Think about it. You have grasslands, you have plains, you have caves, you have a forest, and that's it. It's like 3 or 4 different terrains. It's boring. Oh, and of course you have like the lava stuff, but I'm not saying Mario World's a bad game. I'm teasing a little bit. I think Mario World's a perfectly fine game, but and I understand that at the time I'm a huge fan of it still. Don't think I hate it. Compared to this game, it's a huge downgrade. But I tell you what I love about Mario World, that it inspired a lot of incredible ROM hacks that I will be covering on this channel, like Plumber for All Seasons, which is it's better than the original. It just is. Period. There are some ROM hacks out there that completely smoke the original and smoke almost every Mario game that was ever made by Nintendo. It's kind of crazy, the creativity of the fans. This game even has ROM hacks like Mario Adventure, we may eventually get to, which is, one of the greatest ROM hacks of all time as well. And I've played that some and I love it. Or Blue Mario World. That's another good, or Blue Mario, whatever it is, something Blue Mario. It's like where everything's kind of blue, but it has these really cool level designs and stuff. we'll play through the ROM hacks too. Don't worry. But when it comes to the base game, I really believe that Mario World is far inferior to this one. And I don't know if I always held that opinion, actually. Right, come on, Boom Boom. Let's have some fun. Come on, buddy. I don't know if I always had that opinion or not. I'm trying to think. When I was a kid, I loved both. I didn't really have a preference, honestly, when I was a kid, I don't think. But I just remember as a kid, I was really hoping that people would make more content for Mario World. Like, you know, what eventually became ROM hacks was like a dream to me back then. I was like, I wish someone would just take this game and make like more levels and better, more, you know, different worlds and stuff out of it. And I would have never thought that we'd have like, you know, God tier programmers like the guy who did, or girl who did A Plumber for All Seasons, or everything Gamma V ever did. You know, Gamma V did an ungodly amount of amazing ROM hacks, you know, and I've actually played through quite a few of hers. Hers, I'm not sure. I don't know anything about Gamma V beyond the name, but regardless, Gamma V made some of the best ROM. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if Gamma V made Mario's Missing Done Right, but that was an amazing ROM hack. That was my top out of the top 5 that I picked for a list I made a long time ago. I just screwed that up a little bit, but that's not a big deal. But Gamma V made some of the greatest ROM hacks ever, in my opinion. Got one up. So that is that the sun level? Oh yeah, there it is. We used to call it the PO'd sun. Can't say the actual terminology we used as teenagers for the sun, because even when I was a teenager, if I could get out of this quicksand, even as a teenager, we would call it the PO'd sun, PISSEDOFF sun, because even the sun was coming out to try to take Mario down, which is crazy. Let's see. Nope. That's another thing they didn't have. They didn't have the card houses. They didn't have the mushroom houses for the power-ups. I mean, there was just so much missing from Mario World, you know? I get why people love it, and I love it, but it's just not as good. We killed the Hammer Bro, or Boomerang Bro, or Sock Bro, or whatever you call this guy. I've always thought that was kind of like socks. What do we get? Music box. So what does music box do? It basically makes where the Hammer Bros, where they're on the screen, it'll make them go to sleep so you can pass them if you wanted to. Not super useful, but it's there. What's under here? I wonder. Oh, that's the Lost Cause. Like, go over there to get a mushroom or get your head bit off by one of those chomps. Paint chomps. I forgot which way you had to do that. I thought I was scared it was going to come back and hit me in the face. All right. Let's see if I can actually get something on this one. It's not that difficult to do it. It's just up. Got a Bulbasaur mustache, I'll call it. By the way, if you like Pokemon, I've already done a Pokemon video for the original Red version, well, a ROM hack of Red called Red Plus Blue, which was basically just a quality of life improvement. It redrew the sprites, it did a couple of small bug fixes, added all 151 Pokemon to the game so you wouldn't have to, have both. You could just, catch all of them in one game. So I played through that. It was basically identical to the original, just some small upgrades. I just found that randomly and was like, well, why not? Might as well play like the little, definitive version. All right, we got a hammer, which is very useful because it's something where you can break these rocks on the map and unlock areas. Like, I'll do it right here really quick because there's actually a spot right here where it leads to a secret. I'm just gonna show you what it is really quick. See? Come on, I'm gonna sacrifice that hammer for this. And we get the frog suit, which I've never liked the frog suit. It's really only good for water levels, which is what we're about to go into anyway, so whoops. So these guys breathe fire. I don't know what power up to give us, so let's get in here and hope we don't die. Another warp whistle. We're not going to use it. Yeah, we're not going to use that warp whistle anyway, but there's another warp whistle if you wanted one. This level's a little bit weird. It has a couple of oddball spots. I don't know how I pulled that off. I screwed that up. Whoop. I kind of needed you, actually. Let's try this again. Come here, Buzzy Beetle. I need you. I need your shell for like a second. Now, if you go up there, you can get to like this little bonus room that basically just gives you a bunch of coins. I think. I think that's what it does. Pyramid level complete. That's all the levels in this one complete. Oh, it's terrible. The king has been turned into a bug. Go fix him. That's the script of all the ships. Is basically the king got turned into something. Go fix him. The only thing. And they might have actually fixed it in a ROM hack. I'm sure they have. I didn't look, but I'm sure that there's like a Super Mario 3 Plus ROM hack that adds the ability to save and pick worlds and stuff, like they do in All-Stars, where like you can save your game and come back, or even save, quit, and then, go visit other worlds. If you wanted to replay through World 3 after you're, in World 6, you could do that in the All-Stars version, but I'm sure that there's a ROM hack that adds that functionality to the original somewhere. But I'm not playing. I'm playing vanilla right now, but if I would have thought about that beforehand, I would have been playing that instead. But there's another one called Super Mario 3 Mix that I hear is like the greatest thing ever. So I'm going to play that at some point. Probably on the channel, yeah. It's like where it's like a Mario 3 hack that like takes level designs from all the different games or many of the different games in the series, like Mario Land and World and all that, and throws them all together. It's sort of like a best of compilation. Now we're moving on to World 3. Alright, I want to get one of these. If you go down here really quick, I'll just show you. You can get a fire flower right there. We already got one, so we're just going to skip past that. Should have actually not wasted this fire flower then, not remembering that right as we start, so. Fine. Let's play through this card game really quick. What was that one? Is it right here? That's what I thought. I know that's cheating. I don't care. I just wanted. It was gonna bother me if I never figured out if that was the correct one or not. This one's just a tiny bit tricky. It's not really an auto scroller. It's just kind of it's a scroller. Pretty sure this is a frog suit. Yeah. Frog suits are only really good for if you have nothing else, and if you're playing a water level, they're pretty good. Here's everybody's favorite Big Bertha. Did Big Bertha show up in Mario 64? I think it kind of like him. I think they tried to say like that spiky sort of fish from Mario World was Big Bertha, the same one right there. But don't think it was. Well, I don't think it was based on the design, but I think they tried to do it just like they tried to say those tomato-looking things were Goombas, which was stupid. By the way, Big Bertha can one-hit you, like one-shot you, run into her, I guess, because Bertha. But if you run into Big Bertha, it'll eat you in one shot, so you gotta avoid that. Hey, you know I'm coming, ain't you? Because this one is a bit of a maze, but it's not hard at all. It's very easy. It's I'm sure you know exactly where to go, and I have for like the last probably 30 years. I don't know. I don't think I played this game back in the early 90s. Pretty sure this is the, yeah, there it is. Like I thought. All right, goodbye, Boom Boom. Come down here, Hammer Bro. Come on down here. Oh, you being stubborn. Sometimes, I don't know what it's depending on, but sometimes you can actually find power-ups in these blocks. You can get like a second power-up sometimes. I don't know what determines it, but you can. I'm not going to bother wasting it. I don't even think I have another hammer anyway, do I? I do want 2 hammers before, at least 2 hammers before we, let's go with this level. It ate my input right there. I was gonna try to do a jump. At least that one didn't eat. Gonna have a Lakitu pop up any second now. There he is. I don't know why I keep accidentally hitting that button. Come on down here. Don't do this. Don't start this. There's a hammer. And so the bridges are up, so we can't do it now. There's a couple of power-ups that you can get on that if you break through this block. And there's a whole little thing where there's like a couple of islands with some mushrooms over there, which I think we all know. But I kind of want to save my hammer because there's a certain power-up that I never see anyone get, and I don't understand why, and it bothers me. It is always, well, not, doesn't keep me up at night, but it does bug me that, like, you never hear anyone tell you about it, and I want to show it to you. It's at the beginning of World 4, and it's really cool, and, like, you never see anyone bring it up. I'm just like, why? You can get one of the coolest power-ups in the entire game, like, a couple of worlds early. You know? Whoops. A double wolf, stupid jellyfish. Getting clapped. Getting popped. Five up. Alright. And yeah, I don't think there's going to be any way to get another hammer before the next world, so I'm going to save this hammer just because there's a particular power-up I want to show you in World 4. Level 6, auto-scroller, love it, gotta love it. No, I actually don't love it. I can't stand them. I think they're annoying. That was stupid, speeding up right when there was a Koopa right in front of me. That might be one thing that I don't remember if Mario World did Mario World even have any auto scrollers, or if it was very few. It was very few if it was any. If he'll do it. Let's see if we can get him to do it. Really? There it is. Where they throw up like a little spike ball. Like they literally throw it up and then just throw it at you. It's so gross, but at the same time it's kind of neat. I ain't even trying to 100% this game, but we're legit just like having to play every level anyway, the way the map is turning out. Which I'm fine with. I mean, I'm fine with it because that would be good for the title, you know. Fall asleep while I 100% Mario 3, you know. Be good for the title. Get that extra term in there for the 100% thing. I'm not against. I mean, I've played through it 100% more than once. And there is one level that I know that you've had trouble with in the past that I could show you how to do it. Come on, bro. I'm not going to accept that. There's one level on World 6 I know that you've had trouble with, and I'm going to show you how to beat that as well, so... You can see over there they get the island. To the right of that there's another island that we're not going to see just because I need to save this hammer for the one thing I want to show you. So we're going to sacrifice a couple of power-ups to get away from Big Bertha, hopefully. That was a little bit tense right there. Had like a little Jaws moment. Whoop. That could have been much worse. There you go. 3 levels up. We got 18 lives. Next. I'm not starting the level with that, sir. That's just not going to happen. Yeah, but don't expect me to ever play Kaizo levels because I am not a Kaizo fan. Well, I like watching it. I can barely get through the regular vanilla Mario, let alone play those things without screaming. My reflexes are not that good. My patience is not that good either. Let's move on to this world's. See, that's the other one right there. I don't know exactly what power-ups you get, but you saw the secret at least. And so you just know that you need the hammer to get over there. We could have saved that hammer from I'm sure that there was another hammer somewhere we could have got. I might be wrong. We got Wendy here. By the way, I'm pretty sure most of the Koopa kids are actually named after different rock stars of the 80s. Wendy was based on Wendy O. Williams, who was a singer back in the 80s. And then, of course, Lemmy Koopa is based on Lemmy from Motorhead. Roy, I'm pretty sure it's Roy Orbison. And so on, etc. I don't remember. Ludwig, of course, is Beethoven. And we're on World 4. Was it World 4 or World 5 where they have that? I think it's World 4. I think it's right here. Right here. See this red you see this red mushroom house right here? This holds a secret that I never see anyone else do. And we're going to get it right now. Pick a box. Its contents will help you on your way. Look at that. The raccoon suit. You never see anyone pick it up. They always just avoid that one. Probably the coolest power up in the entire game. It's right there. And you never see anyone get it. Even during like 100% runs, which I think really should. The speed runs should include every mushroom house. But it may not be possible. It may be one of those things where it's like you don't get enough hammers or something to actually get all the mushroom houses. I screwed that up. It's fine. I've only died like 3 times this entire playthrough. Multitasking is a bit difficult when you're talking, recording, playing the game, trying to not screw it up, reacting to the stuff that happens on screen. I'm making excuses for my terrible gameplay. What are we going to get in here? I want something better than that. There we go. I'll take that fire flower. I got in right behind him. Somehow I didn't even get hit there. This level has some tight spots. Like that one right there. I really can't wait for Mario Maker 3 to come out. I've been waiting and just checking for updates constantly to see if we're ever going to get Mario Maker 3. And I saw a Switch 2 on, I think it was Amazon for $4.49. I think that's a little high for a console, but I was like, you know what? I will buy a Switch 2 if, and only if, they put out Mario Maker 3. Otherwise, I'm not going to buy a Switch. I'm not going to buy a Switch 2 unless they get Mario Maker 3. Because I think that's fair. Because that game has endless replayability. I played a little bit of the Mario Maker 2 when I had a Switch for like a week. Like, at one point, I basically just had a Switch, and I was like, I can't justify the price for this one game, and I probably would think the same thing with Mario Maker 3, but I could actually make content with Mario Maker 3 that would possibly get some views. Versus, you know, Mario Maker 2, 8 years after it came out. You know, good luck with that. Oh yeah, I forgot this spot right here. It has a weird, little bit of a tricky jump in here. Ooh, that Boo is fast. Ghost is really fast right there. Well, I thought you had to actually jump off that dry bones. But if these Mario videos do really good, I'll do a bunch of Mario stuff. You vote with your viewership. That's how I've always operated. Is if something gets a ton of, if something is, you know, popular and the audience enjoys it, you know, that's what I'll do. Okay, so I just can't get up there. Don't get clapped. And boom. And we lost again on that one. All right, let's see. I'll take it. That's a leaf, so I'll take that. We got 3 Hammer Bros all lined up pretty quick right next to each other. P-Cloud. I think it's not a P-Cloud, regular Cloud. An actual P-Cloud there. I didn't think about that. There's a cloud storage company that actually hosts the Johnny Fox archive with the reaction content on called P-Cloud. I wonder if they named themselves after that particular thing right there. Maybe. But I bought it to basically host the vault that I sell on Patreon. Link in the description if you want to buy into that. It's only $5 to get access to it. But yeah, paid P-Cloud for a year to host it. And it was affordable for what we're doing. And you know, I tried literally every other cloud storage, and like all of them sucked for video hosting. All of them. It didn't matter if it was Google Drive, if it was Dropbox, if it was, sync.com, everybody. Proton Drive, nobody had a good video player. And the only, if they did have a good video, if they had a video player, period, it was like horrible quality. But it turned out P-Cloud had an excellent video player where it plays it in full quality. So you can basically host your own private YouTube sort of thing on there. You just put your own files in there and use their player and just, can host your own little video hosting thing there, which is really neat. And the interface, while very, very bare bones, works just fine. And there's also, of course, PeerTube, which is I don't think it's a self-hosted thing. I don't know how exactly PeerTube works. Or DTube or any of those other sort of weird little YouTube host your own or host your whatever it is. I don't understand those enough to mess with them, and I figured nobody would go there anyway, so I don't bother. Imagine that's mostly for people that just want to talk about politics and stuff that you can't on other websites, so I'm not trying to get my name, my info, my details, anything locked up with any type of shady stuff where people talk about, nasty topics that I don't like to talk about. I don't like to get into all that. This is a little secret. I don't know if I knew about it. Hope it's not going to skip any levels, though. Not what I was trying to do. But no, I don't want to attach myself to any of that. I'm very bland and boring to begin with, so I don't want to endanger any of my personal information, especially at this point in time. Experimenting with PeerTube and whatever, BitChute and all that stuff at this point, or even Rumble. I just want to be boring old Johnny Fox and make my boring Johnny Fox videos that make people go to sleep because I'm boring. That's all I want to do now. I don't want an exciting life no more. I don't want the fame and the fortune and the drama and the documentaries made about me and all that crap. It's like the epic rise and fall of Johnny Fox. I'm sure there's, I'm sure it'll be the most boring documentary you ever read because I never did anything noteworthy, noteworthy and like, oh my God, he did that. There's like none of that in my history. So like any trouble that I've ever had drama wise was just people being stupid and me telling them stop being stupid and they didn't like it. So that was the drama. Like there is no scandal. I'm boring. And now I'm embracing being boring so I can help you sleep. That was stupid. That was just flat. There's a scandal right there. Johnny screwed up a part of Mario 3 just now. The scandal. Going to be all over the 5 o'clock news. There's going to be court cases about it. Johnny's not bad at, not incredible at video games, and he screws up sometimes. Surprise Pikachu face. I don't know how I was supposed to do that without getting burnt. No, I mean, I haven't studied every single jump in this game. I think that's Larry or whatever. I think heavens, he's back to his old self again. Another P cloud. Good. Now we are in World 5. Nice. This is the one that split into 2. It's a pretty good world. There is actually a secret in this level to get up under there, and I'm not taking that. I'm pretty sure you have to have a tail, raccoons, whatever you call it, the thing where you fly, to be able to get up under there. I used to think that was the coolest thing ever, that you could get up under that thing and jump around in that pool down there. But I can't go back in the level because once the level's over, they won't let you replay it in this particular version. Ooh, come on. Don't do that. I don't want to fall down there. I don't want to fall down there. Nope. And that's it for that one. Now let's get our second raccoon suit, which is right here. Alright, let's use up a fire flower for this. Y'all gonna come down here at all, or are you just gonna stay up there? He did. I'm getting a lot of P clouds. I ain't using none of them. There's a couple of levels in this particular world that'll probably be useful for it, but I've never been up. What's up here? can't figure. Okay, what? Now I'm gonna wonder what's up there. It's gonna bother me if I don't get up there. I really could only realistically get up there with the P cloud, or I could, if I get enough run and don't do that. Come on. I really want to see what's up there. Oh my god, it won't let me do it. It's gonna bother me. We're just gonna do like an experiment, like an alternate timeline. We're not going to waste this P cloud. We're just going to figure out what's over there, so it will stop bugging me. What's in this pipe? Up. Just a 1-up? We're not wasting a P cloud on that. At least you saw what it was. Yeah, we're not wasting a P cloud on, a single little secret 1-up. Come on, Thwomp, come down. Come down. All luck, no skill. All those misses, that was luck. That wasn't... that was skill, not luck. How dare you say it was luck. Just like this. Yeah, take that, Hammer Bro. Can't stand y'all. Alright, let's do this level. I think this is the Karibo shoe one, isn't it? Well, that was one of the shoes we could have got. Hey, look, it's the shoe. Yes, it was in something. It was in one level in Mario 3 for some reason. The coolest, the Yoshi of this game. The best power up in Mario 3. It can basically go over any terrain, but if you fall in a hole, you die. And we lost it. At least you saw it. And seeing is believing. Hey, here we go. This really is just a transition level. This isn't actually much of a level. It's just more of a transition stage to get to the Sky World thing. Sky World. Here we are. Here we go. Here we go. By the way, I do have Kirby stuff in the works too. I have everything in the works. Sonic, Kirby, everything that you could think of is in the works right now. Eventually Zelda, whenever I feel like the patience to actually play through any of those. I mean, I like Zelda. Don't think I don't like Zelda. I do like Zelda. It's just Zelda's really long. And I'm trying to focus on games that I can beat in one video so you don't end up with, you know, let's play, you know, Zelda part 60, you know, with 4 views because, you know, people didn't want to watch the first 59 episodes, you know. So I try to do games that I can, or at least, you know, mission quest lines and stuff that I can beat in one thing. Sort of like, you know, with the Mages Guild, you know, which was 5 hours, you know, or the Fighters Guild, stuff like that. Like I can't obviously 100% Oblivion in one video unless you edited everything out. But yeah. These are 2 pretty interesting levels. You got 7 and you got 6. 6 is an auto scroller that kind of sucks, but I said we're going to 100% the game, so we're going to 100% it. You basically have to fly on these little, jump off of these little winged things. Yeah. This is one of those levels that you would want to probably P-Wing through if you really wanted to, but I can hear Papa. She's mad. Well, wrong, pretty girl. She's grumpy. She wants attention. I can hear her outside of my door whining right now. But she knows that if I love her and I sit with her a lot during the day. But she knows that when I'm working, she has to do other stuff because she will not sit in my chair and settle while I'm working. She won't let me work. She'll get right up in my face and knock the controller out of my hand and want attention because she's a baby. And there's nothing wrong with being a baby. But she's a baby that doesn't want Daddy to work. She wants the attention when she's in here, which is normal because she's a baby. I love you, Papa, you little baby. My baby, my pretty girl, he's so sweet. She love Daddy. She doesn't miss Daddy. She gets lonely sometimes because Bubba's gone, so she gets a little lonely. But don't worry, I give her a ton of time, you know, and she got blankets and toys and endless treats and her favorite food every day and soft music on her Echo speaker in there. We'll just call it an Echo speaker so yours doesn't go off your Amazon speaker. She has soft music playing. She literally lives like a queen, better than humans do in many cases. So don't worry, I spoil that thing rotten, and she deserves every single little ounce of whatever I give her, and more. Because she's all I got right now. In real life, that is. I got this, I got her, and that's it. I mean, I'm happy with that. I'm getting hit in the exact same spot over and over. Because I ain't got any sense, apparently. Like, yeah, Johnny, just do the same thing over and over. That'll give you a different result and, you know, profit. Stop hitting the same problem. Hitting the same fireball over and over. Here, come on, Boom Boom. Let's do this for the 100th time. You know, bro, you really don't get paid enough to get this treatment that you get from us. I don't know what Bowser's paying you, but it's probably chicken feed compared to what he gives him and Peach's children. Yeah, I said it. People don't want to admit that, but it probably is what it is. Peach is probably, I mean, I don't think we ever found out if Peach and Mario were dating, and she does seem to get kidnapped a lot, and then, you know, she always seems to end up back up there, you know, and he keeps coming back, and she got all these kids with no Mrs. Bowser. I'm just saying, bro. There has to be a Mrs. Bowser, and you see another woman around? So unless Bowser is turned into a sponge where he can reproduce by himself, Peach is the baby mama. Because they literally have never had a Mrs. Bowser in any of the games, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I know, I ain't played every game, but I'm sure there's some answer in an RPG or something that I never saw. Great, I hate that dude. I really do. Fine, we got past him though, regardless. Let's get past this Slacker too. Alright, it's time to move on to the ship of World 5. I don't remember this one either. I don't remember really any of them. Let me get that cursor off the screen. My bad. Let me actually do something really quick just to stop that from happening again. Apologies. There you go. That should fix it. But the cursor shouldn't show up anymore on the RetroArch screen. Hopefully, if it was. If it was, once again, apology. I don't think it did, though. But hopefully you're having a good day, and hopefully you're having a good night's sleep while you listen to me, or just a nap, or even just a nice, chill, relaxing time at work, you know. I do work very, very hard on this channel, so I hope that it is doing you some good. And I've kind of come to realize that subscriber count and likes and all, well, I don't know about likes, but subscriber count really doesn't mean anything on YouTube growth wise. So I'm not going to beg you for subscriptions, but if you would like to help support the channel, becoming a member does help a lot more than being a subscriber, and watch time as well. So if you leave it on the background, that definitely helps a lot. But I appreciate my subscribers regardless, because it's nice to know people care, but it doesn't actually do much for the actual pushing of the algorithm, if anything. Oh, I didn't realize his one of those is stun locked if you landed. You know what, Roy? Fine, you can get your one hit. There you go. That's World 5. Another cloud. Got 40 lives. Level 1. We're in Ice World now. I know this world's probably better than most. I don't know, I just kind of like this world. Kind of Christmassy. Definitely one of the harder ones. I never really found World 8 that difficult compared to the other ones. Honestly, I don't know which world I would call the most difficult. Well, World 8's second half in the dark areas is pretty rough in spots, but nothing too horrible. these levels are a lot shorter than I was remembering. Maybe I'm just so used to others. It just feels like these, like as soon as it feels like the level's starting to go, it's like it's like, all right, well, you're done. And it's like, oh god, here we go, another lovely auto scroller, because we know we love those. Should just change the channel name to I Hate Auto Scrollers. But this one's not that bad. I actually kind of like this one a little bit. By the way, I do have a ton of other content coming. This channel is definitely going to be filled up pretty quick. There's different playlists that'll break it up for you if you have something you want to watch in particular. I've already got a request for Sonic. And I said, well, you know, I didn't think about Sonic right off, but sure, why not? You know, fall asleep while I play Sonic. People like Sonic. I like Sonic. I don't think I ever beat any. Never beat any of the games, but I like them. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. But we're still in. Well, I keep saying we because yeah, it's dumb like that for some reason. I'm still in the experimental phase, trying to figure out what I want to do exactly with this channel. I know I want to do sleepy content. I know that for sure, but like I don't know what games I want to focus on the most. So I'm throwing out a lot of different stuff, trying to see what I think will be the best fit. Which is a nice way of saying whatever gets views. Trying to see what YouTube will actually show people. But let's go ahead and waste a frog suit. Why not? That's fine. I don't really care that I died right there. The frog suit sucks anyway, so I was just really freeing up a slot more than anything. Any more frog suits I need to get rid of? I'm going to save those P-Wings for some stuff in World 8. I will take one of these raccoon feather things for this level. I was recording, and you haven't seen it yet because it's not done. I don't know when it will be done. But I was recording Ace Combat 4, which is, I mean, it's a retro game now. It's a PS2 game. But I don't know. The commentary is pretty minimal on it because I'm so focused on not getting blown up the entire time. But I'll probably still post it anyway at some point, but I don't expect myself to become an Ace Combat channel. As much as I love the series and adore the gameplay in Ace Combat, it's probably in my top 5 game series. It's just, you know, who doesn't have fun flying a fighter jet and making stuff go kaboom, you know? It's just simple fun. This spot is low, but come on, bro. There we go. All right, boom, boom. Maybe it's because I was a kid, but I feel like these levels were a lot longer when I was a kid. Oh, I know this level. This one isn't bad. It doesn't lag out on you. I don't remember it lagging like that, but the Super Nintendo version didn't lag like that. I don't remember if it did, but if it did, it did. Hate those little dudes. You know what I mean? It's like as soon as I figure the level's starting, it kind of just ends. But that's just how the game levels were. This level right here, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that everybody has trouble with. I'm going to show you how to beat it. Yeah, this is it. I will show you how to beat this. All right. This is a bit of a mystery because they have all these different upsides right here. You need, first of all, you need to get a shell, something with the shell first is the big thing. All right. So I need to figure out which one of these holes up here is gonna need to get rid of these little dudes, get them out of my way. I'm trying to remember because they'll just grab a block and throw it at you. I think it's right above where that Koopa was that I just killed. And just stay right there for now. All right. Hopefully it'll just respawn for me. Look, you. We just need to not do that. Don't shoot. Bro. I hate these little dudes. You're making my screen lag. Stop. Alright, so right here, fucking, alright, come here. You drop. You come here. This is not it's not that difficult if the stuff cooperates. Get off out of my way. All right, fine. Here we go. If I can get the... There you go. That's what you do. You grab the shell, you hold Y, or B in this case, mash the jump button so you fly with the shell, and then you just kick it into those things, and that's how you exit the level. It's a lot easier if you have the P-Wing, but I just didn't have it. I mean, I have one, but I just didn't want to waste it on that. There we go. There's a Hammer Brother suit. Yeah, but that's how you do that without the, with or without the P-Wing. It's the only way you can beat that level. This level sucks. I remember this level. This level kind of sucks. This is one of the more memorable ones because of how much of a pain in the butt it can be. I think it's kind of long too. Lots of lag. Trying to cram too much stuff on the screen at once. Just call that the hallway of doom. How about that? That'll work. That level's done. I'm not gonna take that, bro. We ain't doing that. All that 4-star. I don't even care about these picture ones anymore. I think this is one of the bad ones. One of the bad auto-scrollers. I can't remember. This might be the bad one. Because I can already see it with that dude showing up. don't know if you could P-wing over this anyway. It might make you hit the roof and not be able to do it. Little fire stick dudes, they're just trolls. They are trolls and they're very annoying. Very annoying. Get out of here. Well, you're here to cause trouble. That's what you're here to do. That's what enemies are supposed to do, is cause trouble. That wasn't the level I was thinking it was, or maybe it was and I'm misremembering it. I hope I never see those fire stick dudes ever again. That was pure luck. Really, that's it? I thought that level was a lot more than that, but okay. Come on, Boom Boom, for like the billionth time. Don't you got wings at some point? Where does this lead to? Anything? All the way back there for no reason. Well, not for no reason. It's just you can skip past some levels if you do that. Oh boy. You know, if it's a grass level, our friend is probably going to show up. Which we hope he doesn't. Uh-oh, that's the AVGNH symbol where he said that stood for bad word we can't say on YouTube, and he learned that the hard way. You can't say them words on YouTube. That's why he has to still express VPN to you. Actually, no, that level was kind of dull. Nothing in it, really. What is this? Big Bertha? Hey, buddy. I was hoping I'd never see you again, and now I'm past you, so I hope I don't see you again after this. Well, I'll see you again. That's not something I was hoping. That just pushed me right into the grave. Okay. Fine. How do I get out of here? Guess that's the way out of here. just use up a mushroom just to do level 10. I don't know what level 10 involves, but I'll just use a mushroom anyway just to have a power up. Might as well use what we got. No reason to just, waste it. I was about to say, did that Koopa just delete himself from existence? Boing. I've got a lot of those P-Wings now. I just didn't use them. I kept getting them and never used them. I know I know 2 levels that are definitely getting P-Winged. That's for sure. And they're both in World 8. I'll take the hit. It's fine. Whoa. I forgot about this room. Supposed to look at the ghost, Mario. You're not supposed to just turn away from them. Remember, that's what makes them, start moving. All right, here we go to the next castle for number 6. He's turned into a seal, apparently. What to say, is there any enemies or any obstacles beyond gaps in this one? Whoops, that was stupid. Get a little bit impatient. Whoops. Being impatient. Story of my life. That's how a lot of my problems happen, is lack of patience. I'm always in a hurry for no reason. Apparently my fireballs ain't hurting this thing, whatever he is. There, he's gone regardless. Off to World 7. Another P-Wing I have not used yet. Alright, World 7. Pipe World. I think everybody knows this one. Because if you watch the speed runs at all, this is where they always warp to do that wrong warp. I know nothing about but how it works anyway. I have no intention of trying to do it either. Oh. Jump up. This part, I think, is just pure freaking luck. if you get up there where the Koopas are. Okay, I just didn't get it all the way up there either time. That's fine. I'll just do it the correct way. Where I just don't care about that stupid card. You know what, you little snipper? Nothing. He just nipped me just caught me right off guard. Here, have that. Enjoy it. Not the right. I think you all remember this spot. Nice try. If I had that, it would have worked if I had that tail or whatever. Yeah, this is where you need to make the bridge. Because we all love that part. I'm sure you remember it and you love it. You love this part, don't you? We have to do all this just to get across. Or you could, if you had like a wing, like a tail at the beginning, if I knew that was what we were going to be dealing with next, I would have brought one, but it's fine. We didn't, it's not a big deal. It's like 10 seconds I added to the level, so it's not like a overly problematic deal. Okay, this one's a kind of a fast level where you kind of have to go as fast as you possibly can to keep up the thing that you're doing. Because there's a lack of two, because why not? I'll take the hit. It's fine. We're at the end of the level. Wait, what is this? Is this a maze? Oh God, I hate these maze levels. Too loud. Hold on. Okay, this should have figured this out. Okay, I remember this level, kinda, sorta. Ah, great. Of course. Of course. Of course it would do that. Nope. What I figured was going to happen was going to have to make a bridge or something right there. Oh, that was easier than I was expecting, actually. another friggin' frog suit. Ugh. That's what I say to that. Ugh. Oh my god, I hate this flower. It's the same flower that shows up in Mario World, isn't it? Which is also another enemy I can't stand, where they spit out the little petals and stuff. Kind of horrifying right there. Thanks for that, Blooper. I appreciate you, but I appreciate you, Blooper. Yeah, that's so nice of you to just spit out your kids at me. This would be a lot more. Makes more sense to have the fire flower. Okay, it doesn't make any sense to have a fire flower underwater, but you know, I just thought about it. You don't get a fire flower in Mario 64. Do you even get the star when you pick up stars? Puppet getting grouchy, even though I already fed her and she's been in here a lot of the day. I think she's just lonely today. She has some days where she's just really lonely. I'm going to bring her in here in a minute after I'm done with this world. Won't be much longer, but I want to get the. You know what, Lotus? Fine. Just take the fire flower. Just take it. Awful level. That's just unfair. If they expect you to even. I don't know what it wants to do. Oh, is this the pipe you want me to go down? I guess so. Well, thanks for yet another P cloud. It's the most powerful object in the entire game, and I haven't used one once when I probably should have many times before. Alright, this is a puzzle castle. That actually would be very good if I had the P cloud, because I know the solution, but don't have the. I need something to fly with to be able to do this. So I know the solution is very fast if you have the tail already. That is not the correct power up for this problem. Wait, what? Okay. So the question is, where is the thing? I know there's a P block somewhere around here. There it is. That works too. I will take it. I will take it, Tanuki suit. I know. Calm yourself. Calm your spade and neuter horses, Bob. Where is that pipe at? There it is. Right there. Next to that pillar. Oh, I get it. Use for a second. I'm like, what is this? It's one of these levels where you have to ride these little platforms. Great. Oh, okay. Bro, why did that thing just, why did he not go in the pipe? Oh God, not this one. I remember this level. The Flappy Bird of this video game. Oh, come on. Wait, I thought there was a, all right, whatever. I thought it was a different level. Another Hammer Bros suit. I'll use it. I think I missed a level on the way back, though. That's the problem. Did I? I swore I missed a level on the way back. It might be that Chomper level that I was looking at right there. Okay, so that's not it either. I swear I'm missing a level. Maybe I'm just going crazy because I really thought that I was missing a level somewhere. I might still be. Alright, so I'm not. I thought I was. Oh Lord. Okay, so this is the maze. I don't mean to sound negative, but this is the maze level, and it's not a very fun one. That's where they get you right there. You're thinking, oh, I'm about to beat the level. It's like, nope, you ain't. So 2 more levels before World 8. I feel like this world is actually a lot more difficult than World 8. I may be wrong. I feel like World 8 kind of puts a lot of flash and you know, whatever you want to call it, a lot of flash and, you know, whole lot of sizzle and not a whole lot of steak in World 8. That's not the right phrase. That it's more flashy and trying to be more cinematic than actually, you know, difficult. Because, you know, it's the final, it's like Bowser's Kingdom, and it's all lava and scary and spooky and ooh and evil looking, and, you know. I feel like this one just throws enemies at you left and right. Just with really stupid spots like this one. Where this one just spams enemies at you. And it just spams obstacles like that are just really ridiculously hard to get past without losing, you know, a power up or whatever, you know? Like that. It's just, that is so annoying. Here's the level I think I was missing. No, maybe, don't know. Don't think so. Maybe I'm just nuts. I know I'm not nuts. I know I'm nuts, but I know I'm not gaslighting myself into forgetting a certain level that was it even in this? Where was what when we did the okay. Remember that level we did where that's nice that they gave us a mushroom for that. Remember when we had that thing where we had to run across all the chompers or whatever? Like I swore that there was one where like you had to do that, and then there was like this ridiculously stupid like pipe that was like really hard to jump up into. And maybe I'm just crazy. But I mean, with the one we actually did, it was like, and it was one of those chompy ones too. But I can't find it on the map, so I don't know if I can even call this episode I did 100% because I didn't see 100%. I mean, there's a level I thought existed, but apparently, God, come on now. If I made my hatred for auto scrollers clear enough. I get it. It's for the cinematic feel of you're on a ship and you're going towards evil or whatever, but it's like this holds up progress for artificially. Ludwig. And he's the easiest one that I took down somehow. I kidnapped the princess while you were running around. She's here in my castle if you dare to try and rescue her. Ha 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 ha, King of the Koopa. This is another auto scroller. It's not a difficult one. It's just a lot of flash. I say as I lose my power up within the first 10 seconds of it. There's a couple of auto scrollers. If you have any donations, it's time to read them now. If this was a marathon. I'm sorry if I'm fast forwarding a lot. It's just auto scroller. Takes forever. It just goes so slow for no reason other than cinematics. We might as well be watching a cutscene. We're just gonna go into all these levels, even though they're actually kind of the coolest levels in the game anyway. The ones that a lot of people try to skip. I was gonna say that until the Hammer Bros showed up. And now I'm starting to get a little bit fed up with Hammer Bros because I've dealt with so many today. At least you get a power up at the end of each one of these, I'm pretty sure. Look at that one, was a waste of a frickin' star. They actually pulled me down with that one. Okay. So I said these are the coolest levels, they're the lamest. I got it wrong. Johnny gets a lot of things wrong. I mean, I get a lot of things wrong. I'm not that pretentious. Probably more wrong more often than I'm right, honestly. All right, here's one that's getting the P-Wing for sure. Guess what it is? Auto scroller. Right, let's get to sit here and mash jump for the next, I don't know, a while. How about the Mets? I don't want to fast forward because I don't have a turbo on this button. Down into the final couple of levels. We're in the Dark World now that I told you about. How many P-Wings do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how many. I legit don't like this level. Hey, I'm seeing stuff I've never seen before, though. Stay away from me, Ghost. Another level I'm not a fan of. Told you I was saving them. I think Papa is getting a little grumpy about this whole Diddy working all day thing. I've already had her up here a couple of times. Loved on her, gave her fresh food, fresh water, played with her. I don't know, maybe she's just lonely today. Little baby. It happens. The puppy needs loves. This is possibly the final fort. I don't know. I think it is. This is that stupid maze one, isn't it? I don't want that, I don't think. I have a feeling I don't want that. Let me go check on her. I'll be right back. She's fine. She's just a little grumpy. That's all. She just wants attention. Which is fine. She's a baby. Babies need attention. Ugh. This spot right here. Ah, this spot. Fine. Just kill me. Well, that doesn't work. I thought it would, but it didn't. Oh my God, bro. Come on now. Maybe this door. I think this might be it. Trying to go off of memory now. Oh. Wait, what? I've done. Oh, are you serious, bro? Oh my God, that is such BS, bro. I see exactly where I'm supposed to go, but it's like disappearing right before I freaking get there. Okay. Not enough time. Bro, this doesn't make any sense. What am I missing? What am I missing? Even though I forgot to record that exact spot, basically there's another P block right to the left of where I was, so yeah. Just go left past that swamp and there's a P block. So you didn't have to make that run. Over here. Well, it's just 2 pipes. I don't know where. Let's just go to this one, I guess. Alright, so there's 2 more levels, and one of them is an auto scroller, I'm sure. Which why we're gonna use a P-Wing! Yay! Hopefully be able to fly over this. Because you can't really use the P-Wing in Bowser's Castle. It'll be a waste. You could, but it's just a waste. This castle isn't that long, and there's not really an open field either. Yeah, if you could hear my audio right now, you would definitely not be able to sleep through that. It's just a bunch of high-pitched dinging over and over because he's using the P-Wing. Alright, Bowser's Castle. Last level. It doesn't matter what we use, honestly. I haven't used the Hammer Bros suit at all yet, so might as well use this. Just try it out on some stuff, see if I can kill anything with it. Apparently not, because I immediately lost it in that particular try. I want to see what it can and cannot kill. No, that's not. I don't want to go there. Oh, okay. I didn't know the hammer suit could actually kill a thwomp and the dry bones. They just sent us back to the exact same spot, so that was pointless. It can't kill the light things. Wish it could. This spot is a bit of a pain. We made it through without losing our suit, though. Whoop, almost lost it again. Looks like we might actually be able to keep this thing until the Bowser fight, I'm guessing. So we can kill him the unconventional way. Oh, where'd the Bowser fight? Where's he at? Come on. I want to get in with the Hammer Bros suit just as... There we go. He's dead. It was 4 hits and it knocked him out. But there we are. There's the ending. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Come back to see more of these retro game things. You'll see a little link on the screen right here right in the middle where it says the retro game playlist. Click on that if you want to watch more of these while you sleep. Yeah, they'll all be connected together. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming out. I'll see you next time. Take care, everybody. In this video, I'm going to be playing through Super Mario Bros. 2, aka the Lost Levels All-Stars version, while giving you a soft commentary and rain sounds, hopefully to help you fall asleep or at least relax today. This is one of those games that is a bit frustrating, but I will do my best to avoid getting frustrated. It's not going to work, but I'm going to try. Anyway, if you like what you hear, click the bottom of your screen if you're watching the shorts version. You can watch the long version. There should be a name of the video at the very bottom. You just click on that and then click again when the little screen comes up. All right. Anyway, let's get into this questionable game. Let's be real. Super Mario Lost Levels, aka Super Mario 2, the Japanese version. I am not a Lost Levels fan. I am not the target demographic for this type of game, where it's basically meant to be difficult for the sake of being difficult. The original was basically a ROM hack, if you really want to be honest. And I call it basically the first ROM hack ever, because the reason we didn't get this particular version was they claimed it was because us Americans couldn't beat it, which I will in this video. But really, it was because it was too much like the first one, and it probably wouldn't have sold well because of that. It was too similar. The graphics were basically the same. I think the music was, a lot of it was the same. It was a ROM hack in the 80s, you know? It really was just a ROM hack. It was like the first super hard, game of the series. And they didn't go back to this difficulty later because people got frustrated with it. I've beaten it maybe once or twice. And just never had fun with it. But this is mainly for completionist's sake, because I already did all the others. I did Mario 1, 2, 3 on NES. I did the All-Stars versions already. I am probably going to do the GBA ones that do add things like the Mario 3 e-reader content at some point. So Lost Levels is one of those things where I just have to do it because it's part of the thing. I'm not going to complain about it the whole time, but I'm just letting y'all know that this is not a game I would recommend to anybody that wants to relax and or sleep, or unless you really like challenges and really stupid, level choices, like putting a blooper in the air for no reason, stuff like that. So but let's try that again. Watch it be like a troll back here, because a lot of times they'll actually do like troll warp zones that'll send you really far back. Like all the way back to level 1 is a troll. I don't plan on 100% in this game. I really don't, but okay, that jump was something crazy right there. If we can get into that pipe, maybe. Where does this lead us? You see, even the bonus area has a little pit right there for you to fall right into if you're not paying attention. It's nowhere near as hard as like Kaizo, but it definitely is a huge step up in difficulty from the first game. Let's put it that way. No, you cannot swim in that water. You will die. It's basically lava. And the reason I don't play the NES version is because I don't have it. And it's actually, I believe, a Famicom Disk System game, which is something I don't know if they even have emulators for. So this is the best we're going to do, unless I can find like a patched version that, Don't pick up that mushroom. That's a dead that's a kill shroom or whatever you want to call it. It'll kill you if you touch it. Like the extra life, even though you get save states for that. But honestly, if we're talking about like difficulty of NES games, you know, the original NES run, Mega Man completely smokes Lost Levels. Lost Levels is a pain in the butt for stupid level design and all that. Mega Man is hard because it's set up to be hard. Like Mega Man games are way harder than this. Even if this does have a lot of cheap shots. Which that wasn't one of them. That was just me being dumb. Sorry, I had to cough. I didn't want to cough into the microphone. The reason I say that is because about the Mega Man comparison. As played Mega Man 2 earlier, and I had a few spots that were a little bit rough. Mainly that stupid level that it's like where the boss fight we have to use the crash bomb, but if you go in there without a full tank, you're screwed. That was a problem. And of course, that was really the main part that gave me any trouble. Everything else was pretty easy, except for a few user errors, save states in the wrong spots kind of thing. And the main reason I use save states really is because I don't want to play the same level over and over. If I die, I'd rather just, you know, try again, basically. It's a lot better for me to just do that for the video instead of having to edit out every death, you know, and then start over some more and all that. This is one of those spots where they do something dumb. I think you're supposed to jump all the way up. Are you supposed to jump all the way up here? This is what I mean. They do stupid stuff like this. All right, watch. You have to... There's another hidden block somewhere around here. Right there. Imagine playing this on original hardware where... By the way, you can't even go down that pipe. Can you believe that? You know, as time goes on, I keep thinking I need to buy a Switch 2, but I keep hearing that there's some hardware issues with it that are a bit concerning. Like now I'm hearing the screens are going bad. The screens are having ghosting issues, whatever that means. So this is why I don't buy stuff day one at all. Whether it's a game or a console or anything, because you never know. They always release stuff nowadays half-baked where it's not, you know, it's not fully done. Like they rush it out, or, you know, the oversights, you know, and I understand that as long as they do warranties, but I don't want to deal with warranty stuff, having to lose my console I just paid $500 for, or $450 for, plus tax, you know, to, wait for Nintendo to fix it, you know. That's annoying. I'd rather just wait and get one fresh that doesn't have a problem. And we'll see when that happens. Level was short. I'm sure that they'll put out a revision 2 or something that's just going to be called Switch 2, but it'll just have, you know, the manufacturing bugs fixed. But that's the thing. I mean, when you make the prototype and then you make like a certain limited run of the thing, but the problem is, you know, you can't fully predict. I'm not supposed to, like that. See what I mean? Stupid stuff like that. Whoops. That is the wrong way to do it. But like, you know, like there's going to be hardware faults. You know, you're going to have bad batches of stuff come out that are screwed up, you know, because just, I mean, you know, you can't put out a perfect product that has no issues ever. How am I supposed to even get that? I can't get up there. Whatever, it's fine. I think I need to turn my volume up a little bit on my end. I think that they do that stupid little thing where you have to, I don't think you can hear it. If you can, it's fine, but where you have to pick a path kind of thing, you know? There's fake Bowser #1 done. We're over on 3-1 now, and we're already getting trolled by the Hammer Bros. By the way, shout out to Nifsky, I believe his name is, who is the Super Mario 1 god, and he probably is the Lost Levels god too. Also there is a Tony, when I haven't put it out yet actually. Whoops. I haven't said anything about that. I was working on the Tony Hawk's 1+2 run, and during the recording session I forgot what the speedrunner's name is, and I'll just say I think it's Adeline or Adeline. Just look up Tony Hawk's Pro Skater speedrun, and she is just outrageously good. Like holy crap, bro. It's just kind of insane how just, I really think that like she's on the level of those Mario 64 speedrunners. Just watching that, just outrageous tricks and outrageous gameplay is just like not humanly possible. So shout out to her if she even needs it. Actually, let me see what her name is really quick so I don't screw that up. Give me a second. I was trying to think of her to bring her up in video before PS1 speed. What was her name again? It's easier just to type in her tag into YouTube. It's literally at THPS. This is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, the #1, but Adelyn, Adelyn. Look her up. Incredible. But yeah, she's outrageously good. I'm terrible at that game. I was looking up how to do some of the goals, because some of the goals are really obtuse or obscure to me, basically. And I'm just like, I looked it up and I saw her and was like, okay, let me watch her. And when I saw her, I was just like, bro, that's not fair. It's not fair how crazy that. Yep, see that's the troll. It'll take you back to World 1 if you go over the pole. I just say all that because I'm not a speed runner, but I really appreciate the people that do, the opposite of what I do. I'm here to just play a game and give you something comforting and something relaxing to listen to. Something that's, like listening to a friend talk about, talk to you while he's playing a game kind of thing. And, I appreciate the other side, which is a lot less talkative because they're so busy focusing on being a god, basically, where I'm not. I'm nowhere near that. And a lot of that is because, number one, I don't have the patience. Number two, I also play so many different games that I just can't. There's no way. I have, 60 plus videos of 60 different video games. Like, there's no way I could The only person that could even remotely do that is Arcus, you know, has like marathons of beating 20 games in one stream, you know, like an 8-hour stream thing called the Arcathlons. So that's not me though. It's not my thing. Not good. Not good enough. I think there was a runner back in the day named Big John that played this. I don't know if he's still around or not, but he seemed incredibly cool from what I remember. At least seeing him at GDQ videos. I don't know. I don't follow the speedrunner's personal lives, so if I'm shouting at a bad person, I apologize. I legit don't follow their, you know, drama that happens within those communities. I mean, I remember Chibi, who cheated, but that's because of other things. He's a something. I ain't gonna get into that though. He's a very not a good dude. Let's just leave it at that. He's not a good dude. He's done some not very good dude stuff. We're not a drama channel. We're a sleep channel. But if y'all want to talk about that in the comments, I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me if people talk about that stuff in the comments. This is definitely one of those, you have a right and wrong way to go. Turn it up a little bit and hopefully it doesn't bleed into the mic too bad, even though it shouldn't, because it is a SM7B. That was the wrong way because it went banana. This is not the right way. I guess the most difficult way is probably usually the right way. No? Nope. I've tried all the ways. I had to pause because a Verizon guy came up here trying to get me to grab my internet, and I don't need it, but they got that man running around out here with no water or anything. As hot as it is out there, it's like 90 freaking degrees. So make sure to toss him a couple of bottles of water, because good God, I can't imagine doing that job. I mean, he asked nicely for like a hot one. I'm like, bro, no. It's like 98 degrees outside. Just take the cold one out of the fridge. I'll be fine. I have like 4 cases of water in here. Me and Papa like to stockpile. I cannot figure out what this pattern is. I'm gonna have to look it up because I just can't figure it out. So based on what I'm seeing, I'm gonna have to lose this power up to even do this. Well, would you like to come out and help with that piranha plant? Just wondering. Well, I'm going to die anyway because we're going to run out of time. Which we did. It's fine because I need a small Mario anyway. I thought I had done this already, but apparently not. Whoop. Yeah, because otherwise you gotta figure out a way to get Big Mario under this thing. Good luck with that. Ah, come on. You have to somehow. Ah, come on. Oh, that makes sense. Makes a little more sense. Come on, bro. There we go. That's 3-4. All right. That. No, that's not right. Okay. There it is. That's better. Hopefully I didn't cut off through the other recording bits. Did. Oops. I guess Lakitu just said screw it. He just, wanted to show up for a quarter of the level. Seriously, legit, I'm thinking about putting a cooler out there if I can find one for cheap and just put water in it because, there's UPS drivers and stuff, and I know they get paid well. I'm not a charity or anything, but if you think about it, they have to drive around in that sun, and I opened that window, and I swear to God, if I was out there, I would have screamed. I mean, because it was hot. It was like an oven. How am I supposed to get past that? Like that? No, it's outrageous out there. It's like 90 degrees, and Weather Channel says it feels like it's 100 or 98, and it was like, no, it's 98. It feels like 98. It's 98 with humidity. That's the thing. That's the heat too. It's not even just. That's the thing. I don't live in a dry climate. I live in an incredibly wet climate. I'm talking 98 degrees plus probably 100% humidity out there. We're talking about Satan's butthole hot out there, and you feel it. Like you feel like you're bathing in it. It's awful. So make sure if you do catch your drivers or whatever, give them some water, give them something, a Gatorade, something. I mean, they're the ones that have to bring you your crap all the time, and they're, that guy was from Verizon, so obviously I doubt UPS is giving their drivers any, cases of water. They won't even give them AC, for God's sake. Which I know that the doors are open. I get it. But it's like, bro, you should be able to shut your doors and have AC on, especially when you're driving from the warehouse to, the town you deliver in. You shouldn't have to just rely on that oven of, breeze that you might get. I can't imagine being a UPS driver because of that alone. That would just drive me crazy. Just sweating like crazy all day, having to, having them be on my back constantly, and also not being able to, having to, as much as I pee, like I've been peeing all day today, having to deal with that plus the heat, just dehydration city. So you never know. That guy was doing door-to-door Verizon stuff, and I'm just like, bro, that's rough. Having to, just talk to basically you're cold calling people in person trying to sell them Verizon, which Verizon's fine. I mean, my phone is through them. Their Visible thing, which works great for me, by the way. No, not sponsored, but if you were thinking about it, their Visible stuff is really good, at least for what I do. I don't really use my phone that much. But I have it there in case I do need it, but I don't really use mobile data and I don't call people often, but you need a phone for emergencies, obviously. And, I mainly use it just to watch YouTube and stuff at home when I'm working on stuff. I'll play it like that, but, honestly don't use it much for phone stuff. I call in orders and stuff, but my phone is a Pixel 8 and I can basically get 2 whole days on one charge, or maybe even more. Where's my phone at now? Got it right here. Yeah, it's almost 2 full days, and it's only at 36%, and it came off the charger yesterday morning at 9 a.m. So it hasn't been charged or anything once. So I charge my phone like every 2 days. That's how little I use my phone. Because my PC is my main thing. It's like right here in front of me, like all day, every day. Like I record here, I watch TV here. My PC is hooked up to my 50-inch TV, so I don't need my phone for entertainment at all. I only use it when I go out, and that's just for the radio bit. But I actually went out yesterday and used it like that. So if you're looking for a good phone, the Pixel 8 is fantastic. You can probably get it for pretty cheap. And I'm not sponsored by Google, but obviously I work for Google technically because I'm a YouTuber, but this isn't an incentive or anything, in case you're listening and just wondering. I've had the Pixel 6a, which I liked, but it got a little glitchy, so I skipped the 7a, then I got the 8a, but before that, I think I think so far I've had Pixel 2, I think it was 2, 6, and 8. I don't think I know I didn't have the first one. I don't think I had a third one. I think it was just 2, 6, and 8 is what I had. And I also had Motorola's, but I was never a fan of them because they were just crap. They would just lag too much. Look at this leap of faith garbage they got me doing. Yeah, the Motorola's were just bad. And I'm talking about like the powers too. They were supposed to last for, ridiculous amounts of time. They wouldn't get updates. That is the main reason I use a Pixel. It's not to use Graphene OS, which I've tried and did not like it at all. Personally, didn't like it. It isn't that I'm a Google fan, because I'm not at all. Did I screw myself and not going to be able to do the thing? Yeah, I think so. Unless they want me to use a bullet bill. or do that. God, this game is nuts. No, the only reason I really use Pixels instead of like a Samsung S something is Pixels are generally cheaper, and I don't use my phone for anything fancy. Like I don't video edit and I don't shoot and record with my phone or do anything crazy with it. It's a phone. But the other thing is it always gets updates like the longest. I get free updates forever. And every time I had a Samsung, because I was a Samsung guy before, and the problem with Samsung was you get like 1 year of updates and that's it back then. I don't know if they've changed that, but I've kind of seen no reason to go back because by the time, like that's the thing, Pixels get priority on the newest updates. So if I'm having issues, a lot of times I can just, go to update phone and it'll fix it. I had that problem with like the bottom of the screen, not wanting to bring my app drawer up for a little bit, and then it stopped and it hasn't done it since the update. So that's why I stick with it. But I mean, if you're a Motorola guy or a Samsung guy or an iPhone person, hey, more power to you. I personally have tried iPhone. I don't like it. I don't know. I just don't like how, I just don't like the lack of customization. I don't like how it kind of, I just don't like the search bar. I just think it's kind of gross. Just, ugh. That's weird, isn't it? It's like the search bar is the thing that broke it for me. Which is how it just doesn't work as good as a Google search bar. It's like it drags down like the Siri crap that doesn't search well at all. It's pretty bad. Okay. I don't know exactly what I did there, but okay. Took a wild guess and say I went the right way. By the way, I did a thing where I was able to measure what my entire setup is doing from the wall so I can set up for a UPS, and it turned out that even at 100% load, which is never going to happen with my PC, I was only really drawing about 590 from the wall at 100% CPU and GPU at the same time. So this PC doesn't really draw anything, even when it's rendering. It might draw 400 watts, which is crazy. I thought it would have done a lot more than that. But I got a 1,000 watt power supply in it because I was scared that if I went any lower, it'll blow up my cards and stuff. Even though it's nowhere even close. I mean, that power supply is just sitting there chilling like, what? What? You say something? Doesn't even care. It doesn't even notice it. Doesn't stress it at all. And on top of that, it's a Be Quiet power supply, which are really, really good. I'm a huge fan of Be Quiet power supplies, and I'm really big fan of Seasonic as well. And whoops, I thought that was going to be the goal. And if you expect a warpless run of this game, go watch a speedrunner. I'm not doing it. I'm lucky that I'm already having my fill as is on a regular casual warped run. I'm not even looking up how to, go to the end of the game and just skip it all for this video. Just to say I did it. I'm not trying to do that, so. They always have to do something like this. Just look at this. All these false finishes, bro. It is too challenging for Westerners. No, you just decide to be difficult for the sake of being difficult. You weren't prioritizing fun. You were prioritizing pain in the butt. I actually want to see what's in that pipe, if anything, because I have a feeling that there's going to be something screwed up about that doll. Just don't trust that doll. I don't trust you, Nintendo. Said you would brick my console if I bought one, and you thought I was pirating stuff, so I don't trust you. Nothing? Okay. So the pipe doesn't go to nothing. 5-2. I would make a joke, but I'm going to be taking the high road for that. But I will just say, do you know what else is 5-2? If you know what I'm talking about, good. And if you don't, even better. Pat yourself on the back.